The sky was full of stars, and the moon shone brightly. The bridge, with its lights on, was bright and shining. Under the bridge, the water looked sparkly due to a bright full moon. A guy is looking at a post on his phone. The post was from Jinwoo's father, who said he was scared of his life after visiting the Roman 20 Korean medicine clinic. It looks like a lot of the infected are visiting that place. He guesses it could be because of the current coronavirus situation. His post had 23 comments. People in the comments were also talking about the clinic, and everyone was describing how they would stop visiting the clinic from now on, as it is filled with infected people due to coronavirus, and how the hospital cannot manage the situation due to many people being admitted. The guy reading the post laughs at himself. He thinks this was not why he became a Korean medicine doctor. He could not believe he was buried in debt after failing to get the business going 3 years after opening it. He asks if coronavirus has broken out just when he opened his clinic. He is walking on the bridge, screaming if people are getting infected by coronavirus after they come to his clinic. He is devastated by reading comments on that post against his clinic. He stands on the edge of the bridge and thinks if people are trash talking about his clinic, it is not like he wanted this all to happen. He trips from the edge and starts falling. His mind does not support his actions, and as he falls, he cannot understand why the sky is under his feet. He cannot comprehend that he is falling. As he is falling, he is still thinking that at that time he never would have been able to imagine what was about to happen. He could not imagine that he, a normal Korean medicine doctor, would be the divine physician in a novel. In the next scene, the blue tab opens, and the notification comes that the HP system is now in place. The notification tells him that he can gain HP from his internal organs through treatment. By investing in his acquire, he can unlock various skills or summon creatures. Another red tab shows the HP's ratio to op. The guy opens his eyes, thinking if he is somewhere else. Opening his eyes, seeing with a blurry vision, he sees a guy hovering over him. He thinks he is some rescue personnel. He thinks he is here to rescue him after he falls into the river. He gets up from the bed he is in and thinks he can start again as long as he is not dead. He grabs the cover firmly, thinking it is better to be alive with a ton of debts than dying. He is in the room where it is just him and that man. The guy says he will be careful the next time. The man beside him is freaking out for some reason. He looks here and there in the room, towards the window, and thinks this is not a hospital. When he looks at the furniture in the room, he thinks these pieces look weird. He assumes this furniture gives a vibe of a filming set for the Middle Ages. The man cries and looks at him, asking if he can see him. His screams startle the guy, and he questions himself about his presence here. Confused, he greets him, trying to be polite, and asks about him. The man gasps and asks if he is unable to recognize him now. The man enthusiastically tells him that even if he does not remember him, he will keep serving him. His name is Garden, and he is his doctor. The guy coughs on listening to whatever he says and asks for water. Garden quickly fetches him water in a royal glass that has jewels on it. He takes it thinking he bought it so fast. He starts drinking water, thinking if all these diamonds on the glass are real because they do not look plated. He looks at his reflection in the mirror while drinking water. He is surprised to see himself. He is a beautiful boy with ice blue eyes and lilac hair. He keeps looking at himself in the mirror when the garden calls him His Highness, and the guy again gets a massive shock. After he was done drinking water, Garden quickly started wiping his face. The guy is still thinking that the face he has right now is not his face. He gets up and recalls the name Raquel Adria Magentano. He recalls that it was the name of the character in the novel he was reading during the day before he went to drink alcohol. He then calls Garden and asks him to slap him on the cheek. Garden, thinking he can never slap His Highness, gets shocked. Raquel says if Garden won't do it, then he will do it himself. He slaps himself this hard that it leaves marks on his beautiful face. He keeps his face in his hands while Garden asks if he is okay. The boy realizes that this is not a dream. He gets excited thinking if he is the crown prince of that novel and his name is Raquel now. He recalls his past self, thinking that this might mean that the mountain of debt and interest he accumulated from his failed clinic business, he can finally live his life without those crippling debts. Excitedly, he gets up on the bed and screams in happiness. He then suddenly feels he cannot breathe, and he lays with his back at the back of the bed. Garden holds his body, and Raquel asks him if something happened to him. He looks at his hands and tells him he feels weak. He feels weaker than the boy of a person in their 40s. He then recalls the novel and thinks this cannot happen in the first half of the story of the novel Demon Sword Emperor. Raquel, the Crown Prince, is a side character who only appears briefly. He recalls that he is the character who has been bedridden since he was young, and at the age of 22, he died. He again calls Garden and asks him about his age. Garden tells him he is 21 years old. Listening to this, his eyes open wide. He bites his lips, as this is what he didn't want to happen. His face goes red with anger, thinking he only has 1 year left. He starts thinking about what time things start going wrong, and he becomes an extra in a novel. He thinks he can finally forget about his debt and live a comfortable life while enjoying himself as if he were the crown prince. He recalls that the crown prince was getting all the best medical treatments in the world. He recalls that having the best treatment didn't work for the prince. He also received the blessing of a cleric countless times. But he still died in the first half of the story because he could not overcome his illness. This makes him realize there is only one answer to this situation. He calls Garden and tells him there is something he needs to do and asks him to get his needles. He tells him the size of the needles does not matter and asks him to bring as many as he can. He decides to protect his own body. Once again, the night shines on the palace Rakiel is in, along with countless stars in the sky. Rakiel is sitting on his bed thinking about the problems with his body. He starts checking his pulse and recalls the 10 types of pulses. The pulses are intermittent pulse, skipping pulse, boiling cauldron pulse, UG acupoint, flicking stone pulse, untangling rope pulse, leaky roof pulse, swimming shrimp pulse, and the last sparrow pulse. Checking his pulse, he thinks if even one of these has symptoms, that would mean he is full of internal injuries. He closes his eyes, thinking this is a tough life. Garden enters the room, not being able to breathe, telling him that as he has ordered, he has brought back all the needles he could find. Rakiel gets happy and asks him to lay them out over here. He lays them on his bed on a piece of paper. Rakiel, standing against them, trying to figure out, picks up one needle, thinking that this is like a club. Garden calls him as he is burning the needle on a candle flame. Garden asks him about his intention with the needles. Smiling, he tells him he will poke his body slightly with the needle. Garden goes down on his knees and pulls his legs, freaking out on what he is about to do. He tells him not to harm himself and asks him to calm down while crying. He tells him he is the one who will inherit the imperial throne. He tries to tell him that he understands what he is going through, but he asks him not to harm himself. He tells him it is not what he thinks it is, and he is doing this for a good reason. He again starts heating the needle. He explains to him that if nothing happens when he pokes his body, then he wants him to trust him from here on out. At the sight of a needle, Garden closes his eyes, thinking of the pain it will cause to his prince. He says he puts his trust in him as he is insisting. Rakiel takes his shirt off and tells him not to worry and he won't regret this. He lays on the bed right next to the needles. He will place the first needle on the most important breathing organ. He knows he needs to be able to breathe properly before he does anything else. And in order for him to do that, the starting point of the 12 meridians. The part that is most connected to the lungs is the lung meridian of the hand called Cain. He starts injecting the needle there. He winces with slight pain and wonders if it is because the needle is huge, but it stings him quite a bit. The needle goes to lung 1 acupoint, the cloud gate acupoint, and the upper arm assembly acupoint, and it runs like a current through his body. He is sweating badly and thinking that one needle is finally down. He then suddenly feels something and opens his eyes, and his ice blue eyes have some reflection in them. He sees a blue notification that tells him that his body is reacting positively thanks to the accurate acupuncture skills that he has. Another blue tab comes in front of his eyes which tells him that the functions of his internal organs have been slightly recovered. A sparkle occurs around his lungs suddenly and his lungs seem to be working again. Just then, another notification pops in front of him which tells him that his lungs have been recovered now. His lungs start dancing up and feeling happy about his work. Then, the notification arises which informs him that his lungs have given up 2 thumbs up and his lungs have given him 100 HP. He opens his eyes and tries to touch the notifications that are coming in front of him. He does not understand how everything is coming on these notifications. As he is about to touch the blue screen in front of him, Garden calls him, and as Garden sees him touching or swiping something in the air, he thinks this is weird. As Rakiel is swiping through notifications and according to Garden he is just swiping into the air, he asks Garden if this is a status window. Garden coughs and starts crying thinking his crown prince has gone crazy and tells himself the situation seems so pitiful. He can't be the one knowing what to do. Rakiel smirks and calls Garden and tells him he is not crazy and he can stop overreacting. He starts pulling needles from his arm and Garden asks if he needs more needles, but he tells him he is fine. There are needles in his chest as well. Rakiel has again been presented with the notifications, and those tell him that he has accurately performed acupuncture on the human acupoint. Another tab says the tight feeling in his chest has been alleviated a little. Rakiel closes his one eye and winces with pain, thinking that it hurts him more than he thought. Garden looks at him, closing his hands together on his chin, going on his knees. He starts praying to God to watch over the Magnetano imperial family's crown prince and cure his lunacy as quickly as possible. He thinks his crown prince cannot be sick, so he is in a bad mental state and harms himself. He thinks he will go crazy even seeing this. Rakiel lays on the bed with his face on the other side. Then he turns his head to a straight position and looks at the roof of the room, thinking he needs to finish what he has been doing. His first acupoint is Zibai, followed by the Tianfu acupoint, the Kongzui acupoint, and the last Yuji acupoint. It looks like he knows what he is doing. The notification arises, showing him that various acupressure points are being stimulated due to his skillful acupuncture skills. The other tab shows that it is as if his lungs are being massaged in a massage chair. His lungs are again happy and feeling relieved. Rakiel feels angry and closes his fist tightly. He thinks that it should not have been a massage chair, but instead, it should be giving him HP. Then, suddenly another acupoint becomes successful, which is Chai's acupoint. A needle is on the thumb of his left hand just below his nail. The acupuncture treatment for the left lung meridian has been completed. He sees something. He sees his lungs as two humans who are happily dancing. He is surprised at whatever he is seeing. He is seeing his lungs doing a tap dance. A man is lying in bed looking miserable and has long hair braided on the side, and he hears someone shouting that he is not sleeping, he needs to wake up. This organ is related to bowel movements. He thinks the dancing lungs are all going out with the noise. The notification shows that the organ responsible for bowel movements, now in sync with the tap dancing lungs, has awakened. The organ comes up to the dancing lungs and asks them if they know what they are doing here. The organ screams, not approving their tap dancing, and asks them if they dare to leave him out. He then joins them on the floor and starts dancing with them. His organs are thrilled to be back in good shape. The notification informs him that his large intestine is perfectly in sync with the rhythm, demonstrating impressive wave movements. Rakiel is tired and does not understand anything these notifications are mentioning about his organs. The other tabs inform him that his large intestine has given him 100 HP, and now his total HP is 600. His ocean blue eyes now see that even his large intestine is taking part in the activities now, and his body is coming back to its normal shape. A long blue tab appears telling him that the HP he possesses has reached a level where it can unlock skills. The skills he can unlock will depend on his current knowledge and abilities. Then, he is asked the question if he would like to see the list of unlockable things. This part goes above his mind, and he understands nothing about which skills are being discussed here. Then, some skills are shown to him, which include, first, like in games, where swinging a sword releases a sword aura or shooting fire from a staff after casting a spell. He thinks these are classic abilities needed in fantasy genres. He quickly clicks on yes, wanting these skills. Then, he is being shown the skills that can be unlocked. A list comes in front of him that includes 10 skills that can be unlocked, which includes pulse reading, acupuncture, cupping, moxibustion, preparing herbal tonic, herb identification, herb hunting, brewing medicinal liquor, requesting medical treatment fees, and a Srahan core technique. Rakiel smirks reading those skills, knowing these are all tasks that he used to perform work on. He recalls his previous knowledge, considering that the start of all treatment is the diagnosis, and only an accurate diagnosis can lead to the right treatment and prescription. First of all, he chooses the pulse reading. The tab tells him that he has chosen the first skill to be pulse reading. It informs the skill has been unlocked. The skill is still on stage 1, and its fee is 500 HP. His total HP was 600. Using 500, he has only 100 left. Now, his knowledge and experience have unlocked a skill. A sudden blue sparkle light occurs with the information which describes the pulse reading. It says that by feeling the pulse of the target, one would be able to roughly estimate their health condition. One can get the results by checking the basic overall health check report. By getting this information, Rakiel thinks he should check his pulse again. When he starts checking his pulse, the pulse reading scanning begins. The report shows his personal information, including his name, age, race, height, gender, weight, and blood type. His total score on the report for 5 viscera is F, and his total score for the 6 entrails on the report is also F. The overall report on his body is SS rank trash. His expected life expectancy is 91 days. Lying down, he puts his hands on his face, learning about his life expectancy. He expected this would happen as he already knew about the character who died at the age of 22. But he didn't expect he would only have 3 months. He thinks this time is even shorter than a mobile contract and asks himself if he will just die like this. He thinks if he inserts needles in a clockwise direction, while twirling them using the reinforcing reducing method and breathes out, while extracting the needles with the respiratory supplementation and draining method. He then takes out the needle that was on his thumb and thinks now he has to do the last thing. Taking out that needle and twisting it increases his life expectancy by 1 day. He gets up and sees it getting increased by 1 day and is shocked. He thinks it worked and his life expectancy increased. He tries to do it on the other side as well, wanting to increase his expectancy more. As he does it, blood spurts out from his mouth. A red tab notification tells him that experiencing stress due to frequent acupuncture, and based on the current condition, they recommend he perform acupuncture every 3 days. More blood comes out of his mouth, and Garden on the other side is fainting at the sight of blood coming out of his mouth like this. He then understands that acupuncture is not a cure, but it is devastating. The devastation of his organs happens. The lungs, which were tap dancing before, are now lying down on the floor, and the same with the intestine, which joined them in tap dancing. He gets that one needs to be strong enough to endure the stimulation of the nerves and meridians during acupuncture. But the body he is in right now is in a state of super low health, to use gaming terms. The message he saw just now confirms that acupuncture is effective, but the problem is that this body is very weak. He takes all the needles out and knows that he needs 3 days of rest to recover the necessary strength for 1 acupuncture session. If he performs acupuncture once every 3 days, assuming his life expectancy increases with each session, he could extend his life by a month before he dies. But that is not good enough since that means he is still going to die soon. He decides he needs to find a more effective approach. He figures the fastest method would be consumables, which means tonics. He gets excited thinking of those. Garden listens to him talking about tonics. He asks if he is all right. Rakiel turns and looks at him, gets up from the bed, and asks him if he needs a favor from him. Garden obeys and tells him he is at his service. Rakiel asks him if he needs ingredient storage here. They have ingredients that are more potent as well. Garden asks him about the more potent ingredients. Rakiel tells him he needs poisonous ingredients. Garden hesitates and tells him they have them. Rakiel, clapping his hands together, asks if they have those already. He excitedly asks him if they have wolfsbane root. Garden confusingly informs him that this is his residence, and they do not store it here, but in the main palace. Rakiel gets super excited and tells him to bring it to him. Garden hesitates and asks him if he needs it for a special purpose. Rakiel gives an evil smile, licking his lips, telling him he is going to eat it. Garden screams and gets worried about him eating the poisonous root. Rakiel again gives an evil smile, laughs, and points at his mouth, telling him he is going to eat it for sure. The starry night has once again fallen on the crown prince's palace. Inside it, Garden goes down on his knees and begs Rakiel to not eat wolfsbane. He begs while crying and asking if he is asking him to help him poison himself to death through food. Rakiel tells him he is not doing this and he is doing a treatment for which he needs it. Garden looks at him with the expression of still not approving of his methods, but Rakiel tells him to stop nagging and asks him to bring it in 5 minutes. He keeps crying and looking at him, trying to tell him not to eat such a root. Rakiel tells him to bring it as soon as possible, and if he is late, then he will really off himself. Seeing Garden's face, he lets out a breath and thinks that probably forcing is not something that will work on Garden right now. He asks him if he knows that wolfsbane root is highly toxic. Garden agrees and tells him that that is why it is often used in poisons. Rakiel starts explaining to him about wolfsbane to calm him down. He tells him there are 2 types of wolfsbane. Among the 2, the one he wants to eat is the smaller root known as the daughter root. He tells him that aconitine is wolfbane. Garden adds that it can stop a heart. Rakiel, getting happy, tells him he knows this but knows of a method to neutralize and control the poison. He adds that, in other words, he can turn that poisonous plant into a medical herb. Hearing this, Garden stops crying and asks if he can change it into a medicinal herb. Rakiel tells him it is called detoxification in another country. He tells him that after detoxification, the daughter root's toxic properties can be medicinal. He asks him if he is now convinced enough to bring it here. Garden still tells him he does not want to bring it here, to which Rakiel acts shocked as he tries hard to convince him. Garden tells him he has never heard of something like this before and he does not know where the information is from, and if it can be trusted or not. He then places his hand on his heart in respect and tells him that if this helps in improving his health, then he will bring it to him as he ordered. Rakiel feels surprised by the way Garden just acted. Garden goes back to thinking that His Highness' body deteriorates daily, as they were in despair since none of the medicines worked. He enters the room where the herbs are placed. He starts finding the root, thinking maybe detoxification is a method that can save him now. He thinks that in return, once that detoxification process is over, he shall eat it himself first to ensure its safety. There is a pot on the stove that is emitting loads of steam, which makes it look like something is boiling inside it. Rakiel is boiling the wolfsbane root in the pot, and Garden tells him that something smells really strange. Rakiel is holding a piece of cloth in his hand, and his full concentration is on the pot. Looking at the pot, he asks if Garden still does not believe him that it is safe. He tells him he does not believe it because he made it with a poisonous ingredient. Garden again starts feeling weird, once again realizing it is made of the poisonous root. He again starts begging Rakiel to rethink his decision. Hearing him again cry, and it startles. He turns and tells him how he scared him. He asks him if he is this scared, he should try it first. Garden says he would love to do this, and he is willing to try it before him, ensuring his safety. Rakiel is shocked that he actually agreed to it and risk his own life instead of his. He recalls the novel he read and of which he is a part right now. He recalls that Garden was definitely loyal and devoted to the sick prince. He recalls that Garden was not the assigned family doctor at first. He admires how he was just an assistant before to the actual family doctor. He remembers how everyone left him because they gave up trying to heal him, but Garden was here till the end, and he was the only one sticking to him, seeing his health conditions. At the end of the novel, Garden was blamed for the death of the crown prince, and he was executed for it. He comes back to the present, looking at Garden. He thinks about his loyalty and thinks he deserves a good life instead of being executed. But then, looking at the pot, he smirks and licks his lips and thinks the stuff inside is yummy, and he won't even share it with him. The pot is covered with the piece of cloth Rakiel was holding in his hands before. He then puts the boiled root in the same cloth and squeezes it, letting its water come out in the bowl. Looking at the bowl, Rakiel looks excited seeing it's ready, and he calls it a Phaedra Aconita Sarum decoction. Garden comes at him, and seeing the bowl, he asks him if he should drink it now. Rakiel tells him that he understands his urgency in trying it so he can ensure his safety, but the medicine needs to cool down before consumption. Garden starts thinking and asks about the source of knowing about this medicine. Rakiel thinks he knew he would ask such a question, and he thinks he cannot tell him that he is not him. His best save was one way, and that was to make things up. He tells him that he knows this because a mage visits him in his dreams every night and tells him that he is very weak and he cannot even lift a leaf, and the mage tells him he wants to bawl at the sight of him, and this makes him feel bad about himself, and he has told no one about the mage but him. Garden is still wrapping his head around this information. He tells him that he trusts him, and Rakiel knows he does not trust him, but considering him as his crown prince, he will always pose like he is trusting him. Garden keeps his hands on his eyes, telling him that, according to him, the medicine is way too suspicious. Rakiel looks back at the bowl and thinks this is the right time to do it. He quickly leans forward to grab the bowl and start drinking it. He just wanted to distract Garden and drink it all up as he didn't want to share with him. Garden opens his eyes and gasps at the sight of Rakiel chugging the medicine to its last drop. He then looks at Garden and tells him he has drunk it all. He starts feeling something in his body, and his eyes widen, and his heart feels different. The notification starts appearing, telling him he has consumed perfectly prepared a Phaedra Aconita Sarum decoction. The daughter root has removed the coldness and sores within him, and now is boosting his metabolism. The Israhan core energy has awakened inside his body. He surprisingly looks at the Israhan core energy, and he thinks it is a technique created by the legendary Grandmaster Knight known as Javier Israhan and the noble that he served, Lloyd Frontra. He knows that this technique is passed down only to the direct descendants of the Magnetano imperial family. It is a potent technique that is a symbol of the imperial family. He didn't know about this information in his original life, but since the original owner of this body is the crown prince, he must have learnt about Israhan's core energy in his youth, so now he knows it as well. The tab says the Israhan core energy skill has been unlocked, and the level of this energy is still 1. The notifications inform that it processes or increases the mana absorbed by the circle around the heart, circulating the mana. The information has been presented that the mana increase is done by 120%. The HP required for the next level is 1000, and current HP is just 100. His heart is surrounded by the mana energy right now. He can feel vitality spreading throughout his whole body as he breathes, and he comes to the realization that this is mana. He gets very happy and excited looking at all the notifications and now actually feeling the mana inside him. Suddenly, the bowl breaks, and he feels his heart is constricting. He grabs his shirt, and he feels his heart is going to burst right now. Seeing him going on the floor, Garden quickly runs towards him in panic. Rakiel starts to sweat, and his face is red and pouring sweat all over. He sighs, thinking this is all a mess. Red alert notifications start popping up, telling that danger is happening. The mana circle is exerting too much pressure on his heart. The growth balance between the mana circle and his heart is off. His heart suddenly goes at risk of stopping. He does not understand the growth balance being off and asks himself if this means that the size of his heart and the circle are incompatible. He recalls the past of Rakiel when he was small and still sick and never had time to train his mana circle. The mana circle is like a ring that does not fit his heart and is too small for his heart and is contacting his heart. He guesses this could only mean one thing, as he cannot reduce the size of his heart. He needs to increase the size of the circle. In his mind, he reaches the circle constricting his heart badly. He starts running towards the circle, grabbing it away from the heart, thinking he will increase the speed of the rotations of the circle. He wants to make the circle run wild. He is gritting his teeth together, trying hard to do it. He feels like he will pass out any time. But this pain seems lesser than compared to the failure he had in Korea regarding his clinic. He was losing his clinic, his patients, and even his hair due to the depression he was in. On top of everything, he had rent to pay, loans to give back, and interest kept piling up. He remembers how he had to downgrade his beautiful house to try to pay everything off. He groans and screams, rotating the mana circle. He keeps grunting, sweat pouring from his body. Using all his might to enlarge the circle, he keeps rotating the circle. At one point it seems to be working, and the mana circle starts to tear up and grow. He finally makes it bigger by using the anger and urge he was getting while being in Korea. He went under while being in Korea due to his clinic and the coronavirus situation. He lets go of the mana circle, and it no longer constricts the heart. He comes back to his senses and feels a little normal, and he finds Garden on his side freaking out. He takes deep breaths. The tab tells him that the king of his internal organs, the heart, is now fully awake. Some herbs, cutting boards, and knives are present on the kitchen counter. Rakiel is lying on the floor while Garden is standing right on top of him, not knowing what is happening to him. Garden goes to him and asks him if he is alright. Rakiel is gasping for air, taking quick breaths, and is sweating a lot. In his mind, 4 men arrive, holding a carriage, wearing caps on their heads. They have a heart-shaped tattoo on their biceps. There is an audience who is watching them coming. The door opens, and they announce that the king is coming. Rakiel's heart is a dashing human with red hair and a great body. His lungs and intestine were tap dancing before when they got to know that now they are healthy. They welcome him, present him salutes, and tell him that they are glad that he is safe. His heart meets his lungs and intestines. Rakiel feels happy knowing his heart and other organs are coming in place and apologizes to them for his shabby sick body's behavior. Rakiel reads some notification and feels surprised. The notification tells him that the growth balance between the mana circle and his heart is now balanced, and he has obtained a mana circle slot. He guesses if this slot is like a game item slot. Rakiel gets up quickly, and Garden feels weird and calls for him. Rakiel, feeling totally fine as his internal organs are now at a balanced state, asks if Garden has something to say. Looking at Rakiel, Garden thinks about him suddenly looking so full of vitality. He asks him if he looks like he is in a lot of pain and if this is a side effect of the medicine. Rakiel scratches the back of his head and tells him that he just choked on some phlegm. He grabs his own throat and chokes himself and shows Garden how it felt. Looking at the broken bowl, Garden tells him that he looks like he is in great danger, and he shows how he thinks he should have first drunk it. Rakiel tells him if he wanted to drink the poison so badly, then next time he will make sure he does. Garden gasps and quickly denies saying that. He then sits on the floor crying. Rakiel starts turning back and tells him if he does not want that, then he should clean up as he takes some rest. He then looks up and thanks him for staying by his side. Garden looks at him with his mouth wide open, thinking, is he even more ill now, or has something else happened to him? Rakiel then leaves the kitchen. Grabbing his chest, he says if this is what he thinks it is, then he might have acquired some incredible mana slot. It is a technique that stores materials mixed with mana. He understands how each slot holds 10 liters, and right now he has 0 liters. He can store the mana slots by consuming it by eating or drinking. He steps into his room and starts looking for something that he can eat. Just then, he finds a jug on the shelf that is filled with water. Looking at the jug, he assumes that water is perfect for such experiments. He guesses the water in the jug is around 2 liters. He starts checking the water using the term median lethal dose. It's a term used when testing how poisonous a substance is. Looking at the spilt water, he guesses that if the amount of a substance that can kill 50% of test substances is so simply put, it has a 50% chance of dying. Even if someone does not die, then either they will face a lot of pain or they will turn into a vegetable. He does a little math that with 60 kilograms as the standard weight, the median lethal dose is 5.4 liters of water. With his weight, it will be around 3.9 liters. He grabs the jug of water, but it is too heavy for him. He once again ended up cursing his weak body. He starts chugging the whole jug of water. The reason why he is drinking this much water right now is so he can store this water. Just as he drank water, the mana slot becomes 1 liter out of 10 liters, and he gets happy knowing it worked for him. He looks at the empty jug and is surprised that he drank it all, but he still does not feel full at all. He thinks he needs to drink a little more. He drinks 3 more jugs of water. He has filled his number 1 slot, and now it is 10 liters, but he still feels nothing but at the same time thinks that this is awesome. The discharge of 0.1 liter happens, and now his total liters are 9.1 out of 10. He feels like a camel, but a human version of a desert camel. He can discharge any amount he wants. He then thinks of trying the tonic soup instead of water. He assumes he would die if he tries to discharge all this water in one go. He keeps thinking if he can do something. He looks at the jugs and understands what he needs to do. He intends to use the Asrahan core technique, which specializes in absorbing, amplifying, and discharging mana. He wants to make use of the discharge and amplify part of it. He decides to discharge it inside of his body, then outside, which involves his heart. Just as he amplifies it from his heart and discharges it outside, the mana energy emits from his hand in the form of the blue mana ball. He then wants to put it in a bottle now that it has worked. He slowly sends it towards the jug. Just as it strikes the jug, it breaks it. He smirks seeing it breaking, knowing something different has happened and it must mean something. He tries to understand what just happened. He thought it would flow like tap water, but it just became a water cannon. Some soldiers heard loud noises from his room and barged in, asking if something happened. Garden also comes with them asking if he is alright. A man asks if it was a terrorist attack, and Rakil denies it being a terrorist attack. He starts thinking of what story he should create right now to calm the situation down. He laughs and tells them he just got a little angry and slammed a bottle on the table, and it caused the loud noise. Garden, along with the other man, does not buy the story but does not know what to say. Seeing them looking at each other, Rakil thinks if this didn't work, and it sounded stupid even to him. The man bows in front of him, pretending he believed what he said, and asks if he is hurt anywhere. Rakil tells him he just has a little scratch on his feet. Rakil feels weird that they are actually pretending to believe whatever he just said, and the man asks Garden to escort the prince to bedroom 2. Garden tells him he will bring him there after tending to his wounds. Garden carries him on his back after tending to his wounds, taking him to bedroom 2. Rakil thinks they just believed him because he is the crown prince. Garden puts him in bed in room 2 and tells him to have a good rest. Rakil feels excited that these must be the perks of the royalty he is enjoying right now. No one talks back to him, and he can be shifted anywhere, as it is his palace. He tells Garden to take some rest as well. He then raises his hand in the air and starts thinking about the incident that just happened. He guesses that the circle around his heart and the meridian around his heart are a torrent of mana rushing through his shoulder and arm, and that was amplification. And then the outburst happened, which was discharge, and that's how amplification and discharge both happened. He thinks about how powerful that was. He closes his eyes, thinking he should get some sleep before trying something else now, and he needs to experiment carefully without anyone knowing. In another castle, Emperor Estelian Testarossa Magentano is sitting on the throne when he asks someone if he said that Rakil is acting weirdly. The man bows in front of him and tells him that the crown prince has been hurting himself with the needles and drinking poison lately. Hearing this, Estelian grits his teeth and gets very angry. He screams that what on earth is Rakil doing? Rakil is again in the kitchen with Garden cooking the roots and herbs. He finished making 10 liters of the Ephedra Aconite Asarum decoction. He looks at it as if he wants to drink it immediately without leaving one drop behind. He asks Garden to leave the room for a minute. Garden asks him about the reason that he wants him to go out. Rakiel thinks he will faint if he sees him again drinking the whole pot in one go. He tells him that he just wants to be alone for some minutes. Garden tells him he knows he will be drinking it again. He asks him if he already went through a lot of pain when he previously drank it, and if he wants to go through that again. Rakiel again lies to him, telling him he told him already that it was due to the phlegm. Garden shows his concern as they made more decoction this time. He tells him to calm down, as it is just for an experiment. He assures him he will only drink a little, and he won't just discard it because he helped him a lot in making it, and winks at him in the end. Garden scratches the back of his head and asks if this is true. He knows he is in a position where he cannot disobey him nor let him do something to himself. Rakiel assures him again he won't drink it all. Garden says only a nut job would try to drink it all in one go, and they both start laughing. Rakiel then stops and, with a serious face, suddenly kicks Garden out and closes the door behind him. Garden does not understand if he did this for some purpose or what. Rakiel comes back to the pot and grabs it to drink it all. Just as he starts drinking, his slots start to increase. When he finishes drinking it, his 10-liter slots are all done. He takes a long burp and feels very nice after drinking all of it. He then decides to discharge it bit by bit. He goes out of the kitchen and now is in the hallway when the notification tells him that 0.1 discharge has happened. He goes in the bathroom, and as he sits, some more discharge happens. A bit by bit discharge keeps happening. He then goes to bed and feels sleepy. His heart is loving the way he is discharging and gives him 100 HP, and his lungs again start dancing and give him 200 HP. His large intestine is skipping with his sphincter and gives him 100 GP. Now his total HP is 500. Rakiel thinks this is not good enough. The most important thing for him right now is increasing his life expectancy, and that is yet not happening. The discharge keeps happening at the rate of 0.1. In his mind, his heart asks from his intestine about the menu, and it tells him it is a Ephedra aconite serum decoction. The next morning the heart asks again, and the reply is the same, and it looks like the heart seems to be growing tired with all the Ephedra aconite serum decoction. The notification tells him his organs are getting tired of the same ingredient every day. Rakiel feels like telling them to drink anything he gives them quietly. He is then at the table eating actual food. While he was eating food, the notification came that his life expectancy has increased by 50 days, and now his expectancy is 133 days. He gets up from his chair in excitement and screams that it worked, whatever he was trying for. The maid who was serving him gets shocked at him getting excited and screaming suddenly. The cup filled with tea slips from her hand in surprise, and seeing that, Rakiel apologizes for surprising her. The maid bows in front of him and apologizes to him. Rakiel does not understand if she had to apologize for merely breaking a cup. He tells her to calm down and asks if she is hurt. The maid smiles but then remembers something and starts apologizing again and tells him not to whip her like last time, and she won't do it again. Rakiel gets terrified on hearing about the whipping part. He asks her if he has whipped her before and expects a no in answer, so he could not feel ashamed. She denies it, but then suddenly says that he has not whipped her personally before. Hearing this sends Rakiel to a different place. He asks her if he has ordered someone else to whip her before, and for what reason. She tells him she had spilt a drop of water on his sleeve. Rakiel thinks if the crown prince was such a monster. He then sits on the bed and asks her to clean up and leave. She gets happy on not being whipped today and thanks him. She quickly cleans it and escapes the room, and Rakiel thinks she escaped like she was being held in some prison. Rakiel calls for Garden, and he comes. He tells him that his memory has been a little hazy lately and asks him about his treatment with servants. He starts telling him about himself in a very excited tone, which gives Rakiel an idea that he is about to flatter him instead of telling him the truth. He tells him if he flatters him anymore, he will again drink all the poison in front of him. He stops the flattering right after hearing that. He tells him he used to whip his servants, including his maid, and he used to act crazy all the time. Hearing that, Rakiel understood why they believed his stupid excuse, because they think he is crazy, and that is why they obey whatever he says. He asks him if this is the scenario, then how come he was not scared of him? He asks him if being closest to him, he was the one who suffered the most. Garden tells him he trusted him. He tells him he already knows what kind of a person he is. He recalls and tells him that when he was young and Rakiel was small. One day, there was rain happening, and he found him sitting under a tree holding a chick in his hand, saving it from the rain, And that is the day he knew he was a good person, and someday healing his illness will bring the real him back. And recently his trust has been paying off. Raquel thanks him for trusting him and being on his side ever since. He asks if he likes how he has changed, and Garden nods in agreement. Raquel presents him food and tells him for the reward he should eat one pastry. Garden refuses, but Raquel insists. Hearing that all, Raquel swore upon the name of himself that he will not let him face fatal blame for his death, and he will make sure he survives. Suddenly, someone opens the door, and a boy comes inside calling for His Highness. Hearing someone coming, Garden nearly chokes on his pastry. The boy tells him that His Majesty has summoned him. Wearing his traditional crown prince clothes, which consist of the colors white, yellow, and blue, and it compliments him being the crown prince greatly, he presents himself in front of the king. He bows in front of the king and introduces himself. The king looks at him with great focus and notices the mana around him, which makes him guess he has the Asrahan core technique. He cannot wrap his head around the fact that someone as frail as Raquel has the technique. Adeline thinks Raquel is nervous in his presence, and probably he was wrong about him. Bowing down, Raquel's legs feel numb, and he is waiting for Adeline to tell him to stand up. But he is busy looking at him in great awe and jealousy. Adeline asks him if the life in the side palace is satisfactory. Raquel tells him it is, thinking if he is going to have all the conversation with him as he is kneeling on the ground. Adeline asks him if he is hurting himself with needles and drinking poison. Raquel looks up astonished and denies it. Adeline asks him if he actually thought he would be the descendant of the imperial family. He tells him he is the proud member of their family, and he must not lose his dignity. Raquel feels speechless on his words, and Adeline tells him that if he cannot withstand the weight of the crown because of his health, then he should try to make the decision wisely. Raquel understands that he is a snake, and he has an ulterior motive for this meeting. Adeline tells him he won't beat about the bush and will come straight to the point, and he tells him that he wants him to relinquish his position as crown prince to his brother, the second prince. Raquel looks at him in disbelief, thinking he was talking about something else. He asks him to forgive him as he refuses to do what he wants him to do. Adeline gets furious that Raquel, whom he takes as the frail one, is refusing to do what he is asking him to. Raquel again tells him that he has made the decision about refusing, although he can feel the pressure from Adeline, but he decides he has nothing to fear, and he knows why Adeline is acting this way. He knows he does not need his consent to strip him of his crown title in the first place. The reason he asked is only because he wants his eldest son to relinquish the crown prince title out of kindness, virtue, and in acknowledgement of his brother. He wants to have a son worthy of receiving the crown prince title from his eldest brother. He knows this is a political move he is playing right now. Raquel decides he won't go down without a fight, and he will let him be a little anxious. Adeline furiously asks if he does not appreciate the consideration for him. Adeline comes down from his throne and asks if the title means a lot to him, and asks if he will be satisfied after bringing shame to the imperial family. Raquel is still kneeling on the ground, thinking he does not even care about the title. He would love to pass on the title to whoever wants it and just enjoy life. But if he accepts his proposal, the country will go to shit, and it will be all because of the second prince. He recalls the novel he read that in the novel, the second prince is seen as a diligent and capable one, but an age of chaos is looming. The second prince is a frustrating ruler who is ill-equipped to handle such turmoil. He knows because of the novel that if he gives this title to the second prince, then his reign would be the downfall of the empire and the imperial family. He has to prevent this all in any case. He gets up from the ground in front of Adeline and tells him that he is sick and frail, but he has not lost his intellect or wisdom. He tells him the title is important for him, and with this title he will bring prosperity and peace for the imperial family. Adeline tells him he is speaking some nice words, and Raquel assures him these are not only some words. Raquel tells him he wants to propose something that surprises Adeline, as he has never seen him like this. Raquel asks him to give him a chance to prove that he can better bear the burden of the crown than the second prince. Raquel then comes back to his palace, and in his room, when Garden is following him into his room, he asks him the reason for summoning. He tells him calmly he just wanted him to pass the title to the second prince. Garden feels like someone has put some shockwave onto him. Raquel happily tells him that he has rejected the proposal, and he excitedly informs him that he has suggested the sword duel with the second prince. He asks Garden if he is feeling alright. Garden is sitting on the floor and tells him he has already started packing and he will leave. Raquel feels weird that he is talking about going now. On the other side, Adeline is standing beside the window thinking about Raquel. He thinks about how he wants a chance to prove who is more worthy of the crown, him or the second prince. He thinks this side of him was always there, and he could not see. He decides to accept his proposal. In Raquel's room, he is fighting with Garden not to leave, and Garden is questioning him if he can win the duel, and he is trying to tell him he will win. The day for the duel has come. The flags are standing high, and everyone has gathered to witness the duel. Adeline is sitting on his throne while in the field, Raquel and the other prince are present. The second prince comes forward, and he is a beautiful fellow named Theodore. The girls in the field are going crazy about how handsome he is. Raquel stretches himself when Theodore comes and tells him he does not need to do this. He makes a sad face and tells him that everyone already knows this will end. Raquel gets up and asks if he thinks he will win. Theodore tells him that His Majesty told him he wanted the duel to happen to give him more legitimacy to the throne. Raquel looking at him, thinking, what nonsense is he speaking? Theodore tells him the result is the same, and he does not want to jeopardize his health just for a duel. Raquel smirks at his thoughts. Garden comes with a shield, and Raquel takes it in his hand, and a gush of wind comes with it, which makes everyone's eyes go wide open. Holding the shield, he tells Theodore he has no intentions to lose. Everyone is talking about Raquel being weird, and how the Theodore has a Srahan core with single circle, and he has learned swordsmanship from a famous knight. Raquel is standing with a sword and shield in his hand, and Garden thinks he does not have a chance against Theodore. Garden remembers him working out in his room, telling him that he will win, and he is very serious about it. Raquel tells him that no one believes him, so he already has less pressure, and Garden tells him that he will win for sure, and Raquel tells him not to lie through his teeth. Raquel tells him that if he manages to block 3 of the second prince's attacks, then he will win this fight. Garden starts praying in the battlefield for Raquel's safety. Adeline starts speaking and announces that today's fight will determine who is suitable to ascend the throne. He announces that the rules are simple. If the crown prince lasts 5 minutes in the fight or defeats the second prince, then it will be his victory, and if he fails to do either, then the victory will be the second prince's. With that, they announce the fight to begin. Theodore thinks now that it has come to this, then he will put an end to this quickly, considering Raquel is frail and sick. Before the fight starts, Raquel drops his sword, and everyone is astonished, thinking if the fight is already over. Theodore asks if he has already given up, but inside he feels uneasy as he thinks he was aiming his sword at a sick person. But he still does not believe that he has given up in front of this much audience. Theodore thinks he is definitely a disgrace to the imperial family. This makes Theodore confused, thinking as his father is watching what move he should make. Either talk to him and encourage him for a fight or be quiet as he is already sick. Raquel grips his shield strongly, which makes Theodore think if he has chosen his defense over attacking. Theodore keeps looking at him, guessing if he is aiming to last for 5 minutes instead of defeating him. He smirks and thinks if this is it, then he will accept his bold choice and end it quickly. Theodore channels his mana, which is of red color. He looks at Raquel dangerously and starts approaching him. He runs towards him, and Raquel does nothing but put a shield in front of him in order to stop the attack. Adeline thinks the shield won't be able to save Raquel as the attack has weight, strength, and mana infused into it. Raquel puts his shield against his sword attack while attacking. Theodore thinks Raquel should stop making a fool of himself protecting himself with just a shield, and he thinks even if he is going down, he should go down with dignity by kneeling down instead of falling. He intentionally launches a strike from above, but to his surprise, Raquel dodges his attack finally. His eyes widen at the sight of it, and he gets surprised that he dodged the attack without any effort. Everyone else gasps at the sight of the attack being dodged. Adeline almost got up from his seat seeing that Raquel almost dodged his attack. He thinks Theodore went easy on him, which is why he could dodge the attack. Raquel sits down with the shield in his hand, and he looks at Theodore through the shield while his ocean blue eyes glow. Looking at his eyes, Theodore guesses that the attack he just dodged was not just a fluke, but he thinks things have still not changed, and he can take over him. He grabs his sword and again runs to strike Raquel, and to his surprise, he dodges his attack pretty easily and just with the shield. But the attack sends him in the air. Their eyes met, and where Raquel's eyes are full of coldness, Theodore's eyes seem full of fury. Just when Raquel goes into the air, Garden calls for him. Raquel takes hold of himself, but his head feels fuzzy, and his wrist now feels numb from holding the shield. He then recalls how he has blocked all sorts of things with the shield when he was a crop. He then runs with a shield in his hand toward Theodore, and he feels alarmed. He runs towards him and dodges all the attacks Theodore is sending his way. But he knows he is way better at absorbing mana than him. But Rakiel has something saved up his sleeve and smirks at him. To which Theodore tells him he does not know what he is up to, but this is it now, and only one of them will win. They both scream at each other, and Theodore goes high in the sky to attack Rakiel. Just as he is coming down at him, he lowers his body, thinking he only trained his body to be lowered for this exact moment. His organs are angry at him and telling him not to let go of anything as they have trained day and night for this moment. Rakiel got this customized shield made from the side palace's blacksmith, and he drank a lot of explosive concoction specially for his brother, and he planned to lower his body and discharge the concoction. The notification comes and asks him to decide how many concoctions to be released. He chooses to release 0.2 liters of it. Just as he dodges another attack, Theodore feels something different, and he lets out a hiccup, and his face goes red, which makes everyone look at the battlefield with more heed. Rakiel smirks as he remembered from the novel that Theodore cannot even handle a single glass of wine. He filled the slot with a bomb cocktail containing 20 types of potent liquor last night for this special moment. Theodore feels sure that he did hit the shield, but something entered his body along with mana. That something makes him feel dizzy, and he thinks he needs to bring himself together, and the results will remain the same, and he will win. He decides he only needs to defeat his brother in 5 minutes, and all will be over, and he will obtain his father's recognition, and he will receive the cheers of people and be reborn as the proud crown prince. He again goes into the sky to attack Rakiel in order to win everything and prevent his sick brother from the misery of handling the whole country. He again runs towards his brother, and Rakiel does not understand whether what he used did work. He attacks Rakiel and dodges it knowing his bomb cocktail has been withstood. As they are right against each other, Rakiel decides to use his round 2 of the bomb cocktail, and the 0.1 stored in the circle slot has been discharged. He makes him drink it all through the mana. Theodore suddenly finds himself sitting in a bar, and he tries to figure out where he is, as he was just fighting. Rakiel Hart is acting as a bartender, providing him with the drink and telling him a gentleman there bought this for him. The gentleman is Rakiel, and he turns, presents his drink in front of him, and happily cheers with him. Theodore comes back to reality and finds himself hallucinating. Rakiel throws his shield away, filling his mouth with the air. He decides to sober him up. He throws the wind he just stored into his mouth, and the notification tells him that he is blasting out the stored liquid within the circle slot. He tells Theodore that this will hurt a little. He gathers his mana in his hand, puts it on his chest, and tells him to endure all of this. Theodore feels a lot of pressure on him and falls behind, and his sword falls away from his hands. Garden, along with everyone, gasps and looks at everything in total surprise. Adeline looks at the energy he just released and the technique he just used and thinks he was mistaken before for thinking he does not have that technique. Adeline is astonished that despite the abundance of people's energy around him and him being so far away, he can sense the circle's resonance so vividly. Rakiel then goes to Theodore and holds his feet up in the air. Theodore looks at him with great surprise. Rakiel tells him he has purified the impure mana from his body. Theodore asks him about the Asrahan core technique. Rakiel smiles and tells him he is just a late bloomer. Theodore accepts that he lost, and Rakiel asks him if he cannot believe it. Rakiel tells him he cannot believe it either. Just then, blood comes out of his forehead. Theodore tells him that his forehead is bleeding. Rakiel tells him he must have hit himself with the shield while blocking his attacks. Theodore calls his brother and tells him that he actually gave his all in the fight. Theodore starts questioning his own attitude during the fight, that even if he knew his brother was frail and sick, he still thought he should do anything to make him lose this fight. He feels regret that he was too arrogant. Rakiel, standing up, asks him if he feels alright now. Theodore tells him he is ashamed of himself. Rakiel tells him he is not pointing at his previous attitude, but is asking about his physical condition. Theodore tells him he is feeling much better. Rakiel thinks he should feel better now as he has absorbed all the alcohol from his body now. Theodore tries to stand up, and he then kneels in front of Rakiel and announces that he officially acknowledges his defeat in this fight with the Crown Prince, Rakiel. This leaves Rakiel surprised. He does this in front of the Majesty in public, and everyone is surprised. Everyone starts cheering in the crowd. Rakiel then cheers with the crowd as he realizes he did it. Considering everyone first thought he was weird and he is sick and frail, but now everyone is cheering for him. Garden also starts crying on his achievement, thinking he has recovered from the sickness. The notification appeared that he has successfully treated a person other than himself for the first time in the world. For that, a new skill has been unlocked due to achieving such a huge accomplishment. Rakiel's eyes widen, thinking he has achieved what he wanted, and the notification he wanted has finally appeared. Another big tab opens, informing that it is a request for medical treatment fees, and the level is 1. According to the tab, his own life expectancy is increased when he prolongs the life expectancy of the patients that he treats, and the current conversion ratio is 2000 to 1. He finally achieved what he was trying for. New notifications show him that it is level 1 of claiming medical fees, and the lifespan of patient Theodore has been increased by 0.5. Another notification shows that the calculated unit of lifespan is too small, and the minimum unit for calculation is 1 day. Looking at the notification, Rakiel feels a little and feels that it was almost good. He then quickly thinks that the best thing right now is that when he will be treating patients, his own lifespan will also be increasing. This is fortunate for him because no matter how many herbal medicines he takes and how consistently he does acupuncture, it feels like pouring water into a bottomless pit, and his life expectancy is not increasing. Adeline comes to him and asks him if there is a reason he is not answering. Rakiel was previously absorbed in his own thoughts. Adeline asks him again if he used the Asrahan technique in the recent duel. Rakiel agrees. He asks him if he knows how he used it, and Rakiel tells him he is not sure of it. Adeline gets furious on listening. He does not know how he used the skill, and yet he used it. Rakiel still tells him he does not know how he used to think he could not tell him how sticking some needles into his body awakened this skill in him. Adeline tells him that upon his birth, he personally engraved the Asrahan technique in his heart. Rakiel tells him he takes it as an honor. Adeline continues and tells him that his body was too frail for this technique. Rakiel apologizes to him for his frail body. Adeline tells him that even if his body was frail, somehow he overcame the crucial moment. Rakiel bows and presents him with gratitude. Adeline tells him that he knows he has also contributed to disrupting his plans and moods. He again bows down and apologizes to him, although he kind of feels tired of just apologizing and agreeing at this moment. He does not understand if he is complimenting him or scolding him. As Adeline was about to leave, he told him that a promise is a promise and a duel is a duel. He tells him that today he has defeated him, and as per his proposal, he won't strip him of his prince title. He then turns and tells him that, however, he will be watching him. He tells him he will be constantly doubting and testing his ability to handle the throne and asks if he understands. Rakiel clenches his fists. Adeline turns again and screams at him, saying if he will be answering him or not. Rakiel calmly calls him and tells him that he has heard that he has started to neglect his swordsmanship due to focusing on state affairs recently. Rakiel calmly tells him this should not be the case and tells him that he needs to move his body to maintain his fitness and loosen up his stiff muscles. Adeline looks at him as if he will eat him up right now. Rakiel then tells him that he should be taking more vegetables in his food. Rakiel informs him more on how he needs to quit smoking. Adeline keeps looking at him with his cold eyes and asks if he is talking to him in this manner. Rakiel looks at him with a straight face and tells him he is merely showing his concern and genuine advice. In the next scene, Adeline is in his carriage and going through a jungle. Sitting in the carriage, he is pondering over Rakiel's words, and he thinks that trying to avoid his advice with such naive requests and the Asrahan technique is the same. He says that using the Asrahan technique with a frail body could lead to serious complications. His leg shakes on thinking that because his body is not in its best shape now. He thinks that it just shows how desperate he is. Thinking about Rakiel, he tells himself that he lost his mother at birth, and he has always been in pain. He expected a lot from him, and he was disappointed hundreds of times. But he showed him a small hope today, which has shaken his heart once again after ages. In the other carriage, Rakiel is thinking about his real father, and how he had faced a stroke as well. They were just enjoying themselves, and then suddenly they got the call, and it was already too late by then. He knows that the Emperor will also suffer a stroke after Rakiel died in the early part of the novel. He then thinks that this cannot happen. He wants the Emperor to stay healthy and maintain his position. He does not want to lose him to stroke as well. He decides he will extend his life with the tasty medical fee-claiming skill. He tells himself that he does not have to face that again, what he faced with his father. Garden was sitting in front of him inside the carriage, and he calls him once again, crying as always. Rakiel again feels startled by him. Garden tells him to ask him what sort of tears these are. Rakiel asks him what sort of tears these are. Garden tells him that these are the tears of genuine emotion. Garden tells him he cannot even imagine how difficult it all has been for him. Rakiel pushes his face away and tells him he appreciates his sentiment, but he needs rest right now, and he has a lot to do tomorrow. Garden asks him if he said he has a lot to do, and he tells him he has someone to meet. The night falls on the city, and everyone is out there enjoying their night in their own way. While everyone else is enjoying, Garden is sitting in a restaurant with Rakiel, but the difference is Rakiel is not in his actual form, but he has obtained a disguise, wearing a blonde wig that ends at his neck's end. He is wearing a black three-piece with a white shirt inside and a bow tie. Garden, sitting next to him at the table, asks him if this is Sorrentino Garden. Rakiel tells him he is right, and this is one of the top 10 famous restaurants in the capital. Rakiel asks him if he knows this information about this restaurant. Garden agrees and tells him he is a regular here. He asks if the sudden disguise is necessary. Just then, a lady enters and asks if they want to order. Rakiel gives her his weird order, which is pasta without sauce or noodles, salad without vegetables, and wine that is not made from grapes. He tells her he wants to have the meal until the sun sets and asks if this is possible. The girl asks them to rise up and tells them she will show them the way. Garden is confused first by listening to his weird order, and now the lady is taking them somewhere. Garden starts following Rakiel and questions him about his weird order. Rakiel tells him he will know when they will get there. She pushes away a shelf, and there is a passage behind the shelf. She tells them to follow the staircase down. Garden starts thinking if there was a place like this in the restaurant, and he never knew about it and His Highness does. Rakiel goes down the staircase thinking it is just like it was described in the novel. Garden follows him and keeps asking him questions about the place and about his coming here. Rakiel tells him that he has come here to collect a hefty medical fee. When they follow the staircase, they find another door, and Rakiel tells him he needs to find someone here. He asks Garden if he has ever heard about Damian. Garden denies knowing about him, and Rakiel understands if he does not know. Rakiel opens the door, and it seems like they have reached a place where fighting happens or people's amusement. There are two men holding swords about to fight in the ring, while there are many who are cheering for them. Looking at the blood on the walls and on the floor, Garden looks at Rakiel and asks if he knows what place this is. Rakiel tells him this is a secret place. Rakiel looks here and there trying to find the Damian guy he just talked about, while Garden is standing behind him, confused. Garden looks at a very strong man with cuts all over his body and asks Rakiel if he is Damian, as he seems very strong. Rakiel tells him he thinks he is the wrong person. Just then, someone appears from behind the gate in the ring. Looking at him, Rakiel screams with happiness as he knows this is Damian coming. The man comes out from the shadows. He has a striking appearance. His long, dark hair partially obscures his face, giving him a mysterious and intense aura. His outfit is layered, with a high-collared shirt, a cape-like garment draped over his shoulders, and a belt at his waist. His posture is upright, exuding a sense of power and confidence. Rakiel knows that Damian is the real protagonist of this novel. His full name is Damian Cain. As he approaches the fighting ring, everyone starts cheering for him. The boy who is standing between the huge man and Damian tells the man to go in quickly if he is done here, and the man scratches the back of his head and nods. The boy starts telling that this is going to be the main match of today. He introduces Damian by saying that Damian is the one with devilish talents and a sword genius. He explains that he made his debut in the Colosseum at the age of 17, and now he is a champion by defeating everyone in just 3 months. Then, he introduces Damian's opponent. He is a very huge monster, like a troll, triple the size of Damian, with his fangs coming out. As he comes out, he starts screaming. Rakiel feels weird as he screams and thinks that reading a novel was something else. But this is no joke as he sees it from up close. Garden feels fear and grabs Rakiel's arm, asking about the place. Garden is confused with the place feeding humans to the trolls, and he hides behind Rakiel, being feared. The troll screams and tries to attack Damian with a punch, but just when he tries to punch him, his hand resonates and stops by itself and does not hit his face. The troll feels confused seeing it not reaching his face on its own. He again starts screaming in anger. He tries to attack Damian with his other fist, and Damian dodges it calmly. Damian then calmly looks at him with his deep black eyes and draws his sword out. The troll keeps screaming, but then, before he could even think about his next move, in a second, he was cut into 2 halves. No one even realized when this happened, but Damian has a splatter of troll's blood on his face. The troll falls on the ground, and the ring is filled with his blood. Everyone is shocked at how Damian did it, but all they know is that it happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone again starts cheering for Damian. Rakiel himself is terrified with the move Damian just pulled up and cut the troll in halves. Rakiel understands why he is a protagonist of the novel, considering he is far more notorious than he thought of himself. Damian is someone comparable to Javier, a grandmaster known as the strongest swordsman in history. Rakiel starts moving and orders Garden to follow him and stay alert. Garden is terrified to even think about moving to a place where there are trolls and such notorious swordsmen. Rakiel goes into the hallway where he sees a guard standing. The man stops him and questions him about it. Rakiel quickly gives him a gold bar, and the charming gold bar makes the man blind with its beauty, and the man quickly tells them not to stop and keep moving. Rakiel smirks at the sight of this man. Rakiel opens the door of the room and happily looks inside, finding Damian sitting at a table. Damian looks at him with a confused expression while cleaning the troll's blood from his face. Rakiel keeps moving towards Damian, thinking he should not get too intimidating. His stomach growls at the sight of Damian, and his intestine tells him he is definitely scared of this Damian guy and laughs at him. Rakiel grabs the jar of medicine from the table, asks Damian if he consumes such cheap painkillers, and if he can even fall asleep after eating them. Damian looks at him with his deep eyes and asks about his identity. Rakiel tells him he is someone he needs. Damian asks if he is here to sell him some medicine. Rakiel nods in agreement, and Damian asks him to get lost right that second, as he already has enough medicine and does not need any more or anyone telling him about it. Rakiel throws his jar of medicine, asking if he sees any use in taking such cheap medicine. Damian looks at him with a stern look and holds his sword, trying to send Rakiel a message without actually showing. Rakiel tells him he won't get rid of the throbbing pain at the back of his head for the rest of his life with these cheap medicines. Just as he talks about the pain at the back of his head, he catches his attention. Rakiel knew how to catch his attention, and now he has managed to do it, and now it is showtime. He then tells Damian to listen to him and starts telling him about the field of medicine and his problem. He tells him that pain symptoms usually start from the back of the brain. He tells him how the back of his head and neck will feel stiff, tingle, and ache as well. He presses his shoulders with his hands, asking if he feels tight around this area at the back of his head. Rakiel then looks into his deep eyes with his cold eyes and asks if he is thinking about how he knows all this. Damian looks at him with a straight face. Rakiel tells him that when the pain is severe, it spreads to the sides of the head, forehead, and even between the eyes. He explains to him how one would get goosebumps all over and sweat profusely. One's eyes would hurt so much that he would feel like poking his eyes. He tells him that the pain will come in waves and then suddenly will calm down, and it will keep happening like this, and that definitely drives people crazy. Rakiel is trying hard to pitch not some medicine but himself. Rakiel assures him that he gets that all this feels like hell and all one can think about is the end, but then again the torture continues. He again asks Damian if instead of getting rid of the source of this problem, he is relying on these cheap painkillers. Rakiel tells him how painkillers are not medicine. Damian keeps looking at him with all his attention on him and thinking the boy speaks too much and if he should kill him. Rakiel, on the other hand, is asking him to speak something instead of just glaring into his soul. Thinking that he has not even given him a chance to speak, Damian again asks him about his identity. Rakiel finally introduces himself as the Crown Prince. Damian draws his sword and tells him he just needs to die so he can stop speaking. Rakiel gasps and tells him to wait. Rakiel tells him he was joking and he was sent here by Kuzman. Damian stops and asks if he was actually sent here by Kuzman. Rakiel assures him that Kuzman, who is his Colosseum middleman, sent him here. Rakiel further explains to him that Kuzman told him that he has been complaining about the medicines not being enough for him. He informs him that Kuzman has been struggling as the middleman since no one has a substantial amount of ingredients to spare because of the current season. Damian asks him again about his reason for being here. Rakiel tells him he has another way to relieve his pain and asks if he looks more trustworthy now. Damian asks if he has brought his medicine with him. Rakiel denies, telling him he cannot deal with it using medicine. He needs to eliminate the source of this pain. Rakiel pats his shoulder and asks him to take his clothes off and lay down. He assures him he will explain the process as he treats. Damian finally agrees. He goes to bed and lies down on his stomach. Rakiel asks if he is scared of the procedure, and Damian denies it. Rakiel sees a tattoo on his back with a ring and a sword between it. Rakiel teases him and asks if he is actually not afraid. Damian furiously tells him he is a warrior and he fears nothing. Rakiel then brings out a rock and places it on Damian's back. He then tells him that now he gets it, as he has cut down several people, gotten hurt, and risked his life countless times. How can he be scared of anything? Rakiel brings fire to him and asks if this is the first time he sees moxibustion. He puts the rock on his back, which is covered in something green, which he lights with fire. Damian brags and tells him that these treatments do not scare him. Just as the rock starts to burn up, Damian screams loudly due to the immense pain, and he screams so loudly that the guard outside and Garden hear it, and it leaves them startled. Rakiel laughs and once again teases Damian, asking if it didn't hurt and if he is a warrior. Rakiel then tells him even if it is painful, he needs to bear it. Rakiel knows the reason why Damian cannot leave the underworld from the novel. The reason is his mark. It is a curse, and it activates just as their blood circulation becomes active. The moment Damian goes into a fierce fight in the Colosseum, he will face extreme pain due to the curse, and in order to withstand that pain, he bought painkillers with the money he borrowed from Kuzman. Rakiel knows the detail from the novel that then he would go into another fight to repay the debt. He keeps doing it. He will fight and pay his debt, and then he will again fight and pay his debt. He thinks about the current situation of Damian, as the rock on his back burns and the smoke fills the room. Rakiel is using high heat to cauterize his mark first. Rakiel is doing this because if he cures the novel's protagonist and strongest man and gets him on his side and gives him an extra life, things will be really good for Rakiel, and he will then cure the other gladiators as well. He keeps thinking about his good future. Just then, when he looks at Damian, he is facing unbearable pain and is sweating a lot. Rakiel takes the rock off of him and tells him the treatment is over and he should get up now. His whole back is red due to the treatment. His mark has been cauterized nicely as well. Rakiel proudly asks him if he feels nice now and if his pain is less and he feels lighter already. Damian looks at him in confusion and then tells him he is feeling quite refreshed. He confesses it has been long since he felt this much refreshed. Rakiel feels proud and tells him not to be this formal with him. Rakiel then explains to him that he needs to undergo more cauterization and that this one treatment is not enough. He further warns him that if blisters appear on his back, then he should not touch them, and he must not overexert himself as his body stabilizes, and he needs to avoid oily foods. Damian looks at him with a confused expression and asks him about overexertion. Rakiel furiously tells him, getting up from the chair, that he needs not to fight. Damian tries to fight this precaution he just prescribed him. Damian clenches his fist and tells him that Kuzman won't allow him not to fight. Rakiel tells him he will take care of that situation with Kuzman. Damian looks at him as if he is some sort of angel and asks him about his identity in total awe and asks him to tell him his name. Rakiel tells him he is the crown prince, just like he previously told him. Damian thinks he is pretending to be a prince, or maybe he likes becoming a prince of his own world, and tells him as he saved him he has his reasons for calling himself a prince. Rakiel grunts, thinking if he cannot believe him and take it as a truth that he is actually a prince. Rakiel then ignores everything and warns him again to work on whatever he has suggested. Rakiel gives him clear instruction that tonight, no matter what happens in the Colosseum, he must stay in his room. Damian looks at him again with a confused expression, and Rakiel shows him a little anger so he actually listens to him. Rakiel starts to leave, telling him to stay in his room, as this is the safest place for him, and if he does that, only then will he be able to meet him again. He leaves Damian in a hard position, but Damian agrees and kneels in front of him. Rakiel is back in the hallway where Garden is following him again and asks him in a hesitant tone if he was looking for Damian because he wanted to give him a weird treatment and adds that this place does not seem safe or legal, and he understands nothing of what happened today. Seeing Garden being worried, just as he always is, Rakiel starts walking again and tells him he can understand things later. Right now, all he needs to do is help. He asks him if there is something he can do for him. Rakiel asks him to look for a man with black hair and a ponytail. He is quite big and has slit eyes. Garden then goes here and there at different locations in the same place looking for a man in a ponytail with slit eyes. He then suspects he has found him and informs him that he thinks he has found him. Rakiel goes forward and looks at the man sitting on a table with black hair and a huge body, holding a drink in his hand. Rakiel only remembers his description from the novel, so he cannot fully know if he is Kuzman. But he decides to approach him and check it out. The man looks at him with fierce eyes. Rakiel sits on the chair in front of him and asks if he is Kuzman. The man tells him he does not know Kuzman. Rakiel asks if he knows about Damian and tells him he just has one question. Rakiel tells him he wants to buy Damian Cain. Rakiel asks about the payment he needs to do for all the debts Damian incurred because of the painkillers and breach of contract. The man laughs and tells him that he needs to pay 9 trillion mages and mocks him that he can never pay this amount and only a crown prince can pay such an amount. Rakiel, smiling calmly, tells him if that is the case, then he is the crown prince. The man again smiles and tells him if he is a crown prince, then he is also a crown prince. The man tells him that he is the crown prince that sells medicine. Rakiel feels startled and asks if this is what he said, that he is the crown prince who sells medicine. The man tells him if he is not here to buy the medicine, then he needs to get out of here. Rakiel gets up and starts to leave. The man behind him thinks about how he has never seen him here around this place. He then clicks his fingers together. A boy comes to him and asks if he needs something. He tells him to find out about the skinny brat who just tried to pull tricks on him. He tells him to know if he is a worker in a coliseum or hired by other promoters and tells him to use torture in order to interrogate. The man tells him that after he has interrogated him, then shred him into 2 pieces and throw him into the river like always. 1 hour later, the door opens to where the man was sitting, and he finds the same boy falling down he sent for interrogation, having blood all over him. He looks at him and screams at him to tell him what happened, but the boy does not answer. His cold body lies on the ground unmoved. Just then, Rakiel appears with some soldiers on his side. Rakiel takes off his fake hair, and he shows him his badge while the men on his side scream that the secret royal inspector is here to investigate. Rakiel shows him his badge, clearly showing that he is the royal inspector. The scene goes back to 1 hour ago when the man sent Rakiel by saying that he is the crown prince who sells medicine. Coming back from the place, Rakiel tells Garden to move naturally as he is being too obvious. Garden awkwardly smiles, telling he has never been shadowed before. Just then, Rakiel feels someone is behind them, and he already knew this would happen. From the novel, he knows that whenever Kuzman feels threatened, he gets his own people to shadow whoever he is wary of. This was his first reason for approaching him. He almost smiles at how predictable Kuzman is. Just then, a soldier comes in front of the boy who is following them and smacks him hard. The man has a badge on his chest, which makes him a royal servant. The soldier is with an army with him and tells the boy that his crime is attempting to assassinate the royalty. The boy gets terrified at the sight of being caught. The scene comes to present where Rakiel is showing Kuzman his badge, and Garden asks if this means something. Rakiel tells him it is nothing, and he just wanted to try to feel how it feels to show a badge. Rakiel gives the soldier his badge back and tells him he does his job greatly. Kuzman does not understand the situation. He looks at the badge of the royal guard and tries to understand the situation. Rakiel screams that he is the crown prince, Rakiel Andrea Magentano. He orders everyone to raise this place and asks his royal guards to get Kuzman and not let him go specially. Everyone obeys and starts running towards Kuzman. Garden thinks Rakiel definitely knows how to deal with things and how things would go because that's exactly how things happen. Garden feels proud of how he has subjugated an underground organization like this one. He starts thinking even more highly of Rakiel. Rakiel claps and praises all his royal guards for doing a great job and thinks he will get a large amount of bonus life from this. Kuzman has run away from the crime scene, and Rakiel asks about him and tells everyone to get him. Kuzman starts running, knowing he cannot let them catch him. While running, he does not understand Rakiel being the real crown prince and his reason for buying Damian. He keeps running, deciding he needs to stay in hiding for now until the situation calms down. As he goes forward, a few of the royal guards come and point their swords at him. Kuzman feels startled and confused. Rakiel appears and tells Garden that he already knew he would come here, and both of them placed a bet of 500 Magen, as Garden thought he wouldn't come here. Garden gives him the 500 Magen he just won. Rakiel stands in front of Kuzman and asks if the situation is confusing for him. He asks if no matter how hard Kuzman thinks, he can figure the situation out. Rakiel tells him that he is someone who thinks that paying for medicine is very important. Kuzman is still confused about everything. Rakiel then coldly looks at him and tells him that he really hates when people do not pay for their medicine, just as he hates people doing it to him, and he hates it equally doing it to others. Kuzman is furious and, as well as feeling threatened, thinks this all is some nonsense. Rakiel tells him he already asked him about Damian's painkiller fees, and he asked about the debt as well. He asks him if he remembers. Kuzman is standing speechless in front of him. Rakiel tells him he did propose the deal in good faith and reminds him that he was the one who threw it all away. Hearing this, Kuzman clenches his fist in anger. Kuzman gets his daggers out and jumps on Rakiel. asking if this all is just nonsense. The royal guard smacks him with his fist in his face, and his teeth break. He falls on the ground along with his daggers. Rakiel looks at him and chuckles. The guards tell him to stay down, and it is best for him right now. Thinking that it has now come to this, Kuzmin quickly gets the pill out, which he had hidden between his teeth, and quickly tries to chew it between them. It is an explosive capsule that will explode in 5 seconds. The capsule will create a huge commotion, and paralysis will kick in the moment to the one who is exposed to the poison, and they will die if they are lucky. He plans to survive by rolling onto the floor, escaping when he spits the capsule out. He then plans to cut the head of the crown prince. He thinks of it as a perfect plan. He starts counting in his mind, and as he is about to spit it out, Rakiel puts his hand on his mouth, stopping him from spitting. Rakiel teases him and asks if he wants to spit something out. Kuzmin does not understand the possibility of Rakiel knowing about his secret weapon. Rakiel ends the counting with 1, and the capsule explodes in Kuzmin's mouth. The paralysis kicks in, and he falls on the floor. He plans to pull himself together, as he will lose consciousness in 3 minutes. He reaches for the antidote in his inner pocket. Otherwise, he won't survive. Before he could get it, Rakiel snatched it from him. Rakiel teases him, asking if he wants to know how he knows all his secrets. Kuzmin agrees, and Rakiel opens the antidote and tells him he won't tell him how he knows all his secrets. Kuzmin is choking on the capsule and is sweating a lot. He seems terrified of what Rakiel is about to do. Instead of throwing the antidote, Rakiel drinks it himself. Kuzmin curses him for drinking his antidote. He takes in the antidote and tells him how bitter it is. Kuzmin screams for an antidote. Rakiel throws the bottle and tells him he cannot give it back to him now and starts smiling. Rakiel tells him he won't give him the antidote when he is the one who poisoned him. He tells him he needs to use his request for medical treatment fees skill. The notification shows that the number 1 slot is 0.0 liters filled out of total often liters. Kuzmin's color starts to change and his mouth fills with foam. He falls onto the ground as he tells him he cannot hold anymore. Rakiel smirked and gave him a thumbs up. Looking at him, he thinks the table has been set. He starts pressing on his back under the 5th thoracic vertebrae, about 1.5 inches on both sides. Just as he does that, Kuzmin screams, wakes up, and releases all the liquid from his stomach. Then, he decides to use and antidote him. As he stored the antidote in his mana circle slot, he starts discharging it at the rate of 0.01 liter. He lets it out from his hands and blesses him with the antidote. Just when he takes the antidote in, his face rests on the floor calmly. He is now going through neither pain nor discomfort. The notification pops, which if again of the medical treatment fee. It shows the skill has been activated, and as Rakiel has treated this patient, his patient's life expectancy increases by 21 years and 2 months. He also receives a bonus life which is 4 days, and now his life expectancy is 118 days. Rakiel gets happy reading about all the information, and this is exactly what he wanted to treat everyone and increase his life expectancy. He orders his royal guards to arrest Kuzmin. He then decides to get what he came for and then return to the palace. When he goes to get what he wanted, which was Damian, he sees them fighting his soldiers. Damian looks at his royal guards thinking if these gladiators are now so strong. Rakiel's royal guard is afraid of Damian as he has already put some of the guards to the ground. The guard tells him to stay still. Just then, Rakiel arrives and his royal guards get surprised seeing him there. Damian looks at him speechlessly. Rakiel moves in forwards and asks him if he now believes that he is the crown prince. Damian still looks at him with straight expression, which does not explain much if he is thrilled to see him as he treated him earlier, or he is angry at him for some reason. Standing there, Damian is recalling her mother's death. She was lying on the floor when Damian found her. He was still a kid. He calls her, but she neither moves nor answers him. He remembers very clearly how she looked on her deathbed. He dreams about that day again when his mother died. It was a rainy day, and the coldness was not only in the weather that day, but also in his mother's body. That day he was left alone in the world, and he was abandoned. He wakes up and comes to reality at Rakiel's voice waking him up. When he wakes up, he is in a room where Rakiel and Garden are standing over him. He sits on the bed and looks here and there. Garden presents him with a handshake, introduces himself, and tells him he is the main doctor of the Crown Prince. Damian shakes his hand and tells him his full name. Rakiel then sighs and tells them they should be done with the introductions now and asks them to follow as today is another busy day. Garden follows Rakiel and asks if he has something in mind for today again. Damian is still on the bed looking at them trying to figure things out. Rakiel questions Garden if he does not trust him, as he is always asking him if he is up to something. Rakiel has built up a moxibustion clinic in his palace. As he moves forward, there are many beds and many boys are on those beds, just like Damian. Damian stands up asking about the place they are in. Rakiel tells him it is a treatment room. Another man speaks up and asks if he saved them from that hellish place, but now he wants to keep them in this small place and treat them. Damian questions about the nicety of Rakiel's. Rakiel feels positive that this was supposed to happen, that Damian will question it, as he is not doing it from very good heart as well. The men he gathered are all gladiators, and some are in their early 20s and other would be in early 30s. He wants to release them from the curse of the mark so he can have a good amount of life bonus. But he knows they will call him insane if he tells them the truth. Rakiel speaks to them and tells them nothing is free in this world. He asks them if they think he is kind to them. Rakiel tells them he himself is very sick and has a lot of illnesses. A man cheers, telling him that everyone in the empire knows he is sick. Rakiel obviously does not like to be ashamed like this in public, being called as a sick person. He just smiles to himself and thinks he would make his treatment the most painful. He then continues speaking, telling them that current doctors cannot treat him. No matter what they do, his conditions worsens every day, which is why he is now searching for acute himself. He asks Damian if he gets where he is coming from. Damian tells him that he thinks he has brought them here to test the treatments on them. Everyone feels terrified. Rakiel asks if Damian has any opinions about the treatment he received. He tells everyone after the first treatment his nerve pain is almost gone. Everyone looks at each other, questioning if Damian is testifying for the Crown Prince's treatments. Rakiel asks if anyone is feeling uneasy about the treat. No one raises a hand just because Damian testified for it. Rakiel succeeded in his mission. He then tells everyone to take off their shirts and that the treatment will be started soon. Everyone screams in pain at the start of the treatment. 6 days later, they are still in the room getting treated. Everyone seems to be looking tired with the treatment and the pain they have been constantly feeling. Everyone is breaking out and vomiting. Rakiel guesses if these are withdrawal symptoms from taking the painkillers. He knows it's hard now to continue the treatment. He looks at Damian, and he is the only one who seems to be doing fine. He approaches him and greets him and asks if he is feeling dizzy. Damian nods in agreement. Rakiel asks if he feels like throwing up, and he tells him he is holding it in. Rakiel gets surprised and terrified while questioning his ability to do that when everyone else is exhausted and throwing up. He guesses this is the reason he is the protagonist. He then decides to use other methods of treatment. He tells everyone the treatment is over for today, asks them to rest in their accommodations, and advises them to drink more water. He asks Sergio, the man with blonde hair, to stay here. He asks him if he is having a hard time because of withdrawal symptoms, and he hesitantly denies it. Rakiel tells him to lie down as he does not look fine. But he tells him he needs to lie down with a needle. Rakiel does not know if acupuncture will work on them. But since Sergio has been consuming the painkillers for the longest among the gladiators, it is natural that his withdrawal symptoms will be the most severe. That makes him the best person to test acupuncture on. He starts with the pressure point near his stomach, and the first will be a running point, and places a needle in one of his toes. The other he places in his left arm. Just as he is about to place another one, he notices Sergio gets very violent and gets up furiously and starts attacking Rakiel. He puts them to the ground and tries to choke him while Rakiel cries for help. Sergio's eyes are turned white, and he seems to be under the influence of something and not in his right mind the way he is choking Rakiel. Damian strikes and puts Sergio on the ground, offers Rakiel some support to get up, and asks if he is doing all right. Rakiel gets up, telling him he is fine. He then turns back, looking at Sergio, realizing that due to the withdrawal symptoms a seizure occurred even though there was only slight stimulation. Sergio's nervous system must be extremely sensitive right now. Even a tiny stimulant could make him feel like his is being stabbed by a sword. Rakiel guesses that to resolve this issue he needs a way thinner needle than before. Rakiel is in his office reading a letter which was from the blacksmith. Holding his letter, he reads that he tells him as per his orders, it would be possible to forge a needle that is as thin as a thread. But he is not confident in being able to reproduce multiple needles with consistent thickness. He thinks that it would be tough unless it was a dwarf artisan, and in the end, he asks for his forgiveness as he is not able to produce what Rakiel wants. Rakiel sighs after reading his letter. Rakiel holds his head in his hands in anger, thinking this all is too much for him, and he needs to figure things out quickly, but it is not possible. The notification shows him his internal organs have detected his stress. Stress is the cause of numerous illnesses. His internal organs are advising him to resolve his stress. His other organs are helping up his heart, and he is not feeling much great. Another notification pops up which leaves Rakiel surprised, as the notification says if he remembers that he has received a guide on how to use something which he has received. Another pop-up tells him that by investing the HP he has obtained, he can unlock various skills and summon monsters. Rakiel does not understand if he can summon a monster. He remembers it was also once mentioned in the novel, and then he selects the monster summoning gacha. The notification appears that a powerful summoned monster that has a strong personality, is loyal to its master, and provides the utilization of various abilities can be summoned. The HP being for it will be 300 and the total Rakiel now has is 500. The notification confirms if he is sure he wants to summon, praying it to be a nice and useful monster. Rakiel clicks on yes. The summoning gacha begins and the remaining HP is 200. Another notification asks him to verbalize the abilities he wants in the monster, so that whatever monster arrives will have those abilities. Rakiel screams that he wants a lot of needles, and he wants to summon someone who can provide him with many of them in a consistent manner. His requested is recorded and 3 different boxes appear in front of him. Candidate 1 is in a red box that says it is a happy summon that oinks. The second candidate is in a green box which says it is iron shit discharge. The third candidate is in the purple box which says it is cactus shit. Rakiel thinks their names are stupid. The notification tells him that the candidates have 100%, 50% and 0% of his request, and he can choose from them. Once chosen he cannot exchange, return or refund, so he needs to summon and select carefully. He keeps looking at them and thinking which one he should be choosing, and his heart feels frustrated and is about to explode with it. And his heart wants him to use cactus shit. He chooses the cactus one. He is confused if he has chosen the right one and is praying for it to be good so his HP does not go to waste. He opens the box and he finds a little cute porcupine which he takes in his hand and it stings. His name is Diagnosing, and the notification tells that his size can be altered by feeding him the sunflower seeds that come with him. His seeds are different. The red seeds make Diagnosing huge and the duration is for 12 hours. The blue seeds make him tiny, and there is a direction for them to feed this to Diagnosing before the time limit for becoming huge expires. Diagnosing also has skills, and first is that it has infinite thorns. When plucking a thorn, a new one will grow back in its place. The second is the chestnut burr charge. The user transforms into a chestnut burr and attacks. The third and last skill is tri-colored thorn explosion. The user fires white, brown and black thorns. The amount of pain inflicted varies by the colors. Rakiel understands that his main skill is his thorns. He then cutely asks Diagnosing if he can pluck one of his thorns and it won't hurt him at all. He asks for 1 white, 1 black and 1 brown. He tries his thorns on his body and understands the white one causes mid-pain and it should be for gladiators. The brown one is painful and it stings. He tries the black one and it is said to be of Korean level. He imagines how much pain will it cause. The black one feels ominous and he decides to try it on someone else next time. Rakiel gets happy that his needle problem is now solved with Diagnosing. At the Moxibustion clinic, Garden asks him about Diagnosing. He tells him he is Diagnosing and Garden asks if he needs it for something. He pitches him a fake story that he found him at night by the window and then walks back saying he can ask other things from Diagnosing. Garden recognizes him to be a summoned monster. He knows that 300 years ago, the genius builder Lloyd Frontera had a hamster and a snake that helped him. On very rare occasions there are summoned monsters that appear in this world in front of the humans that they have selected who volunteer to work for them for the rest of their life. He knows they are truly rare and mysterious beings. The question in mind was about Rakiel acquiring a monster, and he thinks if there is something about Rakiel that he does not yet know. On the other hand, Sergio comes back to his senses and apologizes to Rakiel about his behavior. Rakiel calms him down that things like that happen when one is experiencing excruciating pain. Rakiel tells him he won't feel anything now no matter how many needles he uses now. Sergio is confused thinking that he has not even done anything yet. Rakiel points at his legs and tells him he has already started something, and when he looks at his legs there are needles in it. Rakiel puts needles on everyone's legs and feet as no one can feel anything, and he is putting Diagnosing's thorns this time instead of actual needles. A notification appears and tells that Rakiel has started the treatment of his patient Damian, Cain and 13 others, and the cause was the curse of the mark. His life expectancy in return increases by 80 days, which makes his 171 days. The level of the requested medical fee has increased due to the large quantity of bonus life. The level 2 has started. Rakiel is surprised that it has even increased his level, and he dances in happiness. Damian is looking at him dancing. He clenches his fist thinking he is the crown prince, and focuses on what they have done for him to be so happy. Something tells that Damian is not either very happy of Rakiel or he is suspecting something. Damian is suspicious if there must be some reason of Rakiel being so happy with their recovery. Rakiel, on the other hand, thinks he is done with gladiators now. He then smirks at everyone, feeling happy and healthy. He has something else on his mind, and he smirks at everyone. Adeline is sitting on a table and is having tea, and when someone arrives and gives him an update on Rakiel's routine, he tells him that 2 days ago all 14 gladiators were assigned as the crown prince's bodyguards. Adeline feels confused on hearing them to be his guards. The man tells him they are now called the Special Royal Guard and have been ordered to stay by his side all the times. Adeline asks if Rakiel is giving them something in return. The man tells him that his contract with them included a salary along with various other benefits. Adeline cannot seem to understand Rakiel's doings. He thinks Rakiel used to be sickly and laid in bed all day, but he has now formed a private squad and 2 made of gladiators. He then laughs and thinks he is getting interesting day by day. The man tells him about how he has gathered all the servants and guards of the side palace together and started poking them with needles mercilessly. This left Adeline speechless. Rakiel is putting a needle in his guard's face, asking if he feels something. The man made a noise and tells him he feels nothing. Rakiel questions him about if he didn't feel anything, then how come he winces, as it is just a needle. Rakiel is sitting on his chair with several needles in his hand, asking his next patient to arrive. All his servants are standing in front of him waiting for their turn. A few days ago, Rakiel was standing outside his palace. He sees someone is behind him. He approaches and asks him if he is feeling good after a few days of moxibustion. Damian tells him it still stings him a little. Rakiel informs him that he would not need to go under this treatment anymore. Damian looks at him in confusion because Rakiel almost seems sad saying it. Rakiel again tells him he does not need treatment anymore. Damian asks him if he is speaking the truth. Rakiel confirms him that he has confirmed the efficacy of the treatment and he is also done with experiments. Damian is still looking at him with a straight face as if he is looking for some answers. Rakiel thanks him for his help in excitement. Rakiel tells him he needs to tell him something and that he wants his sword skills. He does not want to send him somewhere. He does not want to waste his talent. Rakiel asks him to be his personal bodyguard. Rakiel then tells him he does not want him to stay just on account of cringe things like a thankful heart, friendship, or loyalty. He assures him that he will pay him handsomely and he will even have pension later. Rakiel actually knows that soon he will be climbing up to the advanced sword expert and will experience the syndromes of a sword master, which he thinks he already knows. A sword master syndrome is a level where one's senses are extremely sensitive and a level where those senses cannot be controlled. Damian will even experience even more severe insomnia compared to the time he had the mark. He wants to ask him to stay under the pretext of treating him, but there is a chance he will leave, so he wants to appoint him as a guard and keep him. He gives him a realistic give and take situation. Rakiel happily tells him they will have a written contract and he will also be given paternity leave and childcare leave. Damian is looking at him with a straight face, not answering at anything. Rakiel adds a freedom to knock off anytime and a mansion as well, if that makes him stay with him. There is something in the grass near them. 4 red bright eyes are looking at them and hearing their conversation. Seeing Damian silent, Rakiel says he understands he has some experiencing negotiations going on inside him. Rakiel then offers him a 4-day work week and tells him now he cannot reject him. Other gladiators come from behind and jump at them and asks Rakiel to hire them as well. Rakiel does not understand from where they come. They ask him if he cured them to hire them, and they ask for some pay in return as well. They assure him they will protect him when Damian is not around. Rakiel looks at them with disinterest expressions and asks if they only want money and benefits. They even agree to that in front of him, and Rakiel thinks they are being too honest. But Rakiel likes that they are being honest to him because the kind of people that go on and on about loyalty and all hold a lot of grudges, and it might be good to raise a private military force that is exclusive to him. As royal guard do not just belong to him, so if there is conflict in the orders given by the emperor, then the emperor's orders will take priority instead of his. Considering this to be a good option, he tells everyone that they are all hired and are now his special personal guards and creates a short form for them, which is SRG. Everyone starts cheering except Damian. He just passes a smile. Rakiel starts leaving thinking even after treating them the bonus life he got is not too much. The life expectancy he increased of others is more than 100 years and his increases only by 18 days. Rakiel thinks he cannot find his patients with this weak body. He then goes inside his palace. Sitting there, he thinks he needs to set up a clinic inside the palace. Damian is standing on his back questioning about his clinic. Rakiel asks if he knows about clinics. Damian denies knowing about it. Garden is also standing there. He feels something weird and he again calls Rakiel and starts crying. Rakiel is tired of him screaming his name and crying and startling him every time. Garden tells him he finally understands about His Highness' intentions. He only wants to look after people by setting up a clinic. Rakiel stands up in excitement and tells him that's exactly he wants to do and tells him he told him one day he will understand him. Garden sobs and tells him he is so touched that even if he is sick he is thinking about others' health. Rakiel and Garden starts doing a happy dance while Damian stands still. Damian has just one straight expression and is always speechless. Rakiel tells him that he is thinking of treating his people with in the side palace first. Garden questions him about those people. He asks if he sets up a clinic, then it will be easy for people to come to him. Garden tells him as this is a crown prince's palace, they might not feel as easy as it seems they would. Rakiel tells him they need to put some advertising and they need to show people that they have successful treatment stories so others will come too. He informs them that as soon as the word about his abilities will spread, more and more people will come to receive treatment. He will name it the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic. He then starts doing it, but even after treating 500 people his life increases by 2 days and he cries if people have to be this healthy. He wants to have someone who is very sick, but he suddenly thinks of someone. He asks if this is the information of 500 people he has treated. Garden tells him the information of 500 people, including genders, ages, and illnesses. Rakiel thinks if he has treated the employees and they are healthy, then he needs to look into their other family members. He wishes to find at least one person who is very sick. He keeps looking at them and time passes but finds no one. He gets super furious thinking if everyone has to be so healthy. Only 10 pages are left and he is still disappointed. Damian speaks and asks for an answer. He asks if he sees patients as tools. Rakiel was taken by surprise at his question and asked him if he meant something else. Damian tells him that as he said he needs good testimonies. That's why he is trying to get as many patients as possible. He asks him that, but right now he looks like he is looking for a patient on the verge of death. Garden gets angry with Damian and tells him to speak carefully and that Rakiel can do whatever he wants. Rakiel appreciates Garden for saying that. He then tells Garden that Damian is not exactly wrong. Garden asks for forgiveness for talking too loud and being rude. Damian puts a hand in front of Garden just like he did to him and asks if Rakiel would embarrass his subordinate who is taking a stand for him. Garden does the same thing and asks if his words are harsh. Rakiel gets angry at how they are fighting like small children. Looking at the records, Rakiel feels worried as only 10 pages are left now and he has found nothing useful. He brings out the questionnaire in which a girl says she is trying to add something that she does not know is right yet or not. He reads it. She says she has an 8-year-old brother. But 1 to 2 times a month, his entire body trembles all over and foams up at his mouth as if a demon possessed him. She says she has gotten several doctors to look at him, but they were not able to find out the reason. She adds that clerics have also prayed fervently over him, but they said they already did their best by driving out the evil spirits in within him. Rakiel feels excited and happy as he feels this could be a great case for him to increase his life expectancy along with the boys. The next day, the girl was called in the palace with her little brother. She introduces them to her little brother, George. The boy was very cute, redhead just like his sister. The boy seemed terrified. Rakiel goes to the boy, sits and greets with him. He calls him His Highness and Rakiel tells him to only call him Rakiel. Rakiel thinks the boy is not only here for the first time, but he is also meeting the crown prince. He takes the boy as very scared and he wants to comfort him. He tells him to relax so the little boy feels comfortable. He puts hand in his pocket and brings out a piece of cloth. When he lifts the piece of cloth like magic, there was a candy under it. The boy gets happy seeing the candy. Rakiel tells him to take it as it is a gift for him. The boy feels sad seeing the candy in his palm. Rakiel asks him if something is wrong. The boy looks down and sadly tells him he cannot let him touch him. Rakiel asks him politely if there is some reason behind it. The boy sadly confesses that he is cursed by an evil spirit. He tells him that other children tease him and call him weird. Rakiel tells him he is not weird at all. George tells him that he fought with the kids because they try to imitate him by teasing him. His fists are clenched at his back. He tells Raquel that as he fought them he felt strange and everything became dark. Raquel questions him about the everything becoming dark part. On that, the kid tells him that there are times when he gets these strange sensations out of nowhere and his body shivers. He explains him that his whole body trembles and feels numb. He feels like he is being lifted into air and dropped onto the ground. He adds that it feels to him that the sky is going further and further away and he hears strange sounds. The boy tells him when he wakes up he feels like he has no strength. Raquel listened to everything carefully. He praises George on being so brave to endure all of it, and he hugs him even though George's hands are still clenched at his back, and he is surprised that someone is hugging him. George feels like tearing up. He still warns him that he is cursed by evil spirits and he should not hug him. Raquel releases his mana energy and tells him there are no evil spirits and he should not think about them. His mana energy does the pulse scanning and tells that the boy is completely healthy, but due to irregular brainwaves, symptoms of seizures have been detected. The notification warns that this could cause severe generalized tonic seizures to occur. Raquel recognizes it as epilepsy, and normally there would not be any problem in it, but because of the brain waves going rampant for unknown reasons, it would cause the whole body to convulse and the patient to lose consciousness. Raquel stands up, and he tells George that even if he is indeed possessed by evil spirits, he is not a strange boy. The boy gets so happy hearing that. Raquel excitedly tells him that he is the crown prince, and he is right. According to Raquel, it is fortunate that he found out about his epilepsy, but even if he tries to treat him, he cannot find out the cause of it right now. His thoughts drive him nuts, and he has no tools to run scans on him like an MRI machine. The boy calls him, and just then something strange starts happening to him, and the foam starts coming out of his mouth. Raquel recognizes that he is going through a seizure, and that too right now. Everyone around him starts freaking out, including the sister. The boy falls on the ground and Garden assumes that he is actually possessed. Damian asks if he needs to get him away. Raquel stops everyone, especially Damian who has his sword out, and tells everyone that the boy has no evil spirit. He screams that he is only sick and he needs to be taken care of and protected as he is in pain right now. Everyone is shocked at the way Raquel is taking care of the boy. Raquel asks them to bring a pillow. The boy now has a pillow under his head, and everyone surrounds him. Garden asks if he should be cleaning it with a hand or a towel as he is foaming. Raquel tells him never to clean it as his chin muscles are contracting uncontrollably, and if something goes wrong, he might bite the hand and swallow the towel. He tells everyone that there is nothing they can do right now, and they can only help him after the seizures. He notices a golden glow all over the boy's body and is intrigued by it. He senses mana from him. He recognizes it to be the Asrahan core technique. He considers it to be very sensitive to the flow of mana, as mana is the circulation of energy, and he can see that precisely. He thinks that right now, using his mana, he can deduce the reason of his epilepsy. He touches the boy and his energy runs through him, and he thinks he can see something. He has reached a weird place which maybe is inside the boy's body, and he feels the flow of the mana all over the place. Raquel tries to focus as he might not get another chance to know the cause of this disease. He finds the nerve of the spinal cord, the cranial nerve. He walks by it and already feels tired and is sweating a lot. He does not understand him being tired already, he has not even properly started yet. He tries to run a little farther, and as he does, he reaches the boy's brain. He finds a vagus nerve there, and he understands that this must be the issue. A wrong signal is occurring in the vagus nerve, which is triggering seizures in his whole body, and even the brain. He comes back, and he asks to have a blanket to cover the boy. He tells everyone to let the boy rest, that there should not be any loud noises near him, and that no one is supposed to cause any ruckus. As he was speaking this, he was very tired and sweaty, and suddenly he crashed onto the ground. Everyone runs to him. Raquel feels light as now he knows the cause, and he can treat it. The night falls, and the full moon is bright outside the side palace. Inside, Raquel wakes up in his bed and tries to remember if he fainted, and his head hurts a lot. He thinks the Asrahan core technique was activated to maximum when unconscious. Damian is standing beside his bed and asks if he is good. Raquel gets scared by him and tells him he looks like the Grim Reaper. Damian tells him he has been sleeping for half a day. Raquel asks about the child. Damian tells him he woke up in the evening, but he is also exhausted. Raquel takes a deep sigh, telling him this is normal as he went through a big seizure. Damian informs him he went back to sleep after having dinner. Raquel comes out of bed thinking it might be doable to find the cause of that kid. but he doesn't think he can perform it through the Israhan core technique. He feels this is way better than X-rays and MRIs. He then starts wearing clothes thinking if the vagus nerve is the cause of his seizures, then there is only one way he can think of to treat him. He thinks of vagus nerve stimulation. As he thinks about the treatment Damian calls him, he breaks the chain of his thoughts. He asks if he is going somewhere in the middle of the night. Wearing his coat, Rakiel tells him he will be struck by lightning, and then laughs like a maniac. In the palace, Rakiel and Damian go to a room where knights are standing outside guarding the room. The guards feel surprised by the crown prince's presence. Rakiel thanks them for their service, and then tells them to take him to Sir Xanatis's room. They take him to the room. As Rakiel approaches the room, he quickly barges in and Sir Xanatis startles at the sudden entry. Xanatis is the palace mage who is very old. Rakiel moves forward and scratches his head. He first apologizes for his sudden entry and tells him he needs a favor. Sir Xanatis, who is still startled by this sudden visit, does not understand anything. Rakiel sticks his tongue out in a teasing sort of way and asks him to blast him with lightning magic on his back. Xanatis feels like his ears heard something wrong and looks at him with a worried expression. The previous day, Adeline is talking to Xanatis and sharing his worries with him that Rakiel has changed so much and doing many mysterious things, and he is acting very strange. He tells him that he is very worried if they should do something about him or what. Xanatis looks at Adeline with speechless expressions and then hesitantly starts to speak and tells him that everyone becomes a fool when it comes to their children. He tells him that he has been with him through everything, and he knows his deepest thoughts as well. Now, when Rakiel is asking him to blast him with a lightning magic, he thinks probably Adeline was right and Rakiel is actually doing very weird things and acting strange. Xanatis tells him angrily that he won't do this to him, as this would hurt him badly, and even if he does it and he dies, then he will himself be as good as dead. Rakiel tells him that he is not asking him to do anything strange or to kill him. He is only asking for some electric stimulation, and he assures him that it won't kill him at all. He asks him it needs to be done for only 3 hours. Lightning magic is inherently very destructive. It is casted by a high-rank mage and can rival a natural disaster. Xanatis thinks if he is joking that he wants him to give him electric stimulation for 3 hours, and he wants him to maintain it on same voltage, which would require a very precise control. Xanatis calmly asks him if he knows it is a very difficult request. Rakiel tells him it is very destructive, he knows. He tries to give him an example that it is like driving on a road with 30 km/h speed limit for more than 3 hours. He tells him he has come to him because he knows only he can have this much precise control. Rakiel tries to intimidate him by praising him and questioning if Sir Xanatis is the best mage in their empire, and then answering himself that he definitely is. Xanatis definitely feels a little intimidated and laughs at him. The soldier who were on Xanatis's gate and Damian are all speechless on seeing them laughing like old buddies. Xanatis has started to warm up on this challenge. Rakiel assures him that even if something happens to him, he won't hold him responsible, and even if he gets injured or dies, he won't hold him accountable. He points at the guards and Damian that they will witness everything. Rakiel assures him that he is trying to save someone and he needs it for that cause. Xanatis tells him if he intends to do something good from it, then he can give it a try. Rakiel is super ready for it and tells him they should start right now. Rakiel sits on the floor and Xanatis is holding his stick in his hand, while Rakiel is thinking that trying the electricity on a child first would be bad, and for that purpose he needs to first try it on himself and ensure the safety. He asks if Rakiel is ready. Rakiel channels his mana and tells him he is ready. Xanatis then channels his mana and is ready to put Rakiel through the electricity. He throws his mana of electricity at Rakiel and it stings him. Rakiel feels happy inside that he knew the palace mage could do it, and now he is sure of it. Now, it is time to check his second suspicion of enduring it. He decides he will absorb the electric currents and convert them into electrodes, and then he will introduce electric signals. He wants to introduce electric signals directly symmetrical to the incorrect nerve signal occurring in the child's vagus nerves. He touches the signals passing through and understands that this completely controlling those nerve signals. He feels proud of the Israhan core technique, but he knew he wouldn't succeed in one try. He then feels something is stinging him way too much, and he points at something towards Xanatis, who asks if he wants him to stop him because he can go on all day and do this. Rakiel screams and tells him it stings and he needs to stop. He screams so loud that it can be heard outside the palace. Rakiel has gathered many servants and gladiators, and they don't understand why he gathered everyone. In those people, the girl who was George's sister is also present. They all enter his room and Raquel is sitting with the Hild and Xanadis is also present there. Raquel tells George that he won't tell him to refrain from tensing up, as he tells him that medical procedures stings a little. The child asks if this will be hurting much, and he tells him it will be like a pinch. Raquel puts the needle in him and tries to keep him calm. Raquel knows that even if the child could bear the needle stinging, but the procedure further will still be stinging him. Xanadis quickly channels his mana and puts it through Raquel, who is standing between Xanadis and George. Raquel knows that the electricity is gathering smoothly inside him. Everyone is looking at them in a shocked state, but Garden is about to faint looking at it. Raquel wants everyone to see the procedure and then spread the word. This will be the best advertising technique for him. He then starts to transfer the processed electric current to the child. He is taking the processed electric currents to the child's vagus nerves. As he reaches there, he again feels ominous and starts sweating. The flow of mana becomes erratic, and he knows this is not a good sign and starts running. He knows that this will explode and the seizure will start soon. The child starts feeling the seizure coming and asks Raquel how long it will take. Raquel knows that in 3 minutes the seizure will start, and in the worst case scenario it will be 1 minute. He reaches the vagus nerve and he has to introduce the opposite signals into the electrode, but he does not have enough time. Even if he uses the Asrahan core technique, it will still take him 30 minutes, and it is a difficult decision for him to make if he needs to stop treating it and then try next time. Raquel is in a very difficult situation because if he let the seizure happen right now, then people watching will go out and spread strange rumors about it, and he does not know how long Xanadis can help for. He does not know if he will have the next opportunity for both the treatment and making an impression. He then calls Xanadis and asks him to increase the power of magic to 3 times the current level. Xanadis feels uncomfortable. Raquel screams at him to do it right now, and he will explain later. Xanadis warns him that this will hurt him a lot, and Raquel tells him he does not care. Xanadis does as his prince said and increases the magic for 3 times more than before. Raquel feels immense pain and it vibrates his heart even more. He needs to absorb more mana, process it, and complete the treatment before the seizure, and the seizure will start in 10 seconds. He finds the location to place the electrode, and he finds it. He will place it at the carotid. He quickly grabs it and places it, and only 5 seconds until a seizure occurs. The boy has started to foam up, and there are only 4 seconds left, and the countdown has begun. Everyone is worried and in wait for the result if their prince can do what he has taken responsibility of. Raquel quickly places the electrode, and just then the time is over. Just as he puts the electrode and the time is up, the blue and red signals of the electrode start to flow. The boy is feeling immense pain. Raquel was about to take the needle out of him. The boy opens his eyes and shock could be seen in them as the seizure does not occur. Before Raquel could take the needle out, he asks if the boy feels good. Everyone is shocked, especially his sister, as she knows that usually the boy loses his consciousness just when pain starts, but today nothing happens. Raquel feels relieved as he has treated the boy, and his body still feels numb as he touches his arm. The notification shows that the boy has been treated. The life Raquel gets is 3 days, and total his days are now 161. Raquel is happy that he has gained extra days. The tab tells him he has maximized the use of the Asrahan core technique to withstand the intense stimulation on his body, and in doing so, he has surpassed his limits. His technique has again leveled up, and the stage is single circles level 2, and it has greatly increased the mana of the mana circle, and it has increased up to 130%. His current HP is 200, and for the next level up his HP should be 1200. Raquel feels happy about achieving everything. Due to the completion of such a difficult task, his lunge and large intestine have gained metal energy and resistance towards wood energy. And as metal resists wood, the organ that possesses wu energy, the liver, has woken up. His liver enters the scene, with a bag in his hand wearing a tracksuit. It has red eyes, and he screams at others to get his luggage. His other organs watch him and guess if he is a newbie. His large intestine laughs and screams in excitement that he is finally not the newbie here now. His liver stands with straight angry expressions in front of his large intestine and smacks him hard. He asks if by calling him the newbie he has the death wish. His liver has granted him 300 HP. His lungs, heart, and large intestines are thrilled by the new addition and have given him 500 HP. His liver birthday party starts, and he receives an additional 300, which makes his total HP now 1,300. Raquel smirks looking at everything happening. This is exactly what he wanted to do to gain more and more HP, and even his Asrahan core technique's level has been increased. The tab asks if he thinks there is more. He believes this must be all. Just then, the child calls him and surprises him. He almost forgot everyone was still there, including the child and his sister. The boy tells him he is feeling strange. He assures him that he will never feel strange now. The boy tells him that normally when he feels weird his vision darkens and he loses control. Rakiel asks him if he is surprised that this didn't happen. The boy agrees. Rakiel gives him the good news that he is treated now and nothing will happen from now on. The boy feels like some magic has happened. Rakiel teases him that if he feels he is lying, then he can take over him and be a crown prince. His sister starts crying in happiness. The boy gets very happy seeing his sister and hugs his sister right away. Rakiel feels happy as everything went the way he wanted. Everyone starts tearing up, including the gladiators and his servants. Rakiel knows that now this place will be swarmed up for treatments. He feels happy in an evil manner how he will be treating everyone now and living a long and happy life. He then feels his vision blurs and he guesses he might be fainting. Due to all the stress his body has gotten, he faints. The night falls and he is sleeping in his room peacefully. He opens his eyes and tries to guess if it has been too much time that he is sleeping and his body feels a little stiff. Garden along with Damian and Xanades asks if he is alright and awake. Rakiel quickly laughs and asks if they are watching him from the time he is sleeping and if they have no other work. Garden tells him he was so tired of watching him sleep. Garden again starts crying seeing him awake. Damian tells him he has been sleeping for 2 days. Rakiel quickly gets up with the shock that he has been sleeping for 2 days. Xanades comes forward and in the worst shape asking if he wants him dead because if he had not woken up, Adeline would have called him the cause of his death. Rakiel apologizes to him and asks about the little boy. The boy comes forward and tells him he is going great. Rakiel asks him in shock if he is still here. The boy tells him that he pestered Garden to let him come here to see him because he wanted to give him something. It was a heart made of wood with a string attached to it to wear it as a locket. Rakiel asks if he made it for him while he was sleeping. Rakiel thinks if this was too much because he saved him just because he wanted to live longer, but this kid was so sweet with him. Before Rakiel could say anything, the boy tells him he wants to be someone great like him and help people. Rakiel then realizes if beside just saving his own life, he did such a big thing for the child. He tells him the necklace is very well made. He thanks the child and tells him how happy he is to see him healthy. He then coughs and tells everyone he needs more rest. Everyone leaves so he can rest now. The boy happily waves him goodbye. Just as the boy shuts the door, he looks at the necklace the boy made for him and feels speechless. Then he thinks it looks so plain and no one will wear something like this. He then sighs and goes back to sleep wearing the necklace. No doubt Rakiel was touched with the necklace, even if he behaves like he wasn't. In the next scene, a boy returns home and announces that he is home. His mother asks if everything is okay because he is home suddenly. The boy tells her he is on break so he comes back. His parents are shocked if he gotta leave. He has something in his bag like a paper, and he tells everyone he is on a special leave this time. His parents ask him at the dinner table if his prince gave him 5 leaves suddenly. The boy tells them that everyone in the palace got special leaves. His father asks if Rakiel is doing fine. He tells him he is doing great. He tells them he has been doing strange things lately. As his parents question, he tells them he has been treating people like a doctor. He then shows them the paper from his bag. They look at the paper surprisingly. The paper is all over the city. In every nook and corner everyone is talking about it. It is a pamphlet that tells that he is treating patients and he can even work on spondyloarthritis, tuna, acupuncture, orthodontic treatments, and obesity. Rakiel is super happy to see the rumors spreading. Garden comes to his room and tells him it's time to go out. Rakiel goes out with him in the hallway and Garden asks if he has been awake early today. Rakiel tells him that this is his first day of operations for the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic and he is very excited. Garden tells him he has brought all the ingredients needed for medicine. Rakiel asks if he has brought licorice. He informs that he took special care in procuring them. Rakiel tells him that he will be needing loads of them, so even if they have to panic buy it, he still needs them and he should bring them to him. Garden understands, then he calls him in confusion and hesitantly asks him if he has learnt this all from somewhere. He asks in detail if he has learned from somewhere as now he can prepare potions, relieve joint pain by poking people with thorns. He tells him he is very curious since he is also a doctor. Rakiel is speechless. He does not know which story to make. Garden tells him he cannot sleep properly these days, as he is really curious about these medical techniques, and he cannot figure out the way he knows it, which is why he is a little upset. Rakiel thinks if that is the case, then he assumes he must be feeling pathetic as he cannot figure out the principles of the methods, as he is a doctor as well, and he understands his pain. Realizing everything, he tells him he is from another world. Garden feels like he is joking. He tells him that he is not the prince in that place, and he is just a normal person named Li Han. He explains to him that he made a living with traditional medicine techniques that he has been using. Garden thinks he is messing with him. He tells him he brought this up after serious consideration. Rakiel laughs and tells him he has told the truth. Garden tells him he is even sadder because he is doing this to him. Garden forces him to tell him the actual truth as he thinks he is lying. Arden tells him he wants to be a better doctor and wants to feel the same kind of satisfaction that he does. Rakiel tells him he is already doing that. Garden does not comprehend. Rakiel then tells him they need to start working and drops the conversation. Rakiel thinks in his mind that he was able to come this far only because Garden was with him. He then hopes to have patients at the clinic now. He hopes that people don't stay away because a crown prince lives here, because if that happens his clinic will close just like it did because of coronavirus and he will get PTSD. He opens the clinic in excitement, praying there are patients inside. He finds the clinic empty and he feels doomed. His soul almost leaves his body and he could barely walk. Just then, Garden tells him to look below the stairs. He looks down and there are hundreds of people there waiting for him. Rakiel opens his clinic and starts checking his patients. While he was checking a patient, a boy comes and tells him that he does not want to disturb him. He tells him to look and asks if he should do something about it. A man is lying in bed and Rakiel knows that his nursing system is still a mess and things will take time to control. The notification comes telling that has been gaining good experience in treating different people and his pulse reading skill has leveled up. Now, at level 2, by feeling the target's pulse, he will be able to estimate their health condition and get results by checking the full report. He will also be able to see more information about symptoms of patients' internal organs if he has awoken them in his body. Now, the internal organs are participating in the pulse reading. Rakiel feels surprised. His heart tells others that it is time for a blind date and everyone should bring their weapons as they will be participating in pulse reading. His organs are feeling excited and his heart says it told everyone that they are not interested in those that are more than 4 years older or younger and then laughs at it. His liver tells everyone to get a grip as they are meeting old grandpas. The tab shows that the consultation results with all the internal organs are out. The heart says that he has been tricked and he won't bear any abnormalities. His lungs are also fearing of any abnormalities. His large intestine has discovered a mild case of constipation and no other abnormalities. While his liver discovers signs of hepatitis in this old man and he needs to quit drinking. Rakiel guesses if his liver is this bad. His liver tells him that he even wants to cry and break down because he has had alcohol for 50 years and in 5 more years he will be destroyed. Rakiel is super happy on the detailed consultation by his organs as an accurate diagnosis is very important for any treatment. He tells the man that his liver is damaged. Because of the liver damage, his face is yellowish and he looks tired because his liver is tired. He prescribes him minor bupleurum decoction and asks him to take for 10 days and then his next diagnosis will happen and he might recommend him to take the cinnamon twig and poria pill. He then tells him to quit alcohol. The man is surprised. He tells him he has to quit alcohol or he won't even last 5 years. The man looks at him with sudden expressions. Rakiel figures he does not want to quit drinking. He then orders him to do it as the crown prince is suggesting, and if he do not he will be thrown to jail. He then informs that he will check other patients tomorrow. Everyone tells him he did great work. His workers apologize as they are not yet very experienced and are making mistakes. He tells them they did great and they will learn with time. He is happy that if the concept of nurses did not exist here, but they had too many patients and nursing was important. He figures they need to establish a nursing system for round-the-clock patient care. He recalls his nurses from back then when he was Li Han. Garden comes running and opens the door and screams that there is a patient who needs urgent help. With him, there is a man who is holding a patient on his back. The man tells him he is the eldest son of the Dinrier family, and he asks him to check his mother. They put her to bed and asks about the longevity of her condition. He informs that she is like this since afternoon as she began feeling cold at noon and her condition then worsened. Rakiel reads her pulse. He figures that this is the disease that decimated 40,000 soldiers and it happened in Napoleon era. The disease is epidemic typhus fever, a fatal illness caused by Rickettsia bacterial infection. He asks if his liver has predicted the right disease. The liver confirms that he has seen the bacteria in her liver. Raquel knows this is a very hard case. He asks if she has bathed lately. The man feels weird answering the question. Raquel tells him he wants to know this to treat her. The man tells him she has bathed yesterday as well. Raquel asks about the meaning of his as well. He tells him that she bathes with warm water every day. Raquel tries to figure out the reason of his disease because someone who bathes daily cannot get these bacteria. He asks about her bedding. The man confirms she is tidy and clean. He asks if there are lice or fleas. The man denies their presence. He asks if she has been anywhere where she encountered lice or fleas. The man first realizes something, and tells him she has discovered something like this a month ago. He explains that her carriage broke down on her way home from visiting their relatives, and she spent the night at a farmer's place. They let her sleep in their bed. Raquel seems to be having a problem in matching the scenarios, as she had spent the night a month ago, and the fever started today, and the incubation period is 15 days. But he knows the symptoms perfectly align with the disease. Raquel confirms she might have been infected there. The man gets shocked on hearing that his mother might have been infected. Raquel informs that her illness is epidemic typhus fever. It spreads through lice that cling to human skin and feed on blood. Raquel thinks that this high fever at this age is not a good thing. He predicts that in worst case, she could develop pneumonia, suffer central nervous system damage, or have necrotic body parts. Raquel seems very disturbed. He then asks everyone to listen in alarmed tone. He asks the ladies to remove all her clothing and clean her body thoroughly with towels soaked in warm water and help her get into patient clothes. A girl raises her hand. She questions about her clothes. Raquel tells her to burn her clothes and the bedding she is currently using. He asks everyone to bathe themselves, and after they are done, they should burn their clothes as well. He warns them that if anyone disobeys his orders, he will face punishment and could be fired immediately. He asks her son to do the same. He asks to send someone to inform her family of this. He gets fierce and furiously asks everyone to move quickly, and everyone starts rushing. Next, he is in the kitchen preparing medicine. He prepares a medicine of kudzu root tonic soup, which is great for febrile illnesses. It is a fever painkiller made from ephedra and kudzu root. He goes to the woman and asks her to drink the medicine, as this will help her. One girl puts towels on her forehead and others put soup in her mouth at night, and third one puts her to sleep afterwards. The woman's condition still seems to be worsens, as she is sweating a lot and wincing. Raquel looks at her, thinking that for 3 days he has been providing for her by assigning maids to rotating 8-hour shifts, but she is not improving. Due to high fever, no matter what they do, her condition worsens. The tonic soup they are feeding her is not enough for her. He assumes the balance of yin and yang is completely off, causing her yin energy to be severely depleting. He decides to restore the balance first, which will make her body get proper benefits from the soup. He starts thinking of the medical herb with strong yin energy. He asks all his organs to think of it. He then quickly thinks of a place and asks Garden to prepare his carriage. The secret palace vault holds all sorts of rare treasures and artifacts. He is not sure if he will find the herb here, but this is his best chance. That's the place where only Emperor can enter, and gaining access is quite complicated. But considering he is the crown prince, he will use his title and ask his father for help if he has to. He reaches the emperor. He presents himself in front of him. Adeline asks if he wants something at this hour. Raquel gets so furious inside that his father always has pressure around him. He tells him that he wants to put a request to access the secret palace vault tonight. His father asks the reason for him asking access. Raquel looks down and sighs. He then asks if he has heard about his clinic. He is treating many patients there. He informs him that 3 days ago, the madam of a noble family, severely ill, was brought to the side palace. His father asks the information's relativity to the vault. Raquel tells him he needs an ingredient that could be in there. His father tells him he is not convinced that he is telling the truth. He asks if he is using an innocent patient's plight as an excuse to get into the vault for his own selfish reasons. His father smirks, saying he is interested. Raquel hates how his father is enjoying this moment. His father then gets up, saying he has no time for this nonsense. Raquel quickly tells him that the patient's life hangs in the balance. Adeline asks if he can prove his diagnosis is correct, as he has spent much his youth on bed receiving no education. He questions him practicing medicine out of a sudden. His father screams and tells him he does not believe he is taking good care of patients and if his diagnoses are trustworthy. Rakiel tells him that he gets it and that he wants to test him. His father agrees that's what he wants. His father then gives him the test. He tells him that the Royal Knight Captain Roberto has been slightly ill, and if he can diagnose his condition, he will grant him access to the vault. His father is firm that his son can never diagnose him, as he already knows of his illness. Rakiel checks his pulse and tells in seconds that he has pattern baldness. Everyone there is shocked by the way he diagnosed it in seconds. Adeline tells him his hair is full and shiny, how come he has pattern baldness? Rakiel smiles, takes his wig off, and says he wears a wig. The captain starts crying due to the humiliation. Rakiel then turns and opening the door asks Damian to move. On their way, Damian asks if it was rude when he removed his wig. Rakiel tells him he will treat him to later so he won't have to wear a wig. He stands in front of the secret vault. The vault has a beautiful door adorned with jewels. Rakiel goes to the vault's entrance. The guards standing at the vault hand him a pass to enter the vault. At first, he did not know that a pass would be needed for the vault, but they tell him he must wear this in order to be in vault. He asks if he does not. They tell him that all the attack magic within the secret vault would activate. They tell him that the pass records the time one has spent inside, and if one exceeds the approved amount of time, he will die. He tells him that Rakiel is allowed inside until daylight. When he looks at his watch, it is only a few hours away, and that gives him a shock. He asks Damian to go inside right now. Just as they run inside, the guard tries to stop and warn them that they are entering the intermediate area. There are 3 gates to the vault. One is basic, others are advanced and intermediate. Rakiel scratches back of his head and apologizes for being so eager to enter the vault. This made Rakiel realizes that the guard didn't follow it, and if he would not have stopped him, he would have entered the intermediate area. He recalls that his father told him that since he has passed the test, he will be allowed into the basic area tonight, and he can take 1 item. Rakiel wants to question his father about letting him enter the basic area and not the others, allowing him to take only 1 item. His father asks if he has any complaint. Rakiel tells him by making a weird face that he does not really have a complaint, but he worked so hard to pass the test and he could give him some more. His father tells him it didn't look like he had to work hard for the test. He complained to his father that he did not tell him about the areas when he took the test. Now that he has passed the test, he is changing words. His father thinks he is shameless to ask about everything so bluntly. As Rakiel goes towards the basic area, he questions whether his father even wants to help him. He presses the pass against the locks and it shows him a green signal. He sees an immense light inside and the guard tells him he will see him later. As they enter, there are many shelves inside and he says it looks like he will have to pull an all-nighter. His time starts and it is being measured in an hourglass. He tells Damian that no matter what they need to find the item in this place. Damian asks him about the thing they need to find. He tells him they need to find something cold. Not understanding, Damian asks again, and he explains that they need to find an item, reagent, or magic ball that is imbued with ice properties or anything resembling. He tells him to write the location of the items he finds, and he will look at them later. He tells him to split this area into half and check separately. He points that he will take the left side, and he gives Damian the right side. They both start finding anything that resembles to whatever they are looking for. As Rakiel keeps looking, he does not find something exciting, and he wonders if this is because it is the basic area. Then he hopes that Damian's side is better than his. He goes back to Damian and asks if he has written down the location. Damian presents him with the location he has written. Rakiel looks at his writing, and he does not understand a single word. He asks if there is nothing with ice properties here and Damian denies it. Rakiel then finds something, and he reads about it. The name is 10,000-year-old snow. It is a type of shield, and the description written is that when the user infuses mana, the core of the center portion changes the mana and manifests an ice shield. Rakiel finds it as the buzzers he used to get in cafes. He then holds it and uses his mana to see what happens. He starts to try it and thinks if it is actually a buzzer that someone bought it in a cafe. As he increases the mana, the intensity of the buzzer increases, and he figures he should not infuse mana thoughtlessly. He figures very minimum amount of mana is required for the ice to appear, and that is why it is at the basic area. He starts trying it again, but this time slowly, just like he used to set the temperature of his shower. The shield starts to turn into an ice shield and Rakiel can feel it now. The shield then becomes bigger and is now a proper transparent ice shield. He is shocked that even though the shield is big, but it is not heavy. He figures the coldness of this shield can maybe treat the madam from Dinrier. He turns to Damian and tells him that he needs his help, but considering Damian does not know about it anything, he brushes it off. Damian asks if he still needs his help, and he tells him he will tell later. First they need to fill his bonus HP. Damian questions about bonus HP and Raquel tells him he just meant to go and treat his patient with the help of this shield. Damian when comes out has a sword with him, and the guard asks if they are taking this item. Raquel screams at Damian for taking the sword, and he pretends that he is very angry at Damian, but when the guard looks at him, Raquel himself has hundreds of things on him, and the guard politely tells him that two needs to put down all this. Garden wakes up from the sleep when he hears someone outside. When he looks, Raquel and Damian are standing there talking. He figures they are back from the vault. Garden figures that they are both getting along good these days, although he considered Damian to be an inflexible person, but he is doing good in protecting Raquel. Garden feels happy that Raquel was sick all his life, but now he has a friend like Damian, who feels comfortable with him. Garden comes out bringing tea for Raquel when he sees Raquel laughing. The sun comes out, Raquel is testing out the shield he brought, and Damian has the sword he is pulling out. Garden does not understand if they got a sword from there too. Damian pulls his sword out and jumps at Raquel and strikes his shield. Garden gets confused and thinks Damian is attacking Raquel and screams that he is committing treason. On the other side, a few minutes ago both of them were talking outside. Raquel tells him to listen to him carefully and Damian nods. Damian thinks that as his heart purely and sincerely seeks to assist patients in need, he would gladly listen to him and work on whatever he says. Raquel smiles like a child and asks if Damian would hit him with a sword. Damian thinks that Raquel is definitely out of his mind. Raquel tells him he wants him to hit him until the shield breaks. Damian asks if he is serious and Raquel assures him he is. That's when Garden wakes up and sees them from the window thinking they are bonding very nicely. Raquel tells him that he needs to hit his sword so he can save the lady, and this is how they will all survive. Damian thinks he is going crazy and talking like a maniac. Damian asks him for a better translation for what he is about to do than to save everyone. Raquel asks him if he read what was written on the snow shield's description. Damian tells him he read that, but he questions about its relativity to his strike. Raquel tells him that as he will break the shield, so he will put the ice residue of shield in the medicine. He asks if he can put the shield on the ground for him to strike. Raquel tells him this is impossible as to maintain the shield he needs to infuse mana into it. Damian asks if he wants him to hit the shield but not injure him, and Raquel agrees to him. Damian tells him that this could be considered as treason, and he does not want to commit it. Damian tells him that this cannot be penniless, and he should give him extra bonus for every time he hits the shield. Damian bows in front of him and tells him that he takes him as the benefactor, and he has his respect as he helps people without asking for anything in return. He then tells him that this is a different matter, and he should be paid for it. Raquel thinks that all the misery in his life before can be attributed to the lack of money. He remembers the novel that even in that he was unexpectedly quite a miser. Raquel laughs and tells him he is just like he read about him, and he knew he would be shameless. Damian looks at him with irritated expression and wants to question if he read about him somewhere or just blabbing. The sun starts shining and Raquel tells him he will give him a day's salary for striking, and he opens the shield. He asks him to send the money on time and strikes his shield. Seeing this, Garden drops the tea he brought thinking Damian just commit treason, and he thought of his as Raquel's good friend. Garden faints quickly at the sight of it, but Damian's strike didn't break the shield. Damian says he wants to try again and use more strength than before. Raquel is fearing about his sword hitting him, and before he swings his sword he is telling him to do is as soon as possible as he does want to take it again and again. Damian hits it again and again, but nothing happens to the shield. Damian starts thinking if he needs to hit it harder, and Raquel tells him he will punish him if he is only doing it for more money. Damian then seriously strikes the shield with his full power. The shield finally breaks. Raquel starts cheering on Damian for breaking the shield and also for himself to live a free of illness life. Raquel tells him they should now collect the ice fragments. As they turn, they find Garden on the floor and they ask each other if he slept here. Raquel adds kudzu, epedra, jujube seeds, peony roots, and licorice roots. Along with them, he adds ginger roots and Chinese cinnamon bark and prepares the kudzu root tonic soup. In the soup, he drops the ice fragments. He plans to put it in the circle slot. The notification comes and says that his experience is growing and a new skill, tonic concoction, has been unlocked. The tonics he concocts will be 10% more effective than the standard ones. Though ingredients analysis, he can find out detailed information of the tonic's efficacy, side effects, and the amount of toxicity in it. The tab tells that he has developed a new recipe based on the traditional tonic kudzu root tonic soup. His heart presents him a tonic just like a waiter in a restaurant presents one with food. The tab asks if he wants to activate the skill of ingredients. Without any doubt, he clicks yes. The details of the tonic come forward, which tells that it recovers water energy, reduces fever. The method to use it: to consume it 3 times after a meal. The things to note are that patients with angina or myocardial infarctions cannot drink it. Rakiel realizes that now he won't need to test the medicine due to this skill. He does not understand that it can recover water energy, but one thing is clear now: he can save the lady. Rakiel goes to the lady with the soup where her son is also present. Rakiel asks about her and he says that she does not have much energy. Looking at her, he realizes her energy levels have decreased even more. He hopes that this medicine works for her. He tells her to drink the medicine and warns her that this will be a little cold. The woman tells him that the medicine is quite bitter. Rakiel tells her that as bitter it is, it will be more effective for her. After making her drink the medicine, he goes back to the kitchen on pulling out more tonic water. 10 days have passed and Rakiel is still feeding the medicine to the lady himself, and everyone feels very emotional seeing his dedication to save his patient. They start talking how he has changed a lot, and when he was sensitive he behaved like a jerk, and now they respect him a lot. Garden again cries as usual, thinking he knew one day he would recover. They look at Rakiel, but he looks like he is very tired and he has not slept for days. He tells everyone that he is now very tired as he diagnosed, nursed, and made the medicine himself. He still wants to hang in there for his reward now that he has worked this hard. The tab opens and tells him that his medicine successfully cured the lady's fever. His tireless commitment to his patient's well-being is an exemplary display of self-sacrifice, and whoever watches him applauds at him. He received a bonus and his skill effective request for medical treatment fee has increased by 1.5 times. Rakiel's eyes were widened at the sight of his bonus. He never knew he could get this type of bonus. The lady's life has increased by 27 years and 3 months, and his life expectancy has now increased by 146 days. He now gets that instead of treating if people are loving and respecting him, he will be getting even more bonuses. He laughs in evil tone, thinking how great of a misunderstanding this is for everyone else. The sun shines bright today and Rakiel is in his carriage along with his servants and garden. He is immersed in his thoughts of the way he somehow managed to overcome the situation this time of the lady's illness. But this is getting harder day by day and increasingly challenging. He comes to think of a need of professional nurses. The carriage stops and they step out, and the lady comes out of the carriage as he was coming here to drop her to home. She thanks him for his kindness of first treating her and then coming home to drop her as well. Rakiel gives her a sincere smile, thinking he has already had many benefits since he has treated her. He needs nothing more. His organs have given him 200 HP and now his total HP is 1,500. Rakiel tells her that her health matters him the most. Everyone is in tears and touched with his kind words and kind deeds. As the woman was leaving, Rakiel stops them. He tells them he needs to talk to her son. He looks at him in surprise and Rakiel tells him to get on the carriage. Rakiel is sitting inside and the man is sitting outside. He asks Rakiel if it's important for them to sit this far away instead of facing each other to talk. Rakiel tells him it is important and he needs him to sit like this so he can talk. The man does not speak further. Rakiel keeps looking at him from the back and says nothing. The man keeps feeling uneasy. Rakiel then sighs out loud and tells him that he is feeling very tired and his body is sore all over. He complains how he spent his days treating and looking after the lady without any sleep. The man looks back feeling very uncomfortable. The man tells him he was thinking to compensate him, thinking he must be wanting to be charged for the treatment. Rakiel asks if he does not know he does not charge for the treatment and he cannot be thinking he needs money from him, and if he goes out and tells this to everyone then all his advertisement will be called misleading. The man insists, saying he still wants to repay his kindness. Rakiel asks excitedly if he really wants to do it. Rakiel tells him he still does not want money from him as he is his patient. The man is super confused on what exactly does Rakiel want. Rakiel looks at something and asks if he is an artist. He reads his profile and the man agrees that he is an aspiring artist. He won't call himself a full artist. Rakiel asks him to work with him on something. A few days later, at the Frontier Plaza, a man asks the other if he has heard. The other questions about what he is talking about, and near them someone is standing wearing a cloak. The man tells the other that the crown prince is looking to hire staff for the palace. The other man questions if he is telling him this for a reason. The man tells him he should try to work there as he has been unemployed for 5 years. The girl furiously tells his landlord not to worry about him as he is not even behind on rent, so he should not cross boundaries. The man tells him he was twice late. The girl runs and tells him he will get his money right now. The person standing near in cloak hands apple in his hand and the girl runs past him. The girl in cloak has a fang coming out of his teeth. On the other side, Dinrier family's oldest exhibition is going on and people are going inside. Raquel is also present there and some people are staring at one thing in awe and cannot take their eyes off. Raquel congrats the man on becoming the official artist and he thanks him for his kindness. Raquel asks if he still has the long face and asks him the reason for it. The thing which people were staring at was a painting of Raquel wearing a weird hat, pointing towards people saying he wants them. The other of his work considers Raquel, Damian and Garden posing for pictures holding mops and funny things, and this artwork's name is Life Trio. Another artwork contains Raquel again wearing a weird cap and posing like a thug. The name of the art is Life Comes Back to You. Another artwork contains Raquel crying like an innocent child, and the name is He Tears Up Sometimes. Damian is standing looking at it wanting to cut it out. Raquel tells the man to calm down and tells him that people do this with Photoshop all the time, and the man does not even know if Photoshop is something. He asks if his artwork will help in advertising and Raquel tells him how can it not. Another artwork has Raquel sitting in the middle with sunglasses posing like a god, and on the side, Damian, Garden, and others are acting like his professional nurses. People are mostly looking at this artwork, and Raquel is happy with this success. While people were talking to each other, they only came because admission was free and the paintings are weird. Beside the nurse painting, called as the Show Me the Ganho, the advertisement for admission is written that one can become one of them too, an angel in white. The advertisement also says that one can experience satisfaction and happiness in life by becoming a nurse, with the bonus of a handsome salary granted by the Crown Prince, and whoever wants can apply. At the application office for the nurse selection test, Garden along with other people helps people sign for admission. Many people are gathered to apply for it and talk about how they have heard that the salary is good and 1 month's salary can pay for 2 years of rent. Everyone is praying to get this job as a nurse. Among other people, the girl in the cloak is also here for applying. He is reading the application process requirements and how one can apply on the form. He reads it and feeling angry, he folds the paper in his hand. Raquel is so happy looking at all the people there are who want to be hired. Damian asks if he is happy and Raquel tells him he is so happy. He tells him that if they can attract skilled and talented individuals to become nurses at Side Palace, many more patients can be treated and cured. He then starts singing and dancing in happiness because of how happy that makes him. Damian thinks of him as truly incredible considering he is treating so many people only out of goodwill. 6 days later, many people are standing outside the palace's gate, and among them is the girl in cloak. A man comes out, he screams in the mic and asks everyone to calm down as they are starting their first task of the nurse selection test. He then screams that they will be telling the first task, and then after putting his audience in a good amount of curiosity, he tells them that the first task will be revealed next week. A man stands on the stage and announces that the Crown Prince is hosting the event. Many people are gathered to take the nurse selection competition. The man shouts and announces the first task: charge forward to the interviewing test location. Everyone keeps saying that it looks like they have been hearing this for a week and the competition is not beginning. The soldier tells them they will be divided into 5 groups of 50 for the test. He tells them that all of them will start from their current location and move quickly to the main building of the Side Palace. He adds that only the first 10 individuals from each group will be interviewed. Everyone is shocked, asking about the other 40 people who are remaining. The man tells them that anyone who does not make it among the first 10 will be disqualified. Everyone thinks this is ridiculous. The soldier announces and asks them to depart group by group. People start running wildly to reach in the first 10 to be included in the first 10. They keep running furiously to reach as soon as they can. Garden and Raquel standing there looking at them running as if they are running for their lives. Garden puts his hand out stopping the people as the first 10s are done of group 1. Everyone is coughing as they are tired from running this fast to be included in the first 10s. Garden tells them they did a good job. He then tells them that they will be starting the next task immediately. He presents them with 6 medicinal ingredients on the table and asks them to find which has been impacted by improper storage. People keep trying to sniff or taste them. As they are sniffing and tasting, there is someone present there wearing a cloak. The man inside the cloak grunts and starts to collapse. As he falls to the ground, everyone looks at him in shock. Everyone keeps checking their medicinal ingredients instead of helping the man. A lady beside the man thinks if she should help him as no one else is. She is confused about checking the ingredients or helping the person. She then thinks there is no time for saving a person. First, they all should continue their task. All of them continue their task instead of checking the man who is still on the floor. Raquel is judging them from a distance if someone will be helping or not. He then turns to Garden and passes him a look. Understanding the look, Garden moves forward and announces that it is enough for today. He tells them it was nice to see how focused they all were. He tells them the candidates who passed will be informed at a later date. Everyone starts going back curiously discussing who passed the test and who failed, while the man is still lying on the ground and no one bothered to pass a look at him. Raquel looks at the person on the ground and asks him to get up now. As the person got up, it was Damian. He says he was able to trick everyone. Raquel tells him he thought it was a bit dramatic. He shows him different moves. He grunts and then sighs and then mimics collapsing. After falling, he coughs out some blood from his mouth. He then gets up and asks if this one looked more natural than what Damian did. Raquel mocks and asks if he wants Damian to send him to an action school. He then tells them that only because of Damian's acting, he was able to evaluate them properly. Damian asks about the other 9 beside him. Raquel tells them they all failed. He says that techniques can always be learned, but then stops. As he stops, Damian asks if he says that character is more important. Raquel agrees with him and tells him that the ones who came did not have good character and that is why they did not cut. He then asks them to start with the next group. In the next group, Garden falls on the ground, but no one comes to help him, and that is how in group 2, 0 passed. No one passed in groups 3 and 4 as well. Raquel is shocked to see that no one is passing, and not even a single person cared for the one who collapsed on the ground. He asks Damian to walk a little. Raquel is furious, thinking there are probably no more candidates. He does not understand no one being there who would pass. Raquel sees someone fighting with the guard, and the guard is telling him that she is not a human. Raquel does not understand as he calls her a non-human. The girl screams and tells him she is a human. The soldier keeps telling her she is not a human. Raquel gets furious listening to their argument. He asks if he is pushing her away even though they have no worthy candidate. He questions her identity if she is not a human. Damian stands straight on his back, not speaking anything. Raquel then figures she is a werewolf. He then looks for a tail, but he cannot find one. He then figures he cannot see her tail because of the baggy pants she is wearing. Raquel finds her a bit interesting. Damian thinks Raquel is a little repulsed by a werewolf. Raquel is thinking about the werewolf, considering their transformation ability, a strong body, with a nose as good as a dog. He thinks she is the best candidate for a traditional medicine clinic nurse. Damian thinks he is worried about nothing as he sees him being interested in the werewolf. The girl tells the guard that she is also a citizen protected by the laws of the Empire. The guard is scratching his ear, trying to pay no attention to her. He tells her she can lose control and transform into a beast from time to time. The girl gets furious at his reaction and tells him this is just prejudice. The guard tries to brush her away, but the girl tells him this won't happen. The guard mocks her by telling her she might have scared him and asks her not to look at him with scary beast eyes. The girl becomes even more furious, and it looks like she is about to lose her control. Before that could happen, Raquel comes and asks them to stop the argument. He asks the guard if, in his notice for nurse recruitment, he has told him that anyone can apply as long as they live in the capital. The guard feels ashamed and agrees with him. Raquel asks if she is still a resident of the capital despite being a werewolf. The guard apologizes. Raquel tells him to apologize to the girl instead of him. The girl is in shock seeing Raquel's behavior. Raquel comes forward and apologizes to her for his soldier's disrespect. The girl introduces herself as Annie's, tells them she is the daughter of Hashant, and presents her greeting to the crown prince. Raquel asks if she wants to try for the test for the nurse. She agrees. He tells her they will start the test right away, and Annie's is in shock. Raquel asks if she has good stamina as she is the werewolf, but he has not seen it with his own eyes. He tells her that if she wins against this soldier in a race, he will take that as her passing the first test. Raquel points at the fountain and tells her that it is about 400 meters from here to the fountain, and the first one to reach the fountain and come back wins. He asks if they understand, and Annie's quickly takes her cloak off and tells him she is ready. Raquel asks the soldier to be ready. The soldier has taken his armor off and now is ready to run against Annie's. They are both stretching and are ready to run against each other. The soldier decides he will win this with an overwhelming victory. Raquel has arranged for the people who applied for the nurse position. A boy and the girl who was in the cloak are racing against each other. Raquel himself shows them the flag to start the race. Just as the race starts, the girl speeds up and goes forward in a second. Raquel looks at the girl in awe the way she is speeding so fast. The girl keeps running, and then she jumps and touches the pole of the fountain, and while twisting on it, she turns back and jumps out of the fountain. She starts running back to complete the path she just started for the race. The boy against her is still completing his first path till the fountain. The man is breathing hard. As she passes him, she thinks he is still too slow, and she will be the winner. But, as he was running towards fountain, he feels something is different and his foot twists and he falls on the ground. The girl looks back at him thinking if he has dislocated his shoulder or something has happened to him. She grunts and could not finish the race thinking he has either dislocated something or is in need. She stops quickly and turns back, although she wanted to have an overwhelming victory, but she has to do this. She quickly runs back and goes to the man. Raquel is looking at everything and observing her moves keenly. She stands beside the man and she tries to treat his shoulder. The man questions her and she tells him to stay still and shut up. She treats his shoulder and he screams so loud that even the birds started flying from the trees. Just as she does it, the man is lying in her lap and Raquel comes and tells her this was awesome. He congratulates her that she is hired and presents her with the wooden locket, which that little child made for Raquel. The girl is now inside sitting with Raquel. Damian and Garden are standing beside them. Raquel presents her the contract and asks her to read it carefully. She reads the contract and tells them it looks quite complicated to them. Raquel happily tells her to read it carefully and slowly, and she should be hurrying. She keeps reading it carefully and Raquel is waiting for her to complete it and say something. He guesses that she is incredible, and even her physical abilities are perfect for him personality-wise. But then he remembers something he saw. She was smiling a certain way when she was fixing his shoulders. He guesses that even though she helped him, she made sure that the help was painful. Considering this, he knows there will be unhappy patients next time if she loves to cause pain, but it is what it is, and he would still want her and more people like her. She finishes reading the contract and places it on the table. Raquel asks if she likes the contract. She agreed, but she had something to say. She asks him if she wants to add some additional clauses. Raquel surprisingly asks her about those clauses. She informs him that she is the leader of a tribe of 50 people, which surprised Raquel. Raquel nearly loves the thought of this, and he gets even more excited considering maybe he might be getting more patients or maybe more people like her can help him. Raquel quickly gets up and tells her that she should have told him this earlier. He wishes that her people are also strong like her. He keeps his hands on her shoulder and asks her to ask them to join his nursing program as well. She is surprised, but then she quickly clears that she wants him to resolve a problem her tribe has had since birth. Raquel asks if they are lacking in rations or something. He does not know what problem to expect. She explains that her tribe has been in a lot of unfavorable situations in society due to this problem, and the problem is they all have a tail. He tells him that they all have a tail and it moves by itself. Raquel starts thinking if this is a bad thing. She tells him that because of the tail they cannot hide their emotions, and that is why it is bad. When she is happy, her tail is up, and when she is sad her tail is down. He asks if she wears such loose pants to hide her tail. She nods in agreement. She further tells that despite that, their tails move too strongly and they cannot hide when they are excited. He asks if it still moves if they hide it to her legs. She tells him their tail will find a way out quickly even if one binds them. Her tail has her attitude like it wants to be on her own. Raquel thinks if it is a muscle that lives by its own. Raquel asks if they tried cutting it. The girl tells him they tried it, but then they cannot walk properly without it and it regenerates within a month. Raquel laughs and says it is like a lizard. He then realizes something and weirdness comes all over his face, and he asks if they want him to resolve such an issue. His clinic once again brings a very challenging situation to him. He does not understand that he has to go through this to get his S-rank nurses, although he has never treated tails. He takes his head in his arms thinking he has no idea how to solve this issue. Raquel asks her if he can become a society guardian for them. The girl asks him about it as she does not know it. He tells her that it means he will use his position and authority to support her tribe. She quickly refuses the offer and she seems a little angry on his offer. She tells him she is refusing because this does not solve their problem. She explains to him that in that condition, if something happens to him, or he changes his mind, then they will still be in the same position, or the position could even be worse. She makes it clear that she is not here for any temporary solution or some nonsense bargain. He asks if she wants a permanent solution for this tail problem of theirs. The girl agrees that this is the only thing she seeks from him. Rakiel sighs and nods. The girl quickly takes an interest and asks if he will help them. Rakiel tells him he does not have any choice but to solve this problem. She asks if he has something in his mind. He tells her directly he has nothing in mind yet, but he will work on it. The girl seems impressed by him, considering him to be honest and helping. She guesses if he had used only his words to guarantee that all would be good, she might have been disappointed. Instead, he was honest and told her that he needed time to find a solution. The girl starts to leave and asks him if she will wait for his call. Rakiel tells her to stay inside palace just like he keeps all his patients whom he is treating. The girl leaves. Just as she leaves, Rakiel starts to break down, thinking that these talents are too good to lose for him, and he does not know if he can find their cure yet. He cannot believe he could find these many people at once, but for this price. Damian and Garden are looking at him, screaming speechlessly. Rakiel gets furious on the challenge he has just taken up. Next, he is in the library reading all sorts of books to find any cure. He is extremely tired, trying to find the right diagnosis, but he has found no cure yet. Garden comes and he screams at Rakiel, calling him. This seems like his skill, but still at level 1. This skill of his startles Rakiel every time and his books fell from his hand. Rakiel asks if he does that every time on purpose and Garden refuses. Rakiel then asks him about his problem. He warns him that if he frowns too much and allows stress to accumulate in his body, he could gain various illnesses. Rakiel tells him he believes he won't get any illness due to getting tired, but his startling can definitely cause him a heart attack. Garden smiles and tells him this won't happen. Rakiel questions his ability to tell if it will cause a heart attack or not. Garden warns him again that if he frowns too much, he will get wrinkles soon. He tells him that once he gets wrinkles, he won't be able to treat them ever. Rakiel smiles at him and thinks if Garden is trying to make him feel better or make him smile in these hard times. He agrees that he is making him embarrassed and grateful at the same time. He figures that Garden is definitely a good person. Rakiel calmly tells him it would be bad if he gets wrinkles. He will get fillers or Botox. Garden feels confused hearing those names. Rakiel smiles, knowing they do not know about all these things. He just tells him that that is something he knows, and they are really good at preventing wrinkles and getting rid of them. He then waits and realizes something, and then he thinks he finds something. He thinks of botulinum toxin, which is the full name of Botox. Among all the toxins discovered by mankind, it is the most potent one. He figures that the werewolf's muscle tail move by themselves. He will apply local paralysis to that muscle, and then just use the poison. He thinks of that tribe as a werewolf tribe which has tails and are mighty in strength. Rakiel tells Garden that he needs Kuzman's venom and asks if he has kept it safe in vault. Garden tells him it is kept safe, and Rakiel asks him to bring that to him, and he asks her to bring it to Agni's room. He goes to the Agni's room, who is doing push-ups in her room. Rakiel knocks. Just as she opens the door, she asks if there is something they need at this hour at night. Rakiel turns her up and takes her inside and tells her that he might have a solution for her problem. He guesses there are 2 things he needs to find out first. One would be the location of procedure to take place, and the other would be to check the flow of mana in her body. As he was thinking this, he releases some mana and sees her body. He can see that the flow in her body is different than other humans. He figures that other than the location of the governor vessel, it is not as different as he expected. He sees that the Chenkyang and Yadshu acupoint on her hip are further apart than a human's, and in between, there is something that humans do not have, a completely new blood vessel that leads to the tail. He then stops telling her the details of his procedure. He concludes that she is similar to humans. He asks her to turn into a wolf for him. She surprisingly looks back at him. It is full moon out there. He tells her that the location of her acupoint will change when she transforms, and he needs to check that and find out where they are. She starts looking in the air keenly and starts working on herself. She suddenly starts changing into a wolf with a gush of air and energy in her body. She has changed into a huge wolf. As pretty as she was as a human, the wolf was not that pretty, but she has changed into it. Rakiel tells her that he expected her to be even bigger, and she is just like Dangchil. He smiles and tells her that Dangchil is his dog's name, and she grunts as he calls her like a dog. He figures she cannot speak now as her structure if mouth is different. He cutely takes her paw in his hand as if she is some dog. She again grunts to show him anger as she does not like being called or treated as a dog, and laughing he takes his hands back. He then starts pointing at her as if he is tickling her, and she starts laughing, rolling on the floor cutely, and Garden is surprised that his tickle tricks actually worked on her. Raquel then tells them now they need to start looking for treatment. He goes to his office and thinks that he has figured out the place they will be doing the procedure at. But the second task is still complicated for him. He is looking at the paralyzing poison and thinks of the amount he should be using at her. He figures at first he needs to know the ingredients of the poison for Agnes Botox. He thinks of Kuzman, who is in prison, and thinks if he needs to ask him. He then drops the plan as he does not trust him and considers him his number one villain. His second option is to eat it and store it in a mana circle to test it. The red alert notification starts coming. His heart thinks he is crazy for doing this, so do his lungs, large intestine, and life. His heart asks others if he just ate the poison, and others start laughing at him. His liver is worried about detoxifying the poison he just ate. His liver, who stays very grumpy all the time, screams at everyone because he will be the one detoxifying it. His liver gives him the idea that he should summon the cute monster and feed it the poison. Raquel feels so sad that his liver wants him to feed the poison to the cute monster. He questions his organs if they are taking things too far by trying to kill the cute monster, and his organs tell him he is the one taking things too far as he is poisoning himself. His liver again screams and tells him that the summoned monsters are best at analyzing ingredients, which includes poison. Raquel's eyes widen at the information he just received from his liver. Raquel does not believe the information. His eyes widen if there is some summon whose specialty is to analyze ingredients. The liver laughs, tells him he met him when he was in the system waiting room. Raquel asks about the system waiting room. His liver tells him that just like the name, it is a waiting room. He tells him that until he was here, he was sleeping in the waiting room. He tells him that everyone was there, his heart, large intestine, and lungs. Raquel asks if his other sleeping organs are also there. His liver informs that it is same with the summons. They sleep there until they are summoned. Raquel starts thinking about the system. His liver refuses to answer him anymore. He tells him he won't tell him more even if he knows it, as that's the rule of that palace. There is a restriction on that place. Raquel, smiling childishly, asks if he can tell him about the name of summon monster who can analyze ingredients. His liver carelessly tells him he does not want to tell him. Raquel feels angry at his liver, and the other organs start laughing at him. Raquel screams at them and tells them to stay quiet. He tells them he will make them tell him. Raquel holds his breath, and his large intestine makes his fun, and this is how he wants to punish his organs. His face goes red with all the breath holding. His lungs and heart starts feeling the lack of oxygen. His internal organs start panicking. His liver and intestine start shouting and informing him about his lungs dying. They then start telling him the summon's name that can analyze ingredients. They tell him it is a fish called bobok. Raquel assumes if it is a sunfish. The sunfish around him tells him not to call him sunfish but bobok. He looks at bobok and asks her to be his friend. Bobok and Diagnosing are friends now. Raquel is so happy seeing them playing. He takes one pill and asks bobok if she wants to try one and see how it tastes. His organs started calling him heartless for feeding him such a poison. He opens the capsule and feeds it to bobok. He thought its skill would be to tell the ingredients, but instead the fish start choking. Diagnosing looks at bobok, surprisingly seeing him falling on the table, looking like he died. Raquel knew bobok will use the skill to be revived, and it finally did, and is not dead. Bobok brings one of her tooth out and starts writing about the poison. Raquel feels thrilled by her and laughs as he finds her so adorable. Bobok writes everything he eats in a heart-shaped journal. He writes everything his journal, the ingredients, and traits of whatever he eats, and also if he is snitching on someone. Reading his journal, Raquel figures that it is a very extreme venom that weakens the Botox. Now, he can accurately produce the amount needed to anesthetize Agnes' tail. He calls Garden. He quickly appears, and Raquel is yet surprised by his ability to be always there no matter when he calls. Garden looks at other summon and gets shocked. Raquel tells him that he just came looking for him overnight. Raquel tells him maybe he is just popular with summons. Garden laughs, and he asks him the reason of laughing. Garden tells him that he reminded him of a great person mentioned in books. Upon asking, Garden tells him he reminds him of Lloyd Frontera. Raquel asks if he reminds him of the estate developer that lied what the empire was a kingdom. Garden tells him he has records mentioning that he had 5 summons, and that is why he reminds him of him. Rakiel asks as a child if he was this great, and Garden tells him proudly that he was the one who built the foundations of this empire. He must be great. Garden tells him he was most popular on Fridays. Rakiel asks about the meaning of this. Rakiel then quickly remembers that the conversation was getting too long. He quickly orders him to bring Agnes. Garden runs, not looking back at all. Him and Agnes are in the hallway while Agnes' thoughts are doubting if Crown Prince can actually solve her problem, as it has hardly been a day, and he has already figured things out. She asks if he is a little nervous. He tries to brush her off, but she asks if he is like this because he saw his tail. Garden quickly apologizes for that. Agnes smiles at his innocence. She then tells him she is used to it, and she then starts introducing herself to him formally. They shake hands. Garden tells her that he is the main doctor for the Crown Prince, and she tells him that her name is Agnes, and she is the successor of the Robo tribe and the daughter of Hashinto. Garden then calls her Lady Agnes and asks if he can give her some advice. He starts moving while giving her advice, saying that he hopes she won't be too surprised no matter whatever treatment the prince suggests. Agnes becomes confused on his words. Garden warns her that she might take him as crazy when he tells her the method of treatment. Agnes does not understand. She tries to figure out the nature of the treatment method. Garden then leads her to the room Rakiel is in, along with all other helpers and staff. He asks her to take a seat. She asks if he has really found a treatment within a day. Rakiel agrees and asks her to trust him. She asks about the treatment first, and he figures she is quite nervous. He calmly tells her that for starters he will poke with a thorn needle multiple times on her tail, and then he will inject the poison into her. He asks if she thinks this is cool. She felt surprised and weird while everyone else clapped for the Crown Prince. She looks at Garden in fear and confusion. Garden looks at her with an angelic face telling her to trust the Crown Prince, and so does everyone else. When she looks at Rakiel, he also asks her to trust him with a pure, beautiful, angelic face. She looks at everyone and thinks the Crown Prince and everyone here is crazy. Agni is sitting at the bed with her head in her hand, as she thinks everyone here is crazy. She starts thinking about her procedure. Rakiel tells her not to think about the procedure so much, and she just needs to trust him. She looks at him thinking, now he does not look that trustworthy to her, but she decides to give him a shot. She thinks of her tribe, because if he succeeds then her tribe will no longer need to suffer because of their tails. She is ready to take this chance for the sake of her tribe, even if the procedure is dangerous. She agrees to get it done. Rakiel clicks his fingers together and gets ready as well. His other servant brings a gown for her to wear in order to start the procedure. They make her wear that although she is feeling a little uncomfortable. They put her to bed and make her wear the gown, and due to the hole in the gown, her tail sticks out of it. Rakiel tells everyone to get started. His servants think he is looking cool while starting the procedure. He releases his mana energy and puts a hand on her back. He sees her through the Asrahan core technique and thinks that this technique can does wonders for anyone. He figures that acupoints in a body really exists. He figures that even after thousands of years of experience and modern equipment, people could not see the acupoints, but through the Asrahan core technique he can see them. This is what he was lacking while practicing traditional medicine. He believed acupoints existed, but could not see. He touches one acupoint and realizes now he can touch them. He brings the thorn needles out to start the procedure. He keeps the first wound at Xuanchu point and keeps it 1.5 centimeters deep. The blue tab shows that discharge function is activated of slot 1. Rakiel starts discharging 0.01 milliliter of the muscle paralyzing poison that he has stored in the circle slot. Agnes laying down winces in pain. Rakiel keeps his next point to be the Mingmen point, and he keeps the needle 2.1 centimeters deep. The next comes the Yeyongquan point, and he keeps it 2.4 centimeters deep. By doing this, the mana that tried to go around the Xuanchu point will now has a path to flow through. Mana starts flowing down the erector spiny on both sides. By discharging the poison, her tongue has lost its strength and does not move now. His actual work starts now. Paralyzing the tongue was just the start, just like using anesthesia. The most important thing in this procedure is to maintain the paralysis of it for life. Just then, her tail moves and brushes itself on Rakiel's face, and he assumes if it has already recovered. He figures that its recovery ability is tremendous, but he already expected this? He speeds up the paralyzing poison from all the points. First he does it from Yadshu point, and lastly at the Neakung point, which is right at the back of her neck. She winces, thinking, if he just pokes a needle at the back of her head. She does not understand that she asked him to work on her tail, and he is poking on her head. Her tail, which was first moving, sits back and stops moving. Instead, her left pinky toe moves on its own, and she does not understand it. As soon as her toe moves, Rakiel puts his hands in the air and announces that the procedure is done. She tells her to relax as the procedure is done. She gets up and puts her feet on the ground, asking if it's over, and Rakiel confirms that the procedure was a success. She is confused at how soon it will be completed. Rakiel asks if she can feel something different with her tail. She observes that her tail should be coiled up because she feels uneasy, but her tail is not moving. Rakiel tells her that he tricked her body's nerves and paralyzed her tail. She does not understand the procedure he just told her. He tells her that he has redirected her tail's nerves to her pinky toe. He informs her that her left pinky toe will be moving now, instead of her tail. Rakiel tells her that he has made her pinky toe now her tail, and everyone cheered at him and his little magic. Agnes feels weird. She was speechless for a second, and then she starts crying. Rakiel looks at her smiling, thinking that all the sadness and contempt that she and her people have felt, they might not have to feel that again. Agnes keeps crying loudly, and she thanks Rakiel for his kindness. Rakiel tells her to just be happy with the procedure, and if she remembers her contract, then it's time to sign it. He reminds her that she said she would bring her tribe here if he could save her from the humiliation of her tail. He hands her the contract and asks her to sign it now. She looks at him, thinking he is no ordinary person as he has treated this type of thing. The next morning, Rakiel is laughing and seems very happy looking at something. Garden asks if he is this much happy that he cannot stop laughing or smiling. Looking at a room full of people from Agnes' tribe, he tells him how can he not be happy because now they will be soon having 50 nurses. There are 50 werewolves in the room right now who have been turned into nurses as he has treated them. Agnes is also working as a nurse this time. These people have been taught basic nursing techniques and emergency treatments among other things. They also went through professional nursing classes. They now know to differentiate between medical ingredients, how to store them, prepare tonic soups, and how to use bandages. All the training needed to run a ward in a hospital has been completed. A girl comes to Rakiel and tells her that they have come up with a new shifting schedule. Rakiel looks at the schedule and feels happy. He is happy how these people have learned fast, and the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic is finally operating day and night now. Looking at them, he thinks it looks as if they are now used to a wiggling toe instead of a tail. He seems very happy about this success. He could not even imagine he would have. The blue tab opens and confirms that he has done the procedure on 50 other werewolves. There are no life-extending effects from this procedure, so the request for medical treatment fee has not been activated. All his organs are feeling happy and are proud of him. As his other organs cheer for him, a member of the internal organs that possess the earth elements has woken up because of the noise. His stomach has finally opened its green eyes. His stomach tells him he is a small baby that requires delicious food. Rakiel thinks his stomach being a baby is cute. His stomach demands fried pork cutlet and sweet and sour pork and also fried chicken. As his stomach enters, he was not a small baby at all, but a very fat individual who is demanding pizza along with the other food as well. His stomach is crying and telling that he is feeling dizzy and he needs loads of food. Rakiel fears that the food his stomach is demanding is not in this world. His stomach tells him he wants to dip kimbap into tteokbokki sauce, and Rakiel tells him he wants it too. He tells him to hold for a little time as they cannot do anything right now. His stomach starts demanding sweets. Rakiel starts eating the sweets, thinking if his stomach has the taste buds of an elementary school. Just when stomach gets his sweet, he celebrates his birth and grants Rakiel 300 HP. His other organs cheer at the birth of his stomach and grants him 700 HP that makes his HP now 1000. Celebrations aside, he is happy that his internal organs can now offer a wider range of consultations. He will have an easier time with stomach diseases now. The tab tells him that due to the precise control he showcased during the tail paralysis procedure, his Israhan core technique has improved. His technique has leveled up. The level 3 has started and his mana increase is now 150%. The storage space of his mana circle has expanded. The expanding of his mana circle makes him feel like there is a small water balloon that is growing in his chest. He feels super happy on receiving a large amount of HP this morning. A boy calls him and tells him that the patient in ward number 6 seems a little strange. Rakiel starts moving towards the ward number 6 when his nurse tells him that the patient's body has different smell and it seems like he is getting a fever. Rakiel goes along with the nurse. Rakiel is now happy and confident that no matter what type of case comes, he knows that the foundation of this traditional medicine clinic is now solid. He is happy that his clinic can be a stable one now. In the other room, Side Palace's chief butler Pavard is looking into some documents of the clinic. As he goes through different files and books, he thinks he has seen something wrong or did something wrong, and something greatly worries him. He keeps the diary to Side, knowing they are now totally screwed. He does not look here and runs directly to Rakiel's office, calling him. He startles everyone inside. Damian was about to pull his sword out. Rakiel looks at Garden and tells him he is here then, who is doing his job of startling him. Pavard runs inside. He stands in front of Rakiel, catching his breath. Rakiel asks him if something is wrong. He tells him that he has an urgent report and asks forgiveness on the late visit. He comes forward and secretly tells him that the operating budget for the Side Palace is disturbed and we are running out of it. Rakiel stands up and starts screaming. He screams if he is actually out of money, although he is the crown prince. It strikes him, and he guesses this is really bad for his clinic as well. He asks him the reason of not having the money and asks him for all the details. He tells him that he has made a huge cut to the Side Palace's operating budget last autumn. Rakiel screams again, not remembering when did he do that. Rakiel starts checking in his memory, but as he was not in this crown prince's body last autumn, so he cannot remember anything. Rakiel then sits calmly with Pavard to discuss things. Pavard tells him that he thinks he made the cut because he thought he won't be alive by this time. Rakiel asks if he thinks he gave himself up. Pavard agrees, saying that he was only able to move for 2 days out of 10 and there was a lot of extra budget in palace. Rakiel cries how what he did in past is haunting him now. Pavard calls him calmly and tells him he should be happy that he is very healthy now. Rakiel falls of the sofa, saying this does not make him happy at all. Pavard is confused at his doings. He starts cursing the money and everything else, and special the sick brat who was in this body. He asks him if this is how he wants to play with him. He then sighs, thinking whatever he did that time, he must have done it after thinking, considering the condition he was in. Rakiel then excitedly asks if they can ask for more operating budget for the Side Palace this year. Pavard tells him this is not possible, and Rakiel feels like someone has just stabbed him with this information. He tells him if they have to close the clinic he will die. Pavard asks him about the relation of his clinic with his death. Ignoring his question, he again asks if they cannot ask for the budget. Pavard tells him if he does that then he will be breaking the law of the empire. He explains him that the budget for a specific year can only be requested at the end of previous year. The only person who is not restricted by the law and can do something about it is his beloved father. Rakiel smiles as if he has now an idea in his mind. He quickly gets in his carriage, saying he will ask his father for it. He comes back as quickly as he went, saying that his father does not want to help him. He is sitting in his office feeling helpless. The same thing happened to him in his own life. He had to close his clinic due to the money. He decides he won't let money stop him again. He thinks of a solution and asks Pavard if he has a list of Side Palace's assets. Pavard agrees and he asks him to bring it. Before bringing, he asks if Rakiel needs them for something, and he informs him he will be selling everything. He gathers paintings, stone statues, cutleries that have gold and silver. He will be selling everything. Pavard is sad how everything is being sold, as he cared for them for a long time. He asks Rakiel to reconsider. Rakiel tells him he won't change his mind. Pavard starts crying, saying he hates the crown prince. Rakiel looks at him with surprised face as Pavard gets very emotional. A few days later, Pavard and Damian is standing in his office. Rakiel orders them to listen up. He tells them that they sold things that were luxurious, but it is just a temporary solution. Damian asks if he is already preparing for next steps, while Pavard is still busy in getting sad. Rakiel tells them that he has brought this short period for them to breathe and take a good step in this crucial situation. He tells them they are not able to build a stable and lasting fund. The funds that they just acquired will be used up in no time. Pavard tells him they have nothing else to sell. Rakiel laughs and tells them he has another idea. They will make medicines and sell them. Both of them feel surprised, and Rakiel tells them from now on, he will be the crown prince that sells medicine. At the Frontier Plaza, there is a boy who failed the nurse test. A man asks him if he heard the news from the palace. The boy asks if something happened there. The man tells him that the crown prince has sold all the expensive items in the palace. The boy surprisingly asks him the reason. A woman approaches them, saying she heard he has done so the traditional medicine clinic keeps running. The boy is surprised that he sold all the items just so he can keep treating the patients. The man asks if he does not think that the prince is an incredible person. Everyone starts talking about how great their prince is. Even if they search the old books, they won't find anyone like him. They all think of him as the awesome person, and the best of all, they think of him as some angelic light. Rakiel, on the other hand, is sitting in his office thinking he dearly needs to earn the money in order to keep his clinic operating. He needs to keep the clinic operating so he can live on. Damian and Pavard are in front of him, and Damian asks if he wants to sell the medicine himself. Pavard suggests him that if there is an issue of only funding, then they should start receiving small fee from the patients, and that can save them. Rakiel tells them how this could be a bad idea and only fewer patients will give the fee. He guesses he needs more and more patients in order to increase his life bonus. He tells Pavard that he does not want to charge them ever, as this is not his intentions. He tells them their best solution right now is to sell the medicine. They won't sell any normal medicine, but very effective and expensive ones. He tells them that those medicines will be luxury medicine that people would even want to buy them just to display them. He clicks his fingers, telling he will launch a brand himself. He confirms that any household that is rich and haughty will be able to boast just by having it. He will make sure that those medicines will be something that will signify one's status in society. He starts dancing on the thought of such medicine. Pavard asks if such a medicine exists. Rakiel tells him that there is a medicine like this. It uses the gallstone of a minotaur. Damian questions about minotaur. Rakiel tells him the name of the medicine is Golden Minota Calming Pill. He explains that all the Koreans have heard of this calming pill Chingsimwen. It is a high-quality medicine with great effects like curing or improving brain illnesses, heart diseases, and high blood pressure. It is in the end a powerful nerve-calming medicine. He is going out with Damian. Damian asks if with the gallstone of Minotaur he will make the Golden Minota Calming Pill and sell it. Rakiel agrees with him. Damian asks if people would want to eat it. Rakiel confirms him that people will. He tells him that he will make people think it is a rare thing, and this the psychology of people. He tells him that they are not just using bowls, but something more powerful and rare. They are using the gallstone of the Minotaur. Rakiel tells him that both the efficacy and branding of the pill will be enough for people to buy it, and it is definitely marketable. Damian shows him that according to him people won't buy it. Damian tells him he is hearing about these for the first time. He asks if there is such a thing, then it should already be famous. Rakiel tells him it was famous in an ancient kingdom, but it has been fallen. Damian questions him about the kingdom. Rakiel tells him it is called Joseon. Damian refuses that he has heard about it, and Rakiel tells him he has also heard it in his dreams. He tells him he has learned all his treatments from his dreams. Damian confirms that Garden told him that he has learned everything from his dreams. Damian does not think something like this happened, but never questioned it. Damian knows that Garden is a very naive person, and as someone who supports Rakiel, he would accept that as truth easily. Rakiel then starts moving forward. Damian then thinks that for him the thing that matters is he gets his salary on time. Damian asks if he wants to treat patients without a license. Rakiel asks if he needs license. Damian nods, telling that he heard that there is a doctor's license exam. Rakiel's face turned full of sweat hearing of an exam, and Damian confirms that Garden also passed the test. Rakiel tells him he didn't know about the test and laughs awkwardly. Rakiel then says he will first resolve their funding problem by getting the gallstone of a minotaur. Damian asks if he is going to send people to get it from the capital herbal shop. Rakiel tells him they do not have it, he knows it from when he bought the other items. Damian then asks him about finding it somewhere else. Rakiel informs him they need to buy a live minotaur. He informs that he will be going to Cremo. Cremo is the center of commerce in the northeast corner of their empire, where one of the top monster auction houses are located. Damian asks if he will go there himself. Rakiel tells him there is no need he should ask this, as this is obvious. He says he will go and check the condition of the Minotaur himself, as he needs to check the gallstones as well. Damian thinks he has some screw loosened up, as he intends to go there himself. The bigger carriages have been prepared. On top of it, Agnes is sitting. Reaching to the carriages, he asks Damian to come quickly, as this is their departure time. Damian is confused if they are moving out this soon. Rakiel tells him they need to go right now, as time is very important for him, even more than gold. He looks back at him in anger and tells him he needs to come right now. They get on the carriage and start their journey right away. Garden is running behind the carriages, crying as Rakiel leaves him behind. Rakiel shouts from within the carriage, telling him he needs him to look out for the clinic. 3 carriages are moving together, one after another. Damian admires how the carriages are way more comfortable than he imagined. Rakiel tells him he is the crown prince, which means his traveling would definitely be comfortable. They are lying in the caskets in the carriage, and Rakiel tells him, laughing, they are in first-class carriage, while Damian tells him this now feels strange. It has now been 8 days since they left Magneta. Agnes is resting on the roof of the carriage. She opens her eyes as she suspects something, and then she turns back and looks at something. She can smell the sea. She announces that she can see the port behind the hill. She recognizes it to be the Cremos port. They have arrived at the Cremo port where sun is setting and boats are in the water. There is a lot of hustle going on at the port. All sorts of people are busy in doing their work. Rachiel reaches and announces that this is Cremo's monster auction house. Their carriage stops. A man notices their carriage and tells the man to park it somewhere else, and he cannot park it here right at the gate. The man who is driving the carriage comes out and asks the man if he knows who is in the carriage. The man smirks and asks if he thinks he has the crown prince in there. Rachiel comes out and greets the man, and the man stands there being shocked seeing the crown prince actually being here. He starts screaming and sweating. In the auction, there are a couple of men standing along with the mayor, when the man who saw the crown prince comes running inside. He runs to the mayor. Isel Cremo is the mayor of Cremo, and he asks the man if there is some problem. The man starts catching his breath and announces that the crown prince is here. Rachiel comes in with Damian and others on his side. The mayor screams seeing the crown prince there. He runs towards him and starts flattering him and asks about his business here. Rachiel tells him he wanted to buy something from here. The mayor tells him in that case he will provide him with additional bodyguard. Rachiel tells him he does not need any additional bodyguards and refuses his offer in a polite manner, saying he already has his guards. His guards included Damian, Agnes, and Sergio. The mayor seems worried considering his guards and still want to give him more guards, but Rachiel tells him that he will be leaving after looking for a bit, so they do not need to worry about him. The mayor keeps talking about his arrival and keeps trying to flatter him while Rachiel is super tired and furious with him constantly speaking. He just moves forwards considering him annoying and tells him he will drop by later by his residence. The mayor salutes him and orders his people to clean everything including the front yard, and Rachiel rolls his eyes at his voice. Although he almost felt a little sorry for them, as it felt like he was some military commander that just visited out of nowhere. A monster is lying in the cage and people are bidding over him. On a huge stage, a man is standing beside the cage and auctioning the monster. Rachiel is looking at everything from far away. Damian looks everywhere and tells Rachiel that this way quieter than he thought it would be, and Rachiel agreed with him. Rachiel asks if everyone is quiet because it is a monster auction house, and Damian partially agrees with him considering the monsters would wake up if it is too noisy. Different monsters keep being appeared for auctioning, and silently people auction for them. Rachiel is bored by watching this and yawning. He figures it is about to be over, but there was no Minotaur today. Just then another cage comes, with a monster in it which is huge and has big horns on his head, and is sitting in the cage. The monster grunts and starts screaming. Everyone startles at his scream, and Rachiel wonders that this alone monster can make 100 portions of cow head rice soup, as it is incredibly huge. He wonders if it can lift 30 tons in total for the big 3 weight exercises in gym. The auctioneer shouts that this monster is today's highlight, and it is a Minotaur. The man tells that the 7 best hunting teams in the northern mountains worked together. They hunted it for 30 and barely captured it alive, and this is their best item yet. The condition of the Minotaur is great and his nature is very fierce. The man tells they strongly recommend it for breeding or display. Rachiel shouts that he needs to get that. The Minotaur roars again. Rachiel wonders even if they use tons of anesthetic and all kinds of tranquilizer on it, it can still emit such a roar. Rachiel gets excited that he will kill it and cute it, he definitely wants it. The man shouts they are starting from 50,000 Magen. Hearing such a high price, Rachiel asks if he heard wrong, as the other monster's final selling price was 50,000, and this one is starting at 50,000. Damian asks if he does not have this much. Rachiel tells him he brought only 100,000 Magen, and he only has that now. He looks at everyone else thinking this is actually no joke, and this is going to be expensive. Rachiel tells him he is never going to buy is with 100,000 Magen. He thinks of his previous life, saying in this amount of money, he could even buy Damian a luxurious apartment in Seoul's Gangnam district, and Damian is confused at his sayings. But in the end Rachiel cannot lose this too. He asks his frontal lobe to think hard. Just then, something strikes him. He calls Damian and asks him to listen carefully. He explains everything in his ear. Damian asks if he is actually going to do that, and Rachiel happily agrees. Damian confirms again, and his answer is still positive. Damian is about to tell him something and warns him already that G does not know how that will make him feel. He then tells him that the order he is giving him is like a thug. Rachiel acts like he does not care about it. The notification tells that being likened to a thug won't give him any damage, which means he can do it. Damian then leaves, telling him he will be back. Rakiel wishes him luck. The man shouts that they have one person with 50,000 Magen. A man in the audience was offering 53,000 Magen. Everyone is shocked at him. Another man offers 5,500 Magen. Rakiel gets angry thinking about Damian, as there is no much time left and people might be able to take the Minotaur in this time. Just then, the mayor comes along with Damian. Rakiel asks him about his visit and the mayor startles at the way he looks at him. Rakiel keeps looking at him with his eyes wide open. The mayor does not understand why is he doing this. He then thinks his political career has always been about quick wit. Rakiel's expressions, he guesses he wants the people to know who he is, then it is time for him to score some big points in front of Rakiel. He clears his throat and calls him loudly and requests him to listen to his request. In shock, everyone looks back as they didn't know the crown prince was here. The mayor tells him that 100 special bodyguards are waiting for his orders. Rakiel stands up and tells him he appreciates his good intentions. Damian laughs in his mind as Rakiel's plan is working out. He then takes his auction banner, saying he forgot auction is still going on. He brings it up and offers 60,000 Magens. Everyone is shocked and also in awe as their crown prince is offering the price. Rakiel played this move so after knowing that the crown prince is placing the bidding, neither anyone will oppose nor place another bid after him. Everyone is so shocked at him so professionally placing the bid. As everyone was interested in Minotaur before, now everyone is only interested in the crown prince. Everyone stops placing the bid and gives up seeing the crown prince. Even the man who was auctioning everything is shocked and knows that no one will now place the bid. But he is shocked that they will have to sell their best piece of today for only 60,000 Magesons. He almost gives up as well as he thinks this is it for them, and they cannot put more price on their best piece now. A man sitting in the audience still seems to be thinking of placing a bid. He bids at 70,000 Magens. Everyone is shocked at his bravery that he places the bid after the crown prince. The man announces that someone has placed another bid. The man thinks that this noble man saved them by placing the bid for 70,000. Rakiel is shocked at that man placing the bid. Another man talks to the woman and asks if he is Guinness, who is placing the bet against the crown prince. He is the one who is highly favored by the king in the southern country Amboys. He is the Amboys tycoon Guinness Deschamps. Guinness wants to see Rakiel's next move, and he does not care about the prince as he is not a denizen of Magentano anyways. The auctioneer thinks of him as their savior who will drive away the crown prince. Someone tells him he is speaking too loud, and he says he has heard that the crown prince is famous for bearing the grudges. Another man tells that the crown prince can bear the grudges for a long time. Rakiel can hear all of them talking. Instead of the biting being easy for him, it is now even more difficult. Rakiel gets furious. Rakiel thinks if Guinness wants to have a go at it and compete with him. Guinness wants to know if the crown prince will give up on his status and fight him using money. Rakiel starts erasing the bid he made and starts writing a new one and is welcoming Guinness on the competition by doing so. Rakiel places the bid for 71,000, deciding he will get his hand on this Minotaur. The man announces that the crown prince is bidding for 71,000. The other man places it for 72,000 Magens. The tension in the hall is real right now. The crown prince goes for 75 Magens and Guinness goes for 80,000 Magens. After a few of other heated bidding placements, the best item of today, the Minotaur, was sold for 250,000 Magens. Guinness closes his eyes and takes a deep breath as he has won the crown prince. It leaves Rakiel in shock, and he can feel nothing right now except his defeat. Rakiel screams at Minotaur as people start dragging and taking him for Guinness. Damian looks at Rakiel and tells him he is glad he lost the Minotaur. Confusingly, Rakiel looks at him. Damian tells him it is too ineffective to use all 100,000 of his Magen on one Minotaur. He tells him that if he uses all his money, he will have nothing. Rakiel appreciates how Damian is trying to be cute and make him feel better in such a situation. Damian then tells him he won't be able to pay his salary if he uses all his money, so he should use it carefully. Rakiel is shocked at his concern as he thought he was looking out for him. Damian tells him the only reason he is protecting him is his salary. He tells him if he cannot pay his salary, then he won't be able to stay by his side. Rakiel thinks of him as a capitalistic monster who only thinks about himself and his salary. Rakiel asks if he does not feel grateful that he rescued him from the underground Colosseum. Damian tells him he will always be grateful, but that is a different matter than salary. Rakiel can't believe him and asks if his gratefulness is separate from financial matters, and Damian agrees. Rakiel is speechless at how direct he is with him. He recalls the novel in which the protagonist he rooted for was Damian Cain. If he remembers his potential for growth in the future, he cannot think of anyone else in the world who would be as reliable as having him by his side. He knows through the novel that he will be the strongest person in the whole universe by his side when it comes to save him. He recalls then that it is not the only reason he needs him by his side, but he must make sure he aims for a stable life with him as well, because only then everyone can be happy and alive. Rakiel, making a weird face, tells him that he has heard him and he will never delay his salary. Rakiel tells the mayor that he will be going to his residence first. Isel was not expecting this at all. Rakiel starts running and Isel starts running with him unknowingly. He then asks him about the reason for running. Rakiel is only running because he is embarrassed on losing after resorting to cheap tricks. Guinness looks back and notices him leaving the hall. The night falls at Cremo and Minotaur is chained down in the auction hall. He opens his fiercely yellow fire-like eyes and looks at someone standing in front of him. As he opens his full eyes, he sees Guinness standing in front of him. Beside Guinness, there are different tools on the table, including several scissors and other tools. Guinness looks at Minotaur and tells him his condition is even better now that he is looking up close. He looks at the back where a man is standing. He tells him that he should have seen the Crown Prince's face when he stole him from him. The man steps forward and agrees with Guinness and asks if they should start the taxidermy process today. Guinness agrees him on starting the procedure. Guinness tells him he has called him here only for this because he knows he is the most skilled taxidermist in Cremo. The man tells him he is flattering him. He is here only because he is generous when it comes to compensation. The man asks Guinness if there is some specific style of taxidermy which he would like him to perform. Guinness tells him to make it as grand as he can, as he will be revealing him and offering him to the king on his birthday banquet. The man confirms he wants a powerful image shown when he is revealed. The man asks if he has the mage ready that he asked him for the perfect taxidermy to be done. Guinness tells him everything is ready. He calls the mage inside and a boy with curly hair comes inside saying they are busy talking, so he will be getting starting on the procedure. The mage channels his magic and tells everyone that he will be killing it in clean manner using vacuum magic, which is a magic ball. He uses the magic on Minotaur and the Minotaur shudders. As the mage attacks it with the magic, the Minotaur starts sweating up and gets furious. He recalls the memories with his family and figures that these humans are very evil, as he remembers they killed his whole family as well, and then put him in the cage, giving him food as if he is some stray dog. He cannot let that happen to him, whatever happened to his family. The Minotaur shudders and starts applying pressure on his chains as he cannot breathe. A red lightning-like energy starts coming from the Minotaur, and everyone starts looking at him in surprise, and then he breaks his chains and standing up roars loudly. At the mayor's residence, Rakiel is laying in bed telling Damian how his body is aching, and he is very tired. Damian tells him he agrees he did push himself a little too hard. His internal organs are protesting due to his hard schedule, and he pushes himself hard too much as well. Rakiel tells him he will buy a Minotaur tomorrow. Damian sighs if he wants to buy a Minotaur of 100,000 Magen. Someone bangs his room door loudly. Two men come inside and tells him to get up right now as there is a problem. Damian comes between the men and Rakiel and asks them about the problem. Rakiel is already tired and has no energy to do something anyways, but still gets ready. Men inform them they need to evacuate the prince to a safe location. Rakiel orders them to explain themselves properly. Just then, a loud bang happens with a lot of dust coming out of his room wall. Damian quickly comes forward asking Rakiel to duck behind him. The Minotaur has arrived in his room. The Minotaur takes Damian in his hand and Rakiel shouts for him. Its other hand comes for the crown prince himself. Rakiel starts sweating seeing his hand coming for him, and he quickly starts running away from it. He starts running away to save his life. A little while ago, when the Minotaur broke his chains and set himself free, he growls and releases a fire from his mouth. The auction hall is breaking apart. The walls have started to fall down along with the roof, and the servants are getting injured. Guinness cries seeing everything happening. The Minotaur growls again, calling Guinness the evilest human on earth. He clenches his fist and strikes the ground with it right beside Guinness, sending a huge shockwave to him. Guinness stands up and calls him the filthy bastard and asks him if he even knows about him, as he is a big shot merchant PF Amboise and his master. Just as he is about to strike him again, Guinness runs out for his life. He screams and orders the Minotaur not to come at him as he won't call him his master anymore. Minotaur runs after him at the streets growling. Guinness, running for his life, decides to reach some safe location. He reaches the mayor's residence. He diverts Minotaur's attention towards Mayor's residence, knowing Rakiel would be staying there. It gets confused, and he runs away from him and hides somewhere else without wasting any time. He hides himself behind the wall, holding his breath, and Minotaur keeps looking here and there trying to find him. He growls speechlessly. He puts his whole body through the Mayor's residence in anger. The story then comes to present. The Minotaur is present inside the Mayor's residence. He has caught Damian and is running after Rakiel with his bloody mouth. Rakiel starts running away from him. He has no place to go from this room, and Damian is sitting on the side injured by the Minotaur. Minotaur growls seriously at Rakiel. His eyes look bright red, but with a lot of sadness in them. Rakiel wonders about his eyes, as he has seen those eyes a lot back when he was in his own traditional Korean medicine clinic. He can see tears in his eyes, guessing he is hurting a lot, but has no one to rely on. He recognizes them as the eyes of a patient. He tries to move forward towards the Minotaur. The Minotaur recognizes him from the auction. It recalls how he was ready to place bid for him. It recognizes that he is just like the other guy who was trying to kill him. It feels threatened once again. Rakiel does not understand if it is strangely angry at him. The Minotaur then keeps its hand on the ground and looks keenly at Rakiel, stands in front of him firmly. Just then, the Minotaur clenches its fist and leans forward to punch Rakiel with its fist. There is a lot of red light coming from the Minotaur. Rakiel puts his arm on his eyes. Damian senses something and tries to get up and move his hand. Quickly, rushing forward, he comes in front of Rakiel and blocks the Minotaur's punch with his sword. Rakiel surprisingly looks at Damian, and he asks him to get out of here. Rakiel tells him, screaming, that he won't die in a place like this. He went through so much to get the life he has now. The Minotaur growls loudly and very furiously. It is hurt and full of rage at this point. It again prepares to attack, although Damian blocks his attack again. But Rakiel figures the Minotaur is very fast, and he starts running. Knowing if he gets hit by him, his all organs will be fractured and will stop working, he starts running for his life. The Minotaur observes him running away from him. He leans his arm forward and tries to punch Rakiel with its fist. Rakiel does not seem to be moving, seeing its immense power. Damian again comes in between and kicks Rakiel with his leg to move him aside. Its first damages the ground, and Rakiel has been moved towards the wall, while Damian catches a second of relief that Rakiel is safe. A black liquid spurts out from the ground which the Minotaur just busted with its fist. He has put a big piece of ground towards the door to lock it. Damian informs Rakiel that they cannot leave now, and he crazily tells him he has eyes and he can see that for himself. Damian starts thinking about the situation. He stands there still not moving, and then suddenly tells Rakiel he has something to tell him. He then turns and very seriously tells him if they survive this incident today, he needs a special bonus. Rakiel tells him he might not give that to him, and Damian tells him if that happens then he will run away alone. Rakiel judges him for his nasty personality. Minotaur is looking at them having this conversation. Damian tells Rakiel that he will count to 3 and he will attack the Minotaur, which will give Rakiel time to run away. Rakiel is confused on this decision of Damian's, and he asks him about any place to go. Damian is all ready to attack the Minotaur while Rakiel is disturbing him with these silly questions. Damian tells him they are on the 2nd floor. Nothing matters right now and he can jump from here. He takes his sword up in the air to attack Minotaur, and Rakiel is still shouting that his life matters to him and he wouldn't want to jump. Damian tells him that jumping is better than getting crushed up alive in here. Rakiel goes speechless on this. Rakiel shouts at him at this sensitive moment, asking if he thinks that he will jump, fall, and break his legs, and he will still be able to move. Rakiel keeps fighting Damian over this silly dispute, and Damian keeps telling him this is his only chance to escape. Damian holds his sword firmly. He signals Rakiel that he is starting. He jumps in front of the Minotaur, while the Minotaur waiting for him to come at him with his open arms so he can crush him later. Damian starts counting as he goes in the air, and Rakiel clenches his fist to be ready to move as his tongue hits 3. Damian reaches the Minotaur's face and ends his counting at 3, ready to strike him with his sword. Rakiel is worried he is counting too fast and is getting confused like a child. As Damian hits his sword on his face, Rakiel starts moving towards the open passage. The Minotaur growls in extreme anger and pain, and Rakiel jumps to get out of there. While jumping, he wonders how shitty his life is. As he jumps, he sees Minotaur's arm coming before him and panics. He grabs his arm and sticks to his arm. Minotaur gives him a look. Just then, a red dangerous notification appears, leaving Rakiel in shock and unable to believe it. As Rakiel sticks to Minotaur, the scanning of its body starts occurring, which leaves Rakiel speechless. The report of scan comes telling the target is King Odd Minotaur's Eurus, gender is male, age is 48, height is 712 centimeters, weight is 14,000, and blood type is C2. Its heart functionality is F. The overall opinion is that the balance within the body is collapsing due to being imprisoned and injected with tranquilizers over a long period and the consumption of large amounts of grains. Its heart is in a very bad condition, and the condition is stable angina pectoris, which means he might be in serious pain. Its heart was left alone, and he might get a cardiac infection and heart attack. Clinging to him and learning about his condition makes Rakiel realize that his heart vessels are about to be clogged up, due to which his chest pains must be pretty bad. It must feel like a car is ramming into his heart. Rakiel starts feeling sorry for him because he only went on a rampage. After all, he is in pain and hurting. He starts shaking his arm, which makes Rakiel shake as well. It surprised him. He quickly told him he could not treat him in this state. He clings to him harder, thinking right now he is in danger too along with his conditions. Rakiel looks down and considers letting go and flying away. He knows his body will shatter in pieces. Eurus lifts his other arm, and both Damian and Rakiel do not understand his intentions with it. Damian again jumps and strikes him on his face. He aimed for his eye, but he couldn't do it, and he hit his horn instead. He comes back on the ground. Damian asks Rakiel to stay hanging there for some more time, and he will rescue him. Rakiel nearly cries and tells him to do it quickly. Damian again runs with his sword, unleashing his power to attack Eurus to protect Rakiel. Damian decides he will cut his side and his shoulder into 2 parts as fast as he can. He decides that it would be fine even if his cuts are not deeper, but that's how he should be doing it, as he just needs an opening. He moves forward with all his might, and he cuts his side while Eurus growls as he gets a slash from Damian's sword. Rakiel is still clinging onto his arm, but he is running out of strength. Due to the lack of strength, his hand goes loose and he starts falling. As he falls, he screams that he won't give a special bonus to Damian. He feels the weather and feels a little better, thinking this weather is not all too bad to die in. With a strike of light and gush air, something runs toward Rakiel. As he opens his eyes, it's Agnes being transformed into a wolf and saving him. Rakiel has his fists clenched due to the fear of falling. He cannot believe Agnes saved him. His other guards look at him in surprise as Agnes is holding on to him. His men ask if he is alright, and Rakiel tells them he is okay, although he still seems a little shaken up by whatever happened. The man orders Agnes to go quickly as Rakiel's safety is the priority. Eurus spots them outside through the broken wall. He recognizes them trying to escape. He starts growling and grunting loudly in anger and pain. His eyes glow like a little red star in the sky while Damian looks at him. Damian smirks at him, asking if now he has lost Rakiel, he will be coming after him now. Eurus quickly snaps at him with his hand and punches the ground before Damian. Damian saved himself only by inches. Looking at the situation, he thinks he is definitely going to ask for hazard pay now. Eurus again comes at him with another punch. Seeing his fist approaching, Damian decides to stab it and then go through his arm. Damian tries to stab his fist, but it is tougher than he thought. He finally made it to his fist and Eurus screams like crazy in pain. No matter how hard he cuts it, Eurus is still very powerful. He again tries to attack him with his fist. Damian looks at his fist and guesses if he is a feint. Eurus starts running towards Damian, being very furious. Reiki is ready with his sword to attack him again, although he knows it might not be of any use. Eurus smirks at him while running. Damian figures something is different. Eurus suddenly hits him super hard and he gets pushed towards the wall. The wall cracks and Damian's forehead bleeds. Men outside see the wall breaking and that shocks them. As the wall breaks, loads of dust gather inside. When the dust clears, Damian is sitting with the cracked wall, while a huge piece of wall falls on his leg. Eurus moves forward with his red glowing eyes. Damian looks at him as if he cannot stand up because his leg is under the broken wall. He tries to move the piece of wall. When he cannot move the piece, he thinks if this is it for him. Just then, Diagnosing appears with his body slam attack. Eurus is startled at it. Damian is shocked at Diagnosing coming here. Diagnosing goes forward and attacks Eurus, and Damian cannot understand what is happening and if someone sent him. Rakiel is running towards the building as he sent Diagnosing as well. He attacks Eurus with Diagnosing shouting he just hit the bullseye. He gave Diagnosing the red sunflower seed and made Diagnosing bigger. Diagnosing is very huge now, and Rakiel waves at Damian and asks him to come as it is time for him to get his money. Rakiel smirked and told him he was expecting a lot of money. Diagnosing holds Eurus, getting his sword. Damian tries to get up. Before it, he gets his sword and breaks the stone his leg is under it, but his leg is very injured and is bleeding very much. He realizes he cannot move his leg. Eurus realizes he is trying to go back. He moves his hand forward, but Gigosium comes in his way, protecting Damian. Gigosium's thorns injure Eurus's hand. Gigosium returns to Damian. Rachiel orders him to hold onto his thorn. Damian holds his thorn. Gigosium flies out of the building with Damian holding his thorn. Rachiel sees them up in the air. Gigosium lands on the ground along with Damian. Eurus is surprised at their move. 3 of them look at Eurus from outside. Unleashing his great power, Eurus breaks the walls of the building and comes out. Damian and Rachiel look at him speechlessly. They are standing in front of nothing but a destructed building, and the sky is full of stars, which in some other conditions would have looked really beautiful, but today it is here just to witness this destruction. Rachiel pats Gigosium for his efforts in saving Damian. He asks Damian if he is okay. Damian's forehead is still bleeding, but he tells him he is doing fine. Rachiel tells him he does not look that fine. Just then he thinks he heard something, thinking if it's Minotaur. Rachiel is annoyed that the Minotaur is not dying quickly, but he still needs the medicine from it. He wants that medicine to be great, as it took a great amount of deal to get it. He does not want to try something sloppy, as it might end up in his death. Rachiel then tells Damian and Gigosium to leave for now. Izel appears from nowhere and tells Rachiel he will escort him. Izel confesses that he intends to bring him to the safest place in this city. The night is still young at the port, and it does seem like it's a never-ending long night. Izel is taking them somewhere safe and away from all the destruction. Izel takes them to a ship and asks them to take it, as if they use that boat to get him out to the sea. No matter how rampant the Minotaur is, it won't be able to touch them all. Rachiel thinks it is a good idea of escaping, looking at the ship. They go on the ship. He turns and asks Izel to come with them as well. Izel tells him he won't run away from the problem. Rachiel's eyes widen when he hears Izel intends to stay in the city. Izel tells him it's his city and he is responsible for this city as their mayor. He tells him that safety and livelihood of many people rest upon his shoulders. He cannot just run away from here by himself. Izel tells him he will stay here to command the guard and asks the crown prince to get to a safe place. Listening to his little speech makes Rachiel realize that his thoughts about him were wrong, as he thought he would be someone obsessed with getting ahead in life. He thinks it is not right to leave him and his people like this. Damian announces that they need to quickly, but Rachiel is not sure if he wants to go. Damian tells him he should not be feeling guilty, as everyone has their own role to play. He looks at him thinking that he is right, just like that the mayor's role is to protect his city, and their role is also to protect him. And his role is to survive and protect the imperial family. He announces to everyone to raise the anchor. Mayor pays them his goodbye from a distance, and Rachiel does the same. Some people on the ship discover something is coming their way. Before they could realize anything, they saw Minotaur running and roaring towards him. The Minotaur runs wildly and jumps at the ship Rachiel is in. This is not what anyone was expecting. The Minotaur lands on the ship and it breaks half the ship. Minotaur roars wildly again. He then gets a hold of a pole. Rachiel orders everyone to get down. Minotaur breaks the pole and starts swinging it here and there to hit people with it. Rachiel quickly lays down and saves himself from the pole. Rachiel is doomed and not understand if they should be doing something right now, as running away is his top priority, but there is no way they can do it. Rachiel does not even know to swim. His internal organs start feeling the danger and start wavering. His heart screams at the brain to do something and think of something. Rachiel stays on the floor crying at how his brain is not working right now. Damian is beside him, tells him to keep his body low, and it is good that the sails are down. He points out a position and tells him to stick close to the remains after the poop deck and asks him to stay still. They are hiding on the backside of the Minotaur. Rachiel asks if Damian wants him to die in the position he is asking him to go to. Rachiel mocks and tells him that is their best plan right now. Rachiel asks about him and he says he has loads of reward that he needs to get from him, and that is his motivation to get out of here. He stands up, drawing his sword. He tells him he needs to work now. Rachiel speechlessly looks at him. Then, he quickly works at what Damian told him to do. Damian runs towards the Minotaur and calls Agnes. Agnes and her fellows have turned into wolves, and she jumps along with Damian. She clings to Minotaur's arm and Damian tries to cut his shoulder. Minotaur roars, grabs Agnes' tail, and throws her on the ground. Other soldiers move forward with their swords, and Gigosium is on their side. Minotaur keeps roaring, and by waving his huge arm at the soldiers, he keeps brushing them away from his way. Damian is hurt and sitting on the floor of the ship. Rakiel looks at the destruction before him and thinks this is not good. Rakiel calls himself by his real name and motivates himself to pull himself together. If he does not do something, everyone will die. He stares at the Minotaur from a distance. He starts focusing on his breathing and movement and starts noticing everything closely without missing a detail. He channels his mana towards his heart, trying to focus. The red dangerous notification informs him that he is in a hazardous and unprecedented situation. The intense experience has strengthened the Asrahan process diagnosis to its limit. He keeps looking at the Minotaur doing the Asrahan precise diagnosis as it has been added as an option to his pulse reading skill. At first, the acupoint scan has been done. Along the Minotaur's face, it tells that the number of targets from lock-on is 1, and it is limited to living things. Rakiel does not understand the skill if it is a cheat skill like a map hack. Rakiel can now see the angle of his body movements and where his fists will hit. If he moves forward now, he can dodge any of his attacks. He was about to come out of hiding. When looking at the ship, he realizes that it is very little space to dodge all his attacks. But he needs to do something before his stamina runs out. Rakiel keeps looking at everything, trying to figure out any way to survive. Noticing Diagnosing, he sees him lying on the floor as well. He thinks of an idea and thinks if this will work or not. He needs to do it whether it works or not, as it is his role. Minotaur starts moving towards more people, attacking them and destroying them. Just in time, the men see Rakiel, not in his normal form, but in a very huge form, coming to attack the Minotaur. The Minotaur is also confused, seeing him of almost his size. The alarming notification informs he has written the red sunflower seed that was meant for his summon. As he eats the sunflower seed, he grows larger. When Minotaur hits him with its fist, Rakiel stops it with his own fists. Rakiel cannot believe he actually became bigger by eating that seed. But he didn't know he will become this big. The men are fearing if something weird has happened to their prince. Damian, on the other hand, is also surprised. The notification informs him that he is a human, not a summon. The red sunflower seed could have side effects on his body, and he needs to see a doctor, not just a traditional medicine doctor. His giantification will only last for just 3 minutes, and severe side effects will occur after it vanishes. Minotaur gets angry and comes at him furiously. The notification reveals he will fall into a coma for 5 days once the giantification ends. The timer for the giantification has started. This gives Rakiel 2 minutes and 37 seconds to finish the Minotaur. He once again stops Minotaur's fists with his hands, thinking if he cannot stop it right now, then he might die. The Minotaur aims for his face this time and punches him hard. Rakiel trips a little with the punch, but then stables himself again. He is bigger now, so he can take it. Otherwise, it would have killed him on spot. He thinks of something and takes a few steps back, but Minotaur hits him again. It again hurts him a little, but it is not strong enough to put him to the ground now. Rakiel thinks it is impossible to kill the Minotaur in just 2 minutes. He needs to think of something solid. He finds Diagnosing approaching him. He thinks he needs to end its berserk state and calm him down. Only then Damian and the other knights will be able to handle him even if he faints. Rakiel moves forward and asks Diagnosing to give him some thorns. He gets its thorns and gets the Minotaur's attention on it. He runs with his full might towards the Minotaur, jumps over him, puts his hands on his back, and brings out the thorns. He then clings to him, grabbing his neck, and tells him it is time for some acupuncture. He puts one at Tianya's point, right on his neck, and the Minotaur growls. This point will regulate the energy ascending and descending to the head. He figures the thorn is not going deep enough and not reaching his mana flow. It's getting tough for Rakiel to manage, as he also has very little time. Rakiel quickly calls Damian and asks him to strike the end of thorn with his sword, so it goes deep inside the Minotaur. Damian jumps higher and strikes the thorn hardly. It goes deep inside the Minotaur and reaches his mana. Rakiel's goal is to calm the Minotaur down mentally. The thorn will reduce the stimulation on the sympathetic nerve and increase the stimulation of the parasympathetic nerve. Damian is on the Minotaur's arm. Rakiel puts another point, which is on my point, in his thorns and asks Damian to strike it again. This is a major point. It is usually used to ease for disorders such as tinnitus, deafness, or ear pain. The next point Rakiel chooses is Yefeng point. It is a widely used for various ear problems, whether interior or exterior, everyone on the ship looking at them in total surprise. The next point is Jiaosun point. This is rarely used and not a major point. It is mainly used to ease pain, swelling, and stiffness of the gums, ears, lips, or teeth by clearing the heat there. The Minotaur keeps growling fiercely. Rakiel has now pricked the blood and energy flow of the meridian. Rakiel now feels tired as he is clinging to him. Minotaur is holding his arms to throw him down. Rakiel thinks the Minotaur is acting like a kid fussing because he does not want acupuncture. He pulls out another needle and puts the needle in him. The Minotaur growls and Rakiel tries to calm him, saying he will give him sweets later. This was the last point, Ermine Point. It is an important local point for our disorders. Minotaur feels something different, probably relieved, and stares in a blank space in confusion. Rakiel adjusts his needle and the Minotaur is finally calming down, and Rakiel figures if his pain from angina is also gone. Rakiel guesses it is not just because of acupuncture, it is just a coincidence, and this is what stable angina looks like. Just as the Minotaur calms down, the sun starts coming out too. Everyone is shocked how Minotaur finally calmed down after the whole night. Rakiel knows the pain he was feeling was so much that he could feel he was dying, and then it suddenly disappears. The Minotaur looks at his hand in shock, thinking it does not hurt anymore. Rakiel praises Damian on his good work. The Minotaur reaches for Rakiel's shoulder, which leaves him shocked, and he thanks him. Rakiel thinks it was the perfect time everything calmed down at, and he thinks he is the one who did it. Rakiel then sits on the ship, and he is very tired. His internal organs start wavering due to the extreme condition change. His heart is questioning him on the sunflower seed. His heart tells him his blood flow is strange. Breathing is also different, and he is on the verge of fainting while his lungs are happy. His large intestine tells him that the feces he holds also grew bigger when his body became bigger, and his stomach is very happy. The time of his giantification ends, and he changes back to his small version. Everyone runs to him. He tries to say something and inform them about the after effects. He quickly starts to speak everything, so he ends it before fainting. He tells them he will be in a coma for 5 days, which should not be made into a big fuss, and the monster is no longer hostile towards him, so he asks them not to worry about him too. He wanted to say more, but his time was done, and he closed his eyes and went into a coma. The severe side effects have started to start. He will be in a coma for the next 120 hours. No one understands what just happened. Water starts seeping in the ship, and one man orders others to pour out the water. The other man tells him more and more water is coming, and they cannot stop it and have to move to deck immediately. The navigator does not understand which step to take as they have a monster on board. The ship starts sinking due to the water entering and too much burden on it. Everyone realizes the ship is sinking. The Minotaur also looks here and there in confusion. He clenches his fist, knowing this all happened because of him. The Minotaur decides he will replay Rakiel's kindness and save everyone. He grabs Rakiel in his one fist and jumps out of the ship. Damian and Agnes look at him in confusion. The Minotaur goes into the water and puts Rakiel on his head. Everyone thinks he has kidnapped their crown prince. Damian is sitting on a chair, in front of him is a table, and on the other side, a man is sitting while 2 men stand behind him. Damian opens his eyes, and he realizes he is tied to the chair. There are rats on the floor squeaking here and there. The place seems like some old place with its walls broken and damaged along with the spider webs in those holes. Damian smiles to himself, thinking this is the sight he has not seen for a while, and it looks like he is young again. The man in front of him is an inspector. He is here for interrogation, and he is directly linked to the Emperor. He laughs at Damian, telling him how ridiculous everything is. He tells him he couldn't believe eyes when he saw him sleeping in such a situation, and tells him he must be shameless and bold. He asks if Damian understands the situation he is in. Damian tells him he does. He again teases him as he had no problem dozing off, even when he is being tied to a chair. Damian thinks he only slept because they hadn't allowed him to close his eyes for more than 4 agonizing days. His mind spins as the inspector grits his teeth and roars at him, shouting that it's already the 6th day since the crown prince was abducted by the monstrous creature. His voice, laced with fury, echoes in the chamber as he points out how it took a full day for the horrifying news to reach the capital, and 2 more days for him to travel here at the Emperor's command. He thunders that Damian has squandered 3 precious days doing absolutely nothing to search for the missing crown prince, and has no inkling of where the monster could have taken him. The inspector's voice grows even louder as he accuses Damian, and others, of being complicit in wasting critical time under the guise of investigation. He hurls blame at them all, calling them conspirators who, instead of focusing on finding the Minotaur or tracking the Amboise tycoon, Guinness Deschamps, who bought the beast, sat idle in a farce of an investigation. The inspector's rage reaches its peak as he points an accusing finger at Damian, blasting him for failing to uncover a single clue. The inspector pauses, taking a breath, before revealing something even darker. He doesn't believe there were no clues, they were deliberately ignored. He spits venomously at Damian, accusing him and his ilk of intentionally turning a blind eye in order to harm the crown prince. Damian, unable to hold back any longer, erupts in fury. He demands to know if the inspector truly believes that every person who had traveled with the crown prince conspired with the Minotaur to kidnap and harm him. His voice quivers with disbelief, practically shaking the air with his question. The inspector, unfazed, rises to his feet, his stance unyielding as he insists that this isn't just an accusation, but the bitter, undeniable truth. He wants to expose the truth, revealing those who are truly innocent, and those who, like Damian, bear the guilt. He steps closer, his eyes locked on Damian, and demands to know if any of it makes sense. Damian, his temper boiling over, bares his teeth in response. The inspector stands poised to accuse anyone in the room, whether the mayor, responsible for the city's safety, or those who traveled with the crown prince, including Damian himself, all of whom failed in their duties to protect him. The inspector's voice rings with the intent to bring this whole matter to a swift conclusion. His words drip with finality, as he suggests that someone must be blamed to neatly tie up the incident. Damian grits his teeth in silent fury, understanding that the inspector's sole goal is to quickly end the matter, regardless of the truth. The inspector's words linger in the air as he pats Damian's shoulder with mock sympathy, saying that if someone confesses, they might be shown mercy. Damian, confused and enraged, demands an explanation. The inspector leans in with a sickening smile, his voice dripping with malice as he explains that whoever confesses will be granted a comfortable and swift death. His words hang in the air like a vile poison, and Damian, overcome with disgust, erupts in fury. He shouts at the inspector for daring to speak such nonsense, his fists clenched. The inspector, unfazed, removes his hand from Damian's shoulder and warns that if Damian refuses to confess, he will resort to other methods to extract the truth. Damian's gaze flickers to the right, where three imposing men stand, silently awaiting orders. The next moment, Damian is violently thrown into a cage, shackled with chains that clink ominously. He notices the machinery attached to his cage, realizing that it's not just him. Others who were present during the incident are also trapped in similar cages. The mayor, Agnes, and others are locked up, their fates uncertain. Damian's heart sinks when he realizes they've even imprisoned the mayor. His eyes scan the scene, and he spots a pile of wood beneath them, the stench of oil filling the air. He quickly pieces it together. They intend to burn them alive. Just as the tension reaches its peak, the inspector steps out, grinning like a predator savoring his victory. He announces that since everyone is gathered in one place, it's time to discuss the conclusion. His voice drips with malice as he asks if they are finally ready to speak the truth. Damian, seething with rage, refuses to offer any confessions. He declares loudly that he will speak the truth, and the inspector, delighting in the drama, eagerly urges him to do so. With fiery determination, Damian voices his accusation. Under the pretense of an investigation, the inspector and his associates have obstructed the search for the missing crown prince. The inspector's eyes widen in disbelief. He's being blamed. But Damian's fury only intensifies as he shouts that of everyone in this room, the inspector is the one most desperate to find the prince. The inspector, his calm facade cracking, sighs heavily and accuses Damian of merely trying to escape the situation. But just then, another man enters with a fire log, and the inspector announces the end of the questioning. The heat in Damian's hands intensifies as his mana surges uncontrollably, his mind racing with thoughts of Rakiel and the inevitable end he's facing. He silently apologizes to Rakiel in his heart, silently vowing to survive this madness, to live on no matter what. And then, as if summoned by fate itself, the ground shakes and Damian's eyes widen in shock. The Minotaur is soaring through the sky like an unstoppable force of nature. The Minotaur shatters the chains holding Damian's cage with a single, monstrous swing. The beast's massive hand seizes the cage, lifting it effortlessly as Damian looks on in disbelief. Rakiel, impossibly, is perched on top of the Minotaur, his presence a symbol of everything Damian thought was lost. The group stands frozen, jaws agape, as the inspector and his men stare in stunned horror. Rakiel's voice cuts through the silence, dripping with disdain as he addresses the captives. He asks with his tone both mocking and triumphant if they are actually being locked up there. The scene is pure chaos, and it's clear this moment has only just begun. 6 days after the incident, Rakiel suddenly wakes up far away in a sea cave. The Minotaur who was bent on killing him yesterday was staring at him in a lovely way. Just when Rakiel wakes up, he sees him bent in front of him, and it startles him. Minotaur tries to communicate with Rakiel in his own manners and by waving his hands to make him understand. Rakiel keeps his hand on his to make him understand that he understands him, and assures him that they are friends. Rakiel moves out and starts looking at the sea in front of him. Now that Rakiel and Ursu are friends, then Rakiel intends to make him follow him. Rakiel stands up and tells him now that he has helped him. He wants to help him too. He tells him his chest pain is not fully cured, and if they leave it be, it will start hurting again. Minotaur is listening to Rakiel with his full attention and love and warmth in his eyes for him. Rakiel puts his hand on his arm and tells him that he wants to check his body's condition first. The pulse reading skill starts its work and acupoint scan has been activated. The good news is that his angina is not very advanced yet. They can start his treatment as soon as they arrive Cremo. He then takes a look at his gallbladder. He feels something there. He points at his part from outside and asks if it felt more bloated when he chew-cud recently. Minotaur replies in his own language. Rakiel informs him the part is bloated because there is loads of stuff inside, and once they take it out it will disappear. Rakiel tells him he can do this right now too, but he needs to do as he says. Rakiel starts speaking that first the gallbladder meridian of foot. They will put pressure on the main acupoint, then lifting his arms and putting pressure on the Uni acupoint on his 4th rib. Next step is to do the same to the Ryu point to his 7th rib, and then moving to Washu point and the Zhangtu point, and then they will move to his forehead. The Minotaur understands nothing of it. Rakiel asks him to use his fingers to press on the spot he has been telling him to. The Minotaur does as he says. Rakiel appreciates him telling he is doing good, and they are almost done. Next, he asks him to clench his fist and hit his solar plexus with some strength. The Minotaur asks him in disbelief, and Rakiel assures him nothing bad will happen. The Minotaur does as Rakiel says and clenches his fist, and he starts waving his fist and cries out loud. Just then, he coughs and looks down as if something is coming from inside of him. Rakiel is looking at him waiting for it to come out, thinking something big might be coming out. From inside of him comes out a very big stone, and he has now obtained S+ rank cholecystitis. Rakiel cannot believe his eyes, as usually the stone is around 5 centimeters, but this one is around 20 centimeters. Rakiel has started calling him Nuryong, which is not his name, but it means yellow. Rakiel asks if he is feeling much better inside, and Minotaur agrees and looks up in the sky and breathes. He does this as if he has a good, clean and trouble-free breath after a long time. Rakiel congratulates him that he and his stone are his now, and the bloating is also gone now. He then tells him they need to get going, and the Minotaur questions about their location. He tells him they need to get back to Cremo as he thinks his party must be facing some problems because he is not there. Minotaur agrees with him, but the Minotaur looks worried. Rakiel figures if he still thinks he will have to fight if he goes back. Rakiel assures him if he goes back with him, then no one will do anything to him. The Minotaur feels strange but accepts him. Rakiel then stands on him again and assures the Minotaur he is not lying about the not fighting part, and the Minotaur starts taking him back through the water. As Rakiel reaches, he looks at the flag. He recognizes the flag as of the inspection squad directly from the Emperor's command. Rakiel thinks he made the wise decision to return as quickly as possible. Now, back to the present where Rakiel has arrived to save everyone while standing on Minotaur's shoulder. Rakiel looks down and asks the men if someone here is in charge. The inspector who is in charge of the interrogation speechlessly looks at Rakiel along with the Minotaur. Rakiel grunts at him, and he asks again if someone is in charge here. Just when he screams at them, Minotaur roars as well. The man comes forwards and tells him he is in charge. Rakiel comes down from Minotaur's shoulder and asks if he is talking so casually in front of him, telling him he is the one in charge. The man tells him he is the one bringing Minotaur back, and he exactly looks like the Crown Prince, and asks about his identity. Everyone in the cages thinks the man is going crazy. Either he is a delusional person, or he has read many weird stories to assume there would be a doppelganger of the Crown Prince coming to him instead of the prince himself. Rakiel asks if he thinks he is someone fake pretending to be the Crown Prince. The man tells him that he believes this because there are forces that would exploit this situation, where the Crown Prince is missing to try and harm the royal family. Rakiel asks if he wants to identify his identity. The man agrees as trying to protect the royal family from any damage. Rakiel asks if he wants to identify about him, then how come he did not verify his people first? The man does not understand. Rakiel goes furious and points at the people in cages and screams at the man if he once tried to verify the sacrifice, hardship and dedication these people have shown to him. The man starts losing his words and cannot escape the situation. Rakiel starts telling him about his dedicated and loyal people. He starts with Damian, whose cage is in Minotaur's hand right now. He says that he is the one who threw himself in front of him to save him, the Crown Prince from the Minotaur. Damian is speechless at hearing the rage just built up in Rakiel after seeing them all in cages. He explains how to buy some time for him to be safely out of that building. He showed his devotion by fighting the Minotaur alone. The Minotaur breaks his cage and Damian comes out calling his Crown Prince. In one glance he proved he is thankful for him to be recognized for all his efforts for him, and also coming here to save them all. Rakiel looks at him and smiles. Rakiel keeps telling the inspector about his loyal people. He talks about Agnes, the daughter of Hashinto and his head werewolf bodyguard. He tells how she threw herself to save him. When he fell off the Minotaur's arm and out of the mayor's residence, if not for her quick thinking and bold move, he would have been a crushed corpse buried underground by now. The Minotaur sets her free from the cage. She comes out of the cage and Rakiel looks at her and appreciates her courage and sacrifice for his sake. Next, he talks about Sergio, his special Royal Knights captain. He tells how he came running first that night before anyone else and protected him as he tried to get to safety. If it weren't for his bravery and sacrifice, he wonders if he would be standing here right now. The Minotaur sets Sergio free from his cage as well. Next, Rakiel talks about his knight, Frandl. He tells how he has brought the injured special Royal Knights to safety and was a role model who displayed the honor of being a Royal Knight. He talks about the twin guards he has, Montero and Pedro. He asks if their arms were injured when blocking the Minotaur's horn. Rakiel talks about every person standing there. He talks about everyone making them feel counted and praised. Rakiel talks about how he cannot forget Sir Hamilton. Despite losing his sword and having his shield destroyed, he was still willing to fight on. Everyone becomes emotional seeing their efforts being praised like this and starts crying. They always respected Rakiel when he became a totally different person, but now they not only respect him but also love their prince heartily. The men behind the inspector talks about how he seems like a real crown prince, but the question stays the same, and it is about his arrival back. The inspector does not understand the Minotaur being used by the crown prince. The inspector starts sweating, and he considers something he wrong. He made sure that the crown prince who was captured by the Minotaur had no choice but to survive, which is why he thought he had all the reasons to blame all his party and behead them. He does not care if it was their fault or not, but this is how he has always done things. He has always been doing things in such an unfavorable manner, and no one has questioned him before or proved him wrong, but now that he is being proved wrong, he does not understand. He has always learnt one system, which is if a royal family member died of sickness, the main doctor in charge would be executed. So if someone high dies, then someone must take the responsibility. Whatever he did his whole life, feels like he did it wrong, and he does not feel too good about it. His concern is still Rakiel's return, as it was not possible for him to come back if the Minotaur kidnapped him. He falls on the floor and bows in front of Rakiel and asks forgiveness for his crimes of wanting to verify his identity. Rakiel is speechless at the only crime he thinks he has committed. Rakiel then turns his attention towards the mayor of the city, Isel Cremo. Rakiel explains how that night, in the face of danger and a difficult situation, he chose to stay instead of escaping to protect the city. Isel feels emotional and starts tearing up. Rakiel assures him he understands the pride he has in his duties, and the Minotaur sets him free of cage as well. He puts his hand against his and tells he is the most virtuous and meaningful example of how a noble should act. Isel feels emotional. Then, he turns back at the Inspector Squad interrogator and asks if he asked him to prove his identity. The interrogator is worried, thinking if how the Crown Prince will deal with him. He points at all those people saying they have been his side. He does not doubt that these people would sacrifice themselves for him without any fear. Rakiel tells him them, pointing at those people, that he is not the one who has proven who he is, but they have proven who he is. The interrogator shudders at Rakiel's words. Rakiel tells him he should not make any excuse as he already knows what he wants to say. He knows what someone like him would like to do, as it was the same situation in Korea as well. Rakiel screams at him if he didn't ask him for the person in charge here just right now, and he stepped forward in response to his question. Rakiel asks if he knows the meaning of this. He tells him that the person in charge is the one responsible for this place, and regarding the slipshod investigation he has conducted, he will be held responsible for it. The interrogator falls to the ground upon hearing this. People are now clearing the mess that has been made in the city due to the Minotaur's situation. A man while cleaning asks the other if they know about the crime the foolish interrogator was charged with. An old man tells him his crime was of intentionally hindering the search for the Crown Prince. Another man agrees the crime is pretty serious. The old man tells them if he is unlucky he will get executed. Otherwise, he will probably rot in prison for the rest of his life. The boy who started the conversation in first place starts speaking again and asks if this is true. The old man screams at him and tells him he saw everything with his own eyes, that fierce Minotaur was so obedient and followed the Crown Prince's commands. He tells him how it moved with just a glance from the Crown Prince and destroyed the iron cage. It was incredible. Someone else hears their conversation from a distance. The old man keeps telling them how the Crown Prince turned bigger, just the size of the Minotaur, and almost fought it himself. The boy keeps listening them from a distance. The man tells others the Crown Prince poked huge thorns into the Minotaur's back. The other men tell him they think he is exaggerating. The other man says he heard a rumor that spread in capital about the Crown Prince becoming the ruler. As he says this, two other boys seem like this is some big news, and they want to know too. It seems like they are looking for some specific information. Damian is looking at everyone clearing the mess from his window. Rachiel is sitting on the sofa beside him when Damian calls him. He asks if he tamed the Minotaur. Rachiel tells him he has never tamed him, he just left him with his misunderstanding. Damian looks at him unbelievably. Rachiel asks if he remembers he suddenly became so big. When he poked the thorns into Eurus while he grew bigger, the place where he felt pain also coincidentally felt better. Damian asks if Minotaur thinks he cured him. Rachiel calmly tells him he thinks he cured him, saved him. Damian asks if it is a good thing. Rachiel agrees and Damian calls it being fortunate. Rachiel asks about it being fortunate and Rachiel informs him he can now get his risk pay. Rachiel teases how he does not even hide that he wants more money because usually people would. Damian asks if this is how hired hands are like. Rachiel laughs, telling him he is just so shameless about the money. Gigosium and Bobak are playing with each other and having fun. Damian smirks, thinking he needs to train even more now as he wants to earn more money, and if he would not be able to do his job perfectly, then asking for money would be embarrassing. Damian then clears his throat and tells him that the reason he is asking for money so shamelessly only because he has cleared the task he gave him yesterday. Rachiel surprisingly asks if he actually gathered all the different types of medical ingredients in a single day. Damian tells him he has gathered everything as Cremo is the biggest port in the north and a commerce city. He informs he has one more piece of news. The news is His Majesty has returned to the capital. Damian confirms that on his way here, he confirmed his return. Rachiel asks if he went back to the capital as soon as he heard he was safe. He smiles and thinks if his father is very cold and heartless. He decides they will keep living their lives with interference. That old man can be a handful to deal with. Rachiel stands up, saying now that the Emperor has gone back and they have procured all the medicinal ingredients, they can start immediately. Damian asks him about the start he is talking about. Rachiel smiles with the corner of his mouth and tells him they will prepare the Golden Minotaur pill. Rachiel orders him to ask everyone to clear the mayor's residence kitchen immediately. Rachiel is now in the kitchen at the mayor's residence. He looks at all the medicine on the counter, asking if they should start the procedure. He starts cutting the ingredients and cooking them in the pot. He keeps singing and happily stirring the pot. Damian stands in the corner observing him. He wonders if he intends to make medicine for 5 days or practice singing for 5 days. Rachiel completed rolling a ball in his hand and making the Golden Minotaur pill. Rachiel eats the first pill he made, although it seems a pity to eat it, but he needs to try to make sure it is good. The notification tells him his internal organs are feeling extremely energized by the Minotaur snack. His heart surges with the energy, it feels like it is on fire. His stomach asks if all the things good for his body are not tasty at all. His internal organs have granted him 500 HP. The medicine has been detected to be made by him, and the skill option of the tonic concoction, ingredient analysis, has been activated. All the pill's characteristics, components, instructions, and side effects are described in the report. Rachiel questions about it being too long. He then reads it carefully. He reads that it helps treat blood pressure, cardiovascular diseases, and pain. Rachiel does not understand this part. Another part is that it will help one in a perfect night's sleep and does not have major side effects or cause addiction. He looks at all this and thinks this is totally insane. Conversely, the Minotaur sleeps peacefully on the grass when Rachiel approaches and calls him. Minotaur quickly stands up on his voice. Rachiel asks if he had a good rest today, and the Minotaur happily agrees. Rachiel gets happy. He then brings the ball out of his pocket and asks if the Minotaur wants to eat it. He hands him a few of the balls. Eurus takes them, and he tells him if he takes them, his heart won't be in pain anymore. Eurus quickly eats all of them, telling him he thinks he is his savior, so he will eat anything he gives him. As Eurus eats it, his mana starts flowing all over his body. A fire-like sensation occurs all over his body. He opens his eyes wide and he looks at his body. Rakiel knew his inflammation will subside now and he would probably feel energy surging throughout his body. The notification says he has fed Eurus, his patient, the golden minotaur pill that he had himself. Due to the effects of the skill, tonic concoction level 1, the efficacy of the medicine has been increased by 10%. Rakiel is shocked if someone can get complete recovery simply by eating the pill. His life expectancy increased by total of 7 days, and now his expectancy is 116 days. His internal organs are elated at his results and have given him 600 HP to express their gratitude. His total HP is now 2100. After trying out the medicine and getting such great results, Rakiel now feels happy, refreshed and peaceful. He is lying down on Minotaur's chest and tells him from now on he counts on him. At Cremo City Plaza, everyone is gathered outside the mayor's residency and the stage has been set. Those men who were previously talking about the crown prince also present, and one of them questioning the situation. The other tells him he has heard the crown prince is giving an award to those who did their best for him that night. Everyone looks above them as the Minotaur arrives with the crown prince sitting on his shoulder waving at everyone. Rakiel waves at everyone happily. The Minotaur comes at the stage and Rakiel comes down at the stage from his shoulder. Everyone thinks that the rumors of the crown prince being next in line for succession were true. Rakiel comes at the stage and he sees the loudspeaker magic ball there, through which the huge crowd gathered for him can hear him. Rakiel wonders that it has been a long while since he has gotten such attention. Not since his fight with the second prince. He pats himself not to be scared. He grabs the loudspeaker ball. Behind him stands Damian and 33 others. He starts speaking and people are surprised at him. He says during the unprecedented incident of the Minotaur going on a rampage, Damian and others fought without hesitation to protect the bloodline of the royal family. He tries to bring something out inside his pocket and tells everyone that being the crown prince, he would publicly like to recognize them for their efforts and bestow the medicine onto them. He brings out a fine box in which the round Minotaur medicine ball sits ravishingly. He introduces it right now so public will be even more thrilled with it. Everyone is astonished at that, including the mayor of Cremo. Rakiel looks at the mayor and figures he is good at doing his work, and he is truly useful. 2 days ago, while Rakiel was resting onto the Minotaur's chest, the mayor arrives and asks if Rakiel called for him. Rakiel quickly gets up and tells him he needs him to do something for him. He announces that he is thinking of hosting an awards ceremony to give out awards and advertise his new medicine. Isel asks if he merely wants to hold a ceremony in order to introduce his medicine. Rakiel tells him his purpose is that the Minotaur did scare a lot of people, and he also wants to reward the people who worked hard to protect him. He shows him his medicine that he is thinking of giving them this medicine as the reward. The mayor becomes worried, and even though Rakiel was explaining him everything, but he did not want to listen, and he starts thinking if Rakiel wants something from him, and he should propose it himself instead of hearing from him. He quickly shouts that he knows the thing he wants from him, and Rakiel asks if he does not want to listen as he has not finished talking yet. The mayor speaks that he knows he wants an award in his name, given along with the medicine. With the information alone, it would be able to get all the nobles of our empire curious about the medicine. Just as the idea comes to him, the city bell rings. Rakiel agrees and again starts explaining him about the medicine, but he seems to have no interest in knowing what the medicine does. He starts screaming how perfect the idea is and the medicine will be the Crown Prince Premium Edition. The mayor starts speaking excitedly that they need to make the ceremony as grand as possible. Only then will it really help the advertisement, and he tells him he will be able to sell it at a high price. Rakiel never knew he would understand this early and won't even object or ask questions about it. The mayor starts running back and tells him to give him 2 days as right now he is in a rush, so he needs to leave first. Rakiel stands there keep looking at whatever the man is doing. Rakiel thinks he guessed everything when Rakiel merely asked him if he felt something different about him. Rakiel shows him a thumbs up in the ceremony and he makes up his mind that he will never forget his help. Rakiel clears his throat saying he has made this special medicine because of the gratitude he has for the people's courage and devotion. He points at everyone that they are true heroes and warriors who fought the Minotaur head-on. The way Rakiel is exaggerating the praise, Damian and Agnes figures something must be fishy. Rakiel then announces in a firm tone that these people who showed courage and devotion for him are receiving this special and potent medicine that is made from the Minotaur's gallstone. People look at the medicine in awe, thinking if this is actually such a good medicine. He explains if one consumes this medicine, their heart will grow much stronger, and it will also get rid of any blood clots in the vessels. He tells them how one will gain greater stamina and won't tire as easily, just like the Minotaur. He then screams telling about the medicine, as this just does not sums up his medicine's benefits. He says if anyone who gets tired but is not able to sleep, this will give them the rest and sleep they need desire. He thanks all those who showed him loyalty and devotion. All the people in front of him looked at him in such awe and could not take their eyes off of him or the medicine. Even the birds are listening to him. He tells people how happy he is to finally announce the medicine to everyone. He then tells people he knows they must be thinking about the reason of him being so happy about the medicine. He explains that it is because starting today, for just 1 month, this medicine, which is full of nutrition and knows as the Crown Prince Edition, will be sold at an affordable price. He tells people how he is only doing this for the sake of his people. The Minotaur stands with the banner which tells the price of the medicine, which is only 9,999 Machen. Damian and Agnes thinks he is acting like he is some con artist trying to sell his things. Sergio grabs the noble's shoulder, and upon gaining their attention, he shows them the banner that it is actually 100% made by him. Rachiel announces that one does not get to see this offer every day. He asks everyone to come and take a look at the medicine. He advertised it in the best way possible. Everyone in crowd starts to cheer for the medicine. They start shouting they want to buy it. People in audience are even thinking to get a loan to buy the medicine as it is expensive. Rachiel is happy about the response he is getting from the people, and as he is promoting it in an event, then he will be getting the most of it. All his people, including Sergio, Damian and Agnes, are promoting his medicine with banners in their hands. It was supposed to be an award ceremony, but now it is more of a promotion event for the medicine. Rachiel decides he will be promoting his traditional medicine clinic as well to get the most out of it. He smiles cheerfully, calling the people of Cremo. He introduces himself as they already know he is the Crown Prince Rachiel Adria Magentano. He tells he is also the director of the Side Palace's traditional medicine clinic, located in the capital. Everyone is shocked at hearing about Prince's clinic. Rachiel then turns to his right and looks at Damian and others to make sure they are still promoting his medicine, and it is time to advertise his clinic. He tells everyone it is time to take some time and hear about his clinic now. Damian, Agnes, and Sergio quickly show everyone the banner made for the clinic. Even the Minotaur has a banner in his hand, speaking highly of his clinic and promoting it. He tells everyone even though the clinic has not been around for long, but they have introduced new medical services that did not exist before. He asks if anyone in the audience has heard of the clinic. Most people in the crowd have not heard about the clinic, and it is their first time hearing about it. Those 3 men talking about him before shouted that they know about his clinic. Agnes looks at him as 2 people have heard about the clinic here, but she expected no one would know. Rachiel tells everyone that since he is the director and he has come here himself, he asks if it would be a bit disappointing if he only promoted it with words. He wants to give his fishing pole a little tug now. He tells everyone that Cremo is the most beautiful core commerce city of the northern seas, the heart of the empire's north. He makes everyone happy and tearing up talking about their city in such fine words. He tells everyone they all need to stay healthy so Cremo can prosper even more. He tells everyone that the empire will only prosper if Cremo prospers. He tells everyone that he hopes that everyone stays healthy. He asks everyone if anyone here feels ill or unwell. He wants them to step forward, even if their illness is not severe. He asks everyone to come to clinic and he will personally examine them. He looks at people and thinks of everyone as they are hesitating, and he needs to bring out his surefire technique. He tells everyone that whoever will come forward will give first 100 people free treatment coupons. Agnes and Damian look at him in surprise. He happily tells everyone that he is offering free treatment, and who will come first will first serve. People start running toward the stage to be first and get the free treatment. Rachiel is hopeful that his luck starts now. He feels happy, and he puts his gold Minotaur ball in a fishing rod for people to reach it. Rachiel is so happy and hopeful that his bonus lives. Rachiel sits on stage with a woman sitting in front of him, and Rachiel asks her to take it. Rachiel hands her a coupon and tells him if he visits with this one, they will concoct medicine to improve his constitution. He tells her they will also cover her travel expenses to the clinic and even provide accommodation. The woman thanks him. Rachiel gives her the expected good news that the treatment will be free. Rachiel is super happy that he has sold all 100 coupons, and even if 10% of them show up at the clinic, he would have at least 10 patients. He again gets happy on it. Agnes thinks he is offering travel expense and free treatment. She guesses if this will be fine later on. He looks back at her and asks if this all is awesome. She feels tearing up, and she wants to warn him that they maybe will have to sell everything off. Raquel is happy that people now know about his clinic as well. Agnes only sighs and Raquel screams that everything is doubling down and his marketing is going greater than he imagined. Damian looks at him from a distance thinking it has been 9 hours since he started his ceremony. He wonders if he is okay. Raquel then starts feeling tired and thinks if he overdid the ceremony. His organs have started to ask him to obey the Labor Standards Act as they are too tired now since he is working non-stop for 9 hours. His heart and intestines think he is a crazy person. His heart shouts at him and asks if they are gonna rest today or not. Raquel feels he is about to fall, but he cannot fall here, as people will watch him and he needs to look cool until no one is watching. Raquel still cannot handle the tiredness and starts fainting. Although he does not want anyone to see him, people are still looking at him and gasping seeing the prince fainting in front of them. Raquel falls to the floor and he tries his best to get up, but he cannot even see clearly. Damian and Sergio quickly run for him. Raquel smiles, showing everyone he is fine. Both of them ask if he is okay, and he brushes them off telling him he is okay, although he curses his low stamina body in his mind. His notifications inform him that he has tired numerous patients in just half a day. As a result, he has fallen into a state of overwork and exhaustion. The people of Cremo have now witnessed what he has done. People are not shocked but touched that he worked so hard for them and he collapsed right after treating them. His notifications tell him that the people of Cremo have felt his sincerity. They have now become his fans. Due to the respect he is earning from everyone, a new power has been granted to his traditional medicine skills. His skill Great Doctor Point system has been unlocked. Raquel sees the notification, but he is fainting and only sees blurred images. He figures GDP as the reputation value. The notification informs that he will earn points when he achieves significant feats or makes a mark on society through medical practices, and when many are touched and impressed by his actions. He has obtained 101 GDP, and now his GDP is 101. Raquel's main question is to find out where he can use this GDP. The notification informs him on his question that he can use GDP to buy lie vouchers. One lie voucher will cost 100 GDP. Next, he is informed about the lie voucher. If he uses a lie voucher, the person he will lie to will believe it unconditionally and permanently. Raquel smirks at knowing the benefit of the lie vouchers. He then screams that this is such a great cheat item. Damian gives him his hand to get him up from the stage. More notifications appear as he gets up. When he uses a lie voucher, he has to choose who will be affected by it. Only one target can be designated per voucher, and he can tell only one lie per voucher. Raquel is only focused on the notifications and learning about his new powers. Damian has been calling him asking if he is okay, but he is paying no attention to him. In the notification, it has been explained that if he is using the voucher, then he should notice some things. If the target is a mythical being or someone close to him, they might see through his lie. Raquel then finally pays his attention to Damian and asks if he will carry him on his back, as he might not be feeling too good right now. Damian tells him if he pays him for it, he will do it. Raquel laughs as this is the exact response he imagined he would get from him. As Damian is taking Raquel away from the crowd and stage, they meet the mayor and his people on their way. The mayor asks, crying, if he is leaving like this. Raquel smiles at him, but he is not stable at all, and the mayor tells him according to him he is not that stable yet. Raquel assures him he only tripped a little and hurt his butt a little, otherwise he is doing fine. The mayor still insists him on staying for one more night to rest before he departs. Raquel tells him he will sleep on his way to home. The mayor asks if that is less comfortable than the bed, but Raquel tells him his carriage are comfortable. Damian quickly remembers how they were lying down in their carriage their whole way. Raquel thanks the mayor for everything he has done for him. He appreciates his efforts towards the award ceremony as well. The mayor tears up hearing that and humbles him, saying he does not deserve such praise. While going into his carriage, Raquel asks him to come visit his clinic and asks him to bring the knight Roberto as well. The mayor does not understand the offer. Raquel himself does not understand what just happened, and ignoring everything he just goes in the carriage. Raquel then quickly remembers to tell him goodbye until they meet again. Sitting in carriage, he waves goodbye to everyone. Next, they reach the capital Magentero. People there are so scared looking at the Minotaur at the back of the Crown Prince's carriage. A man comes running towards the carriage. He gets terrified as he says the Minotaur grunting at him. He quickly turns his face from the Minotaur and salutes his crown prince. He introduces himself as the company commander of the 2nd Battalion from the 6th Defense Corps of the capital. Rakiel's eyes could barely open and put attention to him because he was so tired. The man tells him name as he is Lieutenant Micardo. Rakiel asks him if there is some matter. He presents him an envelope with a red seal on it. Holding the envelope, Rakiel knows this is an order from his father and he does not feel too good about it. He reads the order feeling weird and his eyes widen as he reads it. The order says that the Crown Prince is to look for the Emperor as soon as he arrives at the capital. Rakiel feels ominous about it. He puts it inside his pocket saying he does not think of his father as someone who would want a simple meeting. He wonders if his father would ask him to do something weird or cross a line. He recalls the lie voucher that he will test and use it on him for the first time. He laughs at his thought of using it and is amused by it. Next, he reaches the main palace. He goes inside and kneeling, he pays his respects to the Emperor. The Emperor is only looking at him and saying nothing. His hand shivers if he is not saying anything. He figures that if he was the one calling for him, he should be saying something to him. The Emperor asks him if his irresponsible and incompetent behavior caused hardships to those who traveled with him. Rakiel knew he would be saying this. Rakiel feels like he should not be calling his behavior incompetent as he was the one who was almost about to die. He asked if the Minotaur attacked the mayor's residence. Rakiel answers with a simple yes. His father asks that instead of running fast that day he put those in anger who were protecting him. Rakiel looks at his father in disbelief as he is blaming him purely of the whole situation. Rakiel could barely stand this situation, his hand trembled. His father tells him he has not done his best as he thinks he did. He tells him he should have escaped to safety even before any of the danger. His father blames him again, telling him he does not know about the importance of his position and he should have made all the preparations before the situation. Rakiel is furious at his father as he thinks he could not have foreseen this situation no matter what. He is a human, not a shaman. His father angrily asks if he is thinking something now. Rakiel closes his eyes, ingesting every bit of poison his father just blurted out, tells him he is thinking about nothing. His father points at him angrily, telling him that as a result of his incompetence, he has put everyone he traveled with him through great hardship and danger. Rakiel is furious that how his father is not even worried about him, and this is upsetting for him. His father keeps speaking, telling him in future he will be holding the position, and he will be responsible for leading and embracing millions of their empire's citizens. He again tells him how he has put the people in danger, although this time had only had tens of them with him. His father smacks his fist on his throne in anger as if he is really disappointed in him. He asks Rakiel if he understands how embarrassing everything is. Rakiel silently kneels in front of him, although he feels guilt and his father's talks get to him. His father asks him to take some time and reflect upon this incident and asks him to never repeat such a mistake. Rakiel agrees to his decision. His father asks if he has something to ask. Rakiel wants to say something. He thinks if he didn't say anything today, then their relationship would continue to be a one-sided communication channel like right now. He tells his father he would like to ask something. He asks if he has quit smoking as he previously asked him. His father looks at him in disbelief. Seeing his father's reaction, he assumes he has not stopped it yet. Rakiel tells him this is something he must quit. Only then can he stay healthy and overlook the state affairs. He tells him, as he said, the person who is leading and embracing millions of their empire's citizens should be doing right things and responsible for everything. And here is that person, so he should be doing that by quitting smoking. Rakiel then smirks, thinking he did him good. His father again clenches his fist and starts thinking. Rakiel tells him he must stay away from smoking, as his health determines the prosperity of the imperial family. He is not only saying this to cause any trouble, but he remembers from the novel. When Rakiel died, the emperor collapsed due to a stroke caused by excessive smoking and stress. Rakiel decides he must get him to stop smoking no matter what. Only then the empire not get swept into the impending war. He also wants to prevent him from becoming like his real father from real world. His father starts talking after a brief break. He puts his hand in his pocket and asks Rakiel if today they talked, and today he tries to nag at him. He tells him he has already quit smoking. Rakiel figures he has lost as he has agreed to quit smoking. He asks if Rakiel wants to ask something else. Rakiel stands up, telling him he has nothing else, so he would like to take his leave. His father comes down and tells him he has one more thing to say. He tells him to not recklessly eat food odd summoned monsters that have magic in them. His father then turns, clearing his throat, telling him it won't be good for his body as well. Rakiel takes his leave and the Emperor is left alone in his room at the dark star-filled night. He wonders if his son is actually worried about him. He asks about the development of his wonder drug. Someone stands in front of him, tells him they have mobilized the information unit of the Imperial family as per his instructions. The man tells him they are spreading the word of the Golden Minotaur pill everywhere. The Emperor asks about the results of spreading the information. The man in cloak tells him that even the nobles located at the borders of their empires will come to know about the Golden Minotaur pill. The Emperor goes to the window and laughs loudly at the information. The sky is clear at the side palace, but there are many stars in the sky shining bright, casting their light on the side palace. Rakiel is coming down the stairs counting something when Damian asks him if he is doing something. Rakiel counts till 3 and smirking, he tells him someone is coming right now and he was counting for him as he knew he would be coming. Garden comes running frantically and crying his heart out, calling Rakiel. Rakiel mocks him, looking at him. Just then, he sees him coming at him with full force and he is frightened to see that. He quickly smacks Garden's face away and tells him to stop. Holding him, Rakiel asks if he is this happy to see him. Garden cries and complains him he had left so many patients for him to look after. Garden looks very tired and exhausted. Rakiel tells him he will prepare a tonic for him and thanks him for taking care of his clinic. Garden looks so thin and frail. Rakiel tells him he actually looks very gaunt. He asks if he heard about the incidents of Cremo. Garden tells him he was very shocked at everything. Rakiel looks back and tells him there is something more shocking. The Minotaur appears after them, growling and making his entrance huge. Garden screams at the sight of the Minotaur. Rakiel tells him he has gotten better at acting, as he must have already heard about him bringing a Minotaur back, but he still acted surprised and frightened. Garden blushes at the talk and laughs at it. Damian is not interested in the way they are acting like and thinks no one in this clinic is normal. Rakiel starts walking and asks if there is any other report. Garden, walking along him, tells him there have been some strange inquiries coming in since yesterday. Rakiel questions about the strange inquiries. Garden tells him people want to buy a medicine they do not have. He takes him to the office and shows him the letters they have received to buy the medicine. Rakiel questions if these are the letters to buy the Golden Minotaur pill and his jaw drops at the sight of 3 huge piles of letters. Garden informs him that even the people sent by the noble families queued up and said also they wanted to buy the medicine. Rakiel looks out of the window and his jaw drops again. He questions himself if this was the open run he was told about. He thinks the response is even better than Chanel's and he has no reason to refuse them. He gets so happy. Water starts to drool from his face thinking of so much money. Rakiel orders to let them come in order of their queue. The Golden Minotaur ball has been placed in a nice premium packaging for people to be thrilled by not only medicine, but also by the packaging. The text is engraved on it, which is "This is Crown Prince's edition in the Empire year 987, and this is first year special of this medicine." 10 days later, a congratulation flag has been put on the clinic as 1 year of pills are sold out. Rakiel is very happy at this moment as he instructing one of his servants. Garden comes and in his ear tells him that there is a letter asking him to visit the Imperial Palace. Rakiel gets confused on being called by his father. Garden tells him he is not sure about his calling as well. Rakiel orders him to prepare the horse carriage for him. Rakiel wonders if his father is going to pick at something else this time. He reaches the main palace. A man runs inside and asks him to hurry. As Rakiel enters, he figures it is not the audience chamber where his father usually meets him. He sees something and his eyes widen as he sees the condition. He finds his father lying down just as he found his real father in the real world. This is the thing that he did not want for him, and that is why he kept asking him to quit smoking. The scene shifts back to his previous life where he was Li Han. It is heavily raining and he is at the gaming center. He is sitting at the computer playing the game. He gets furious looking at the screen and asking someone to come down in the game he is playing. He presses several clicks on the mouse, angrily wanting something to be just simple in his game. Pressing keys on the keyboard and using the mouse furiously. He grunts at the game, saying this is all so hopeless. His mobile rings and his mother is calling him. The call ends on its own and he does not attend it. There are 6 missed calls from his mother. A girl comes at him asking if he is going to pick up his calls as someone has been calling him constantly. Looking at the screen, Han tells her he does not care about it. He furiously looks at the screen as the game over tab comes on the screen. He cannot believe it. His phone rings again and this time he reaches for it and picks it up. Hearing something on the phone makes him stand up in disbelief. It is evident he cannot believe whatever he has just heard on the floor. Without looking anywhere else or caring for anything else, he runs back in the pouring rain with his bag on his shoulder. He reaches the hospital and keeps it on the hospital floor. He cannot believe the scene he is looking at. It is almost heartbreaking for him. His bag drops from his hand as he sees his father lying on the hospital bed and his mother sitting right beside his bed. His father looks very thin and frail and has an oxygen mask on his face. Standing in the main palace room, looking at the emperor, the scene when he ran from the gaming zone to see his father in real life comes in front of him as if it just happened yesterday. He then slaps himself and asks to pull himself together, as this is not the time for him to think about the past and act like a loser. He wanted to do something for the emperor and save him. He goes forward, looking at the emperor, trying to figure out the ways he will be running a diagnosis and treating him. Looking at his face, he figures it was a stroke. He sees that his muscles and the nerve signals that control his muscles are all over the place. He asks the man if something major happened to him. The man points at a person and tells him that he believes he will be able to explain the next situation. The man appears in the scene. He is a middle-aged man. He bows down and introduces himself as the emperor's main doctor, Vesparos. He greets his crown prince. He asks the doctor about the time his father had fainted. Vesparos cannot clearly remember, and he starts to do the math to remember it. Then he tells him it has been one whole night. Rakiel's eyes widen on hearing that it has already been one night since he fainted, and they did nothing about it. Rakiel asks him about the causes. Vesparos tells him that after he finished dinner last night, he was strangely drunk after it. Rakiel does not understand and asks him about it. Vesparos tells him that his speech started to be unclear after drinking one glass of wine, and he started having an unsteady gait. Vesparos told him that he asked him to take some rest early last night due to his unsteady condition and then came to him this morning. Before Vesparos could complete what he was saying, Rakiel asks if he came this morning. His father has been like this ever since. Rakiel clenches his fist, realizing that these are the symptoms of the typical stroke. Looking at the doctor, he realizes that due to his half-assed treatment, they missed the most important and critical hour of the treatment, which was right after he fainted. He then keeps the doctor aside and thinks that his father told him he has quit smoking and is taking care of his health, so he does not understand the reason for the stroke happening. He realizes that at this rate the story development would be the same as it was in the novel, considering his father did get the stroke he was avoiding him from getting. He knows if his father dies now, then the story's plot will be changed because Rakiel will become the emperor and not the second prince. But that would not work because being an emperor would mean a lot of work, and does not seem to be imagining himself doing all the work and keeping his health maintained, as he needs to treat patient to gain his life expectancy. He might only have 200 days, and he cannot put himself in such workload for his last 200 days. He figures if the emperor dies, then he will die too. He takes his hand to his fainted father to find the cause of the stroke, as that is the most important detail right now. As he touches and uses his technique to find out the cause, he wishes it not to be due to cerebral hemorrhage. There are two types of major strokes. One would be cerebral hemorrhage due to a vein in the brain bursting, which means it is hemorrhagic. The other would be because the vein is blocked due to thrombosis and atherosclerosis. The delivery of oxygen to the blood in the brain has been stopped, which means it is ischemic. Generally, the hemorrhagic type is more dangerous, and that is why he wishes his father does not have that one. Just as he is diagnosing, he grunts and wishes it to be the lesser damaging one. He sees that in the arteria inferior anterior cerebelli, there is a cerebral infarction, which means it is ischemic. This relieves him, and he cannot see any other bleeding, which, if fortunate, the complication he thinks his father could be facing would be paralysis, disability, or motor incoordination. Now, he needs to find out the part of the veins that is blocked. As he finds that out, he can then start the treatment. He reaches his veins and sees a blood clot, but it does not look like a natural one, and that worries him instantly. He cannot see the lines of Zahn in the blood clot, which are the characteristics of thrombus formed at the site of rapid arterial blood flow. His eyes widen as he thinks this is impossible. He stands there thinking that no matter how one thin, this is still not normal. He looks at the doctor and the man standing beside him, and he figures something must be wrong here. He realizes he cannot investigate at this moment, as treating him is the priority. He orders them to move him to the traditional medicine clinic so they can focus better on the treatment. A man enters the room and prays for everyone. The butler looks at him as if he has given him an array of hope after coming. The man greets and introduces himself as the Archbishop, Bertona, and greets his crown prince. Rakiel introduces himself to him and asks if he is here to heal his father. The archbishop agrees and tells him that he knew his prayers were required, but he did not think they were for the emperor. The archbishop says that he looks in a grave condition, so he wants to start praying right away. Raquel looks at him weirdly and tells him he can pray. He starts praying, asking for anything good or divine to help his emperor. A golden light occurs as he touches the emperor's body. A circle emerges on the ground. Placero and the man look at them from a distance while Raquel stands right next to the archbishop. Just when the yellow brightness emerges on this father's face, Raquel's skill-exclusive option, Acupoint scan, has been activated and his eyes widen to see that his father's cells have started regeneration. Once cells are damaged, they can't be regenerated again, but it is happening right now on his father and he is gasping in shock. Raquel has a hope that his father might be saved now. He keeps praying for his father's wellness. His cells keep regenerating, but suddenly the archbishop falls on the ground. He is sweating and looking like he is very tired from all the work he just done. He announces that the work is done. Raquel appreciates his work. He places his hand on his father's forehead. He closes his eyes and sees that the blood clot has not yet been removed, so his vein is still blocked, which is why now, even if his cells are regenerated, they will die soon. The blood clot is still blocking the vein as he sees it, and Raquel needs to remove it as this is his top priority. He starts to think of his next step. The scariest thing, according to him right now, is the reperfusion injury. Reperfusion injury is when blood flow is resumed to a part of the body which previously had ischemia due to its blood supply being cut off. But the cell's recovery that should have been accelerated actually worsened. That means all the other organs will be feeling pain as well. When reperfusion injury occurs, that part will take on permanent damage. He takes his head in his head, thinking about his next step, as it is a very critical situation itself, and the patient, his father, is making it even more critical for him. Raquel smacks his fist on the other hand. He calls Roberto and asks him to summon the palace mage. Roberto asks if he wants Sir Xanades here. Before calling the palace mage, Roberto freaks out and asks Raquel if he intends to electrocute the majesty. Raquel goes to him and denies electrocuting. Roberto takes a breath of relief. Raquel tells him that he will be freezing him instead. Roberto screams that even someone out of the palace can hear it loud and clear. Xanades comes as Raquel calls for him. He enters the room, telling Raquel that he received his summon, and that is why he has come here. Raquel and everyone else looks at him at once, as if he is their all hope now, and Xanades gets freaked by them. He asks them about the situation. Raquel takes him to the emperor's bed and tells him his intentions for treatment. Xanades' eyes widened, and he asked if Raquel wanted to use ice magic on his father. Raquel tells him that is exactly what he wants to do. Xanades looks at him the way he looked before when he helped him in the little child's treatment, thinking about whether he likes to put him in a situation like every time. Xanades confirms if he is serious about it, and Raquel agrees. He tells him he wants him to make it as cold as possible without killing him. Xanades is super worried, and his forehead sweats only when thinking about it. Raquel taps his shoulders, assuring him that it is similar to when he treated the kid with epilepsy. Xanades still does not want to be in a situation where, if someone dies, the blame comes on him. Raquel tells him his help is absolutely needed, and without his help, His Majesty's condition will worsen even further, putting him in greater danger. Xanades asks if this is true. Raquel tells him he would not lie about such a thing. Xanades turns and thinks it is hard to do what Raquel is asking him to do, but it is not impossible. However, his main concern is still that if something happens to the Emperor, the blame will come on him. He looks at Raquel, thinking for a second if the situation is that Raquel wants his father dead to aim for the throne, and he is only using him to do it. Xanades then removes the thought from his head, thinking this cannot happen. This opinion of the Crown Prince is based on how he has seen him. He is not someone who is after power. Xanades thinks that instead of preparing to obtain political influence, he has been looking after patients in the side palace day and night. The more Xanades thinks about him, the more unique his action seems to him, and the more he is convinced that Raquel cannot play any foul game. Even though Raquel's instructions are weird, Xanades wants to trust him again. Raquel thanks him for trusting him, and Raquel now prepares to give his father proper treatment. He then feels something, turns away, and finds Gigosium running towards him. Xanades is shocked to see Gigosium there. Gigosium runs and sits on Raquel's shoulder. Raquel smiles at him and tells him he can stay here as he needs some thorns from him, too. Gigosium becomes happy and winks at him. Raquel has the golden minotaur ball in one hand and Gigosium's thorn needles in the other hand. And this way, his treatment preparations are completed today. He then thinks it would have been perfect if he had one more thing. The thing he needs is sacred blessing magic. Rachiel calls the Archbishop to him, but he still feels very tired from the previous treatment. Rachiel tells him he has something to ask of him. Archbishop asks him, and Rachiel asks if he can use his blessing magic again in 3 to 4 hours. The Archbishop tries to stand up and tells him it is not possible. Everyone standing becomes shocked. Rachiel asks him the reason, and the Archbishop tells him it is because the sacred blessing can only be used once a month. This is not what Rachiel wants to hear, and he feels bad about it. If he had known earlier about his father's condition, then he would have reserved it for later. He asks the Archbishop if he has another question. He asks if he can learn to use the sacred blessing magic. He knows it would be a hassle if he tried learning it. But once he learns it, it would be of immense help. If he can combine his traditional medicine techniques with sacred blessings, he would also be able to get bonus lives way more smoothly. The Archbishop puts his hands together in front of him and asks if he wants to become a believer, and he looks quite happy about that. Rachiel looks at him as a child who does not understand anything. The Archbishop holds his hand and tells him it is a good question. Rachiel wants to tell him that he only wants to learn the magic and not be a believer. Archbishop is so excited that he does not even listen to Rachiel. He tells him that faith is never too far away, assuring him that Rachiel is on the right track. He tells Rachiel that this applies to people of noble birth like him. Rachiel feels happy being called a noble birth. The Archbishop then clenches his fist, saying even the sacred blessing that seems tough to achieve and far away is actually available to everyone. The Archbishop seems very excited. He tells him, pointing towards his heart, that he only needs a sincere heart and the desire to exercise the faith to achieve the sacred blessing magic. He advises him to just think rationally as no physical contact is required, no talking is needed, and he needs to avoid eye contact for more than 3 seconds. The Archbishop further advises him to stay in the same space for more than 3 minutes, but not breathe in the same air. Rachiel keeps looking at him, surprised. He tells him he just needs to offer all concern and love that occurs because of rationality unto faith. He then calmly tells him he only needs to exercise faith for 30 years. Everyone is shocked at that, and their jaws drop. Blushing, the Archbishop tells him it is not a long time, it is just 30 years. He assures him that if he can do that, he can have the sacred blessing magic. He asks if Rachiel thinks it is easy. Rachiel feels like he has sucked his soul by explaining this much and asking for 30 years. He simply tells him he is good without it. He lets out a sigh and leaves the Archbishop alone, who keeps calling him from behind. Rachiel will be beginning the treatment without it. Rachiel has brought his father into the room with him. While putting him to bed, he thinks if he wants to prevent damage from reperfusion injury, it is important to lower his metabolic rate as much as possible, which will help to reduce the number of sudden changes within cells and minimize the structural cell damage from reperfusion injury. In order to do that, the most effective way would be to lower his body temperature within safe boundaries, which would be hypothermia therapy. As his father's body temperature drops, the metabolic rate throughout his body will slow down, and his heart rate and breathing will slow down. Rachiel asks Xanades to stop and maintain this temperature from now on. Xanades does as Rachiel tells him to. Rachiel has a bowl and some needles in front of him. He takes the golden minotaur pill that he melted beforehand and throws it into his bowl. This will help dissolve the blood clot. He feeds the liquid from the bowl to his father. He knows that starting now, there is not even a millimeter's worth of room for error. Rachiel observes as the liquid goes in, the blood clot starts dissolving. He knows that they need to move quickly from this point forward. Otherwise, other side effects may occur. He takes a needle and thinks an acupoint that is at the start of the pulse will be Chenkui point. He places the needle under his eye. He decides to let the change of energy and blood flow from the Chenkui point spread throughout the stomach meridian. Garden and the Archbishop, along with others, are standing on the side, looking at the procedure happening, and are freaking out. Rachiel thinks they must wait until his pulse is ready. The status bar open tells that an acupoint scan is happening, and it confirms that mana has spread throughout his body. He has placed the needle at Sibai point, Juliet point, Jicheng point, Jiach point, and Dane point on his face. Rachiel needs to control the blood flow heading toward the anterior inferior cerebellar artery. If there is too much blood flow at once on top of the reperfusion injury, then the damaged walls of the blood vessels in the brain will definitely burst, which is why the process must be done precisely. Rachiel takes another needle to place it. He carefully places it at Taowei point and Xiaoguan point, and there is a mana reaction as Rakiel raises his hand towards him. The mana reaction is small, but there are ripples of it. Xanadis can barely control, and his face is full of sweat due to all the effort. Everyone is staring at them in total shock from a distance. The blood flow has slowed by 20%, and Rakiel now senses some hope. Rakiel knows that the rest would depend on the life of force of the Emperor and his fate. Rakiel clenches his fist, accepting that all he can do is hope for the best. He recalls what happened to his father and prays that everything happens differently this time. He recalls that he was in the hospital sitting beside his father, thinking if he woke up now, he would listen to everything he said. He wanted to say more, but before he could, he heard the beep sound of the machine, and his father's hand dropped. He desperately wishes for the best, but in the end, his father never opens his eyes. He cried until he could feel nothing, standing under an umbrella at his father's funeral, holding his ashes in his hand. He felt them warm, unlike his cold hands. He wishes to hold his father's warm hands just one more time. He wakes up and realizes he fell asleep while holding His Majesty's hand as he wanted to hold his own father's hands. He looks at His Majesty, and his jaw drops as he sees he wakes up. He calls his son and thanks him. Rakiel starts feeling emotional as he realizes he is not his actual son. Rakiel asks him not to strain himself and take some bed rest. Rakiel figures he is also tired and he should go outside for a short while. He goes outside and finds himself again recalling the day his father died. On that day, he wishes he would have reached earlier that day. He clenches his fist on the wall, thinking at least he was not late this time, and he saved His Majesty in time. He blubbers and apologizes, sitting against the window as the rain pours outside. He shakes his head, thinking he needs to pull himself together, and this is not the time to break down. He thinks losing his cool would not be any good. He tells himself that he has only passed one hurdle so far, and there are many more to go through. There is no guarantee there won't be a second or third relapse. He tells himself there could be stress disorders, so they also need to plan for rehabilitation. He says if he can last one more month, they can use the sacred blessings. Then a complete recovery could be possible. The tab shows that with the use of hypothermia therapy, accurate acupuncture, and the golden monitor pill, he has treated the patient with undivided attention. The tab says that Adeline Testarossa Magentano has gotten over a crisis and is no longer in a critical state. There is no hope of recovery and rehabilitation in his institution. In the process of the treatment, he created history on the Laurasia continent. He informs that he has introduced the concept of reperfusion injury, and he has left a meaningful trace in the medical history of the Laurasia continent. The concept of reperfusion injury that he has introduced will be written in the major medical books of future generations. It says that those of the future who dream of being a doctor despair at the increased amount of knowledge tested and blame him. The blue notification bar shows that he has obtained a great doctor point. He has obtained 121 GDP, and the current GDP is 222, and the amount of live vouchers one can buy is 2. Rakiel thinks that it is an unexpected reward. Everyone looks at Adeline being recovered, and is glad that Rakiel saved His Majesty, and all of them as well. Lord Chamberlain says that through this incident, he has realized how incompetent, arrogant, and complacent he has become, and Rakiel asks if he is reflected deeply. Lord Chamberlain agrees, and Rakiel tells him that he hopes he will take responsibility for them. Lord Chamberlain startles, and Rakiel puts his hand on his shoulder, and he says that His Majesty is nearly dead, yet he is not able to determine the cause of his illness. Rakiel says he was not able to come up with a suitable prescription or treatment. Rakiel asks if he is wrong. Lord Chamberlain is shocked as Rakiel talks like this. Rakiel tells him to take his responsibility. As Lord Chamberlain is about to speak more, Rakiel stops him and tells him that his suspension will start now, and starting today, he will be the one to look after His Majesty personally. Lord Chamberlain sweats and thinks Rakiel is actually incompetent. Rakiel tells him to make sure that no one talks about the abnormalities of His Majesty's health. He asks everyone to stand down as His Majesty needs right. They all agree and start to leave. Rakiel thinks as they leave that it is not just their incompetence. There are other areas where he cannot trust them as well. Rakiel is again sleeping by his father's bedside when the butler comes and calls Rakiel to wake him up. Rakiel wakes up, rubbing his eyes, and questions him. The butler says that it is in regard to what he has ordered him to do yesterday. Rakiel asks if he managed to stop everyone from talking about the abnormalities of His Majesty's health. The butler agrees and says that the world outside thinks that His Majesty has caught a serious cold and is resting now. Rakiel stretches and asks if people actually know the truth. He tells him that only he, himself, and those who were in the room knew about it. Rakiel tells him he did good. Rakiel asks if he has something else to tell him. He scratches his head and says an envoy from the Amboy's kingdom has requested an audience with His Majesty early this morning. Rakiel's chair falls, and he screams and questions if an envoy is coming. The next scene starts in the Amboy's kingdom. Although they have only been established for slightly over 150 years, they are causing a stir as an uprising strong kingdom. A few years later, they start a great war, which the Magentano royal family gets caught up in. The Magentano kingdom fell because of the Amboys dynasty. Rakiel asks the man why a diplomatic envoy of Amboys wants to meet His Majesty. The butler tells him that 5 days ago, His Majesty requested to see the envoy personally. Rakiel thinks the envoy would be Guinness, whom he saw at the auction hall. Rakiel asks if this is about a man named Guinness. Rakiel guesses that His Majesty wants to hold him responsible for failing to control the Minotaur. The butler agrees with him. Rakiel touches his head as it hurts by getting loads of information at once, and also, the pressure of treating his father is killing him. The butler informs him that after His Majesty heard about what happened, he was infuriated. He adds that His Majesty officially summoned the Amboys envoy to hold them responsible. Rakiel asked if the meeting would take place today. The butler says they should send the envoy back as His Majesty is not in the condition to meet him. Rakiel screams and asks if they will let him go like this. The butler asks if they should tell him something about the situation and just inform him that His Majesty has flu. Rakiel looks at the other side at his father, thinking if he wants them to send the envoy back, which the emperor summoned to file a complaint. Rakiel observes that if they send him back, summoning him back will prove difficult, and if they cancel the meeting merely for a cold, then the other side will know something is wrong. He does not want to give them any idea about it. He does not want them to guess about the problems with the emperor's health. He sits on the chair, pondering upon the situation. He knows they are an upcoming enemy country that could cause a few great wars in a few years' time. He does not want to give them any chance regarding the emperor's health. Rakiel announces that he will meet the envoy. The butler gasps at his decision. Rakiel informs him that he will conduct the meeting in His Majesty's stead and in his own way of doing things. In the next scene, someone is sitting in a hall with tea presented before him. He sips the tea and takes the relaxation coming from it inside him. He is the Amboys, a diplomatic envoy named Count Benjamin. He is furious at how he had to come to this faraway place because of the shameless businessman. He thinks if the crown prince had died back then because of the Minotaur incident, a war would have probably broken out by now. He already knows this meeting is a tough one. He pulls his card out, knowing he is not just someone, he is a diplomatic expert. He is proud of his skills, and no matter what fault the Emperor of Magentano tries to find in them, he is skillful enough to overcome it. He has prepared all his negotiation cards. Praising his own self, he confessed that he is so skilled that even he finds himself sexy. Fire emits from his eyes as he thinks that Magentano's empire will tell him that it is their fault, and he will deny it all safely. Rakiel enters the hall, asking if he had to wait for too long for him. Benjamin bows in front of him, thinking it is the emperor, and tells him he didn't have to wait much for him. When he looks above, he is shocked to see Rakiel there. He gets startled seeing the crown prince, but then calms himself down and introduces himself in confusion. Passing beside him, Rakiel thinks as he is not someone who is well versed in diplomacy, there are two things he can do, and first would be to act humble. He goes to Benjamin and asks him to sit humbly. He then greets his hand. The second thing he would do would be to drag him into his area of expertise and take the lead. Rakiel sits and looks at him, which confuses Benjamin. Rakiel wants to ignore the war for the sake of his imperial life and to enjoy a super rich retirement. Benjamin then clears his throat, not looking into Rakiel's eyes, and he starts speaking. He is about to speak, but Rakiel cuts him between and very excitedly asks if he is in good health. Seeing Rakiel in such a friendly manner, Benjamin feels a little shocked. Rakiel asks him to put out his left hand. He is super confused but still puts his hand out and asks if this is okay. Rakiel tells him to put it a little forward in front of him. Benjamin asks him the reason. Rakiel grabs his hand firmly and asks if he feels his head is heavy whenever he wakes up in the morning. Benjamin hesitates and then shockingly looks at him. He tells him he does feel like this, but asks him the reason for him asking about this. Rakiel asks if he often feels stitches in the trapezius muscle around his neck and also often experiences headaches. Benjamin agrees and asks him to leave his left hand first. He trembles, and even the cup of tea starts trembling. Rakiel asks if he enjoys both drinking and smoking. His organs are tired of him doing this to people and using them and their strength. Rakiel asks if his eyesight feels a little weak too. Benjamin tells him this is not why he is here. Rakiel is persistent with his talking and tells him that there is a persistent faint trembling in his fingertips. Benjamin thinks something is wrong, and he is being sucked into the crown prince's pace. He figures he needs to meet the emperor soon. He then tries to call the prince to listen to him. He grunts, thinking he has so many cards for negotiations, but the crown prince is putting water on all his cards and intentions. Rakiel is in no mood to listen to him. He just wants to drag him into his expertise and make him lose all his confidence. Benjamin stands up, smacking his hand on the table, and respectfully tells Rakiel that he is here to meet with Magentano's emperor. Rakiel smirks, thinking he wants to take his lead, and he won't let that happen. He calls him and tells him he has been given the authority to represent the Amboise kingdom, and he is an important and precious guest who has been dispatched to their empire. He flatters him, saying he is the representative of the Amboise royal family. He tells him if he sees health abnormalities in such an important and precious person, he cannot just leave him like this. He drags him out in his expertise, asking him if he knows that his royal family will be criticized if he faints because of those health abnormalities. He keeps his hand on his shoulder, sending a shiver down his spine. Rakiel grabs his head and tells him he cannot let this thing happen. He then leans on him, scaring him, and asks if he thinks this should happen. Benjamin could not speak anything except this should not happen, and it was time he knew he was screwed. Rakiel then walks away and tells him to let him give him advice. He tells him to cut down on drinking and smoking and that he must exercise for 30 minutes daily. Sitting again, he tells him that only then can he avoid becoming like His Majesty. Benjamin becomes shocked hearing this, wondering if something has happened to the emperor. Rakiel tells him His Majesty is not feeling well at the moment. Benjamin asks more about him. Rakiel tells him it is just a bad flu. Benjamin cannot digest the information that the emperor is sick. He tells him it is because he is overloaded with work and is very stressed these days. He tells him that due to work, he started drinking and smoking a lot, just like him. He points at him in his explanation. He tells him he has lost his appetite because of the flu and is now having a hard time. Benjamin asks if this is the reason he is here to talk to him, and Rakiel agrees. Rakiel picks up his tea and tells him that the emperor has asked him to convey his apologies and that he will invite him to another luncheon at a later date. Looking at Rakiel, he thinks if this is true, even if it is, he does not expect him to reveal it like this. He is humbled that he apologized and decided to hold a luncheon later. Benjamin thinks they are being so honest that he cannot find any flaws. He is impressed that the crown prince himself is stepping in to show their sincerity and has revealed their situation so transparently. He does not want to find any faults because it will result in their loss of justification to be on higher ground. Rakiel has put him in a difficult spot. Benjamin thinks he is going to lose all his negotiation cards this way. He looks at Rakiel and realizes he is no ordinary man. Rakiel moves near to him, and he tells him he has something to tell him in his ear. Rakiel tells him something hidden in his ear, which must be part of his plan. Rakiel hands him some paper, and Benjamin tells him he did not think he would be so considerate. Rakiel laughs and asks if this is true. Benjamin goes back happily from the palace, holding the paper Rakiel gave him. Benjamin assures him while going that he will pass on this letter and everything he has said. Damian comes and asks if the meeting is okay. Rakiel tells him it feels okay, seeing he is returning so happily. Rakiel tells him he is so happy because he saw his heart of sincerity. Damian questions this heart of his. He knows he did not see any good heart. He must be just pushed around. Rakiel says he has something to do, and Damian questions about it. Rakiel excitedly tells him he needs to do a super secret operation. Damian questions him about the secret operation. Rakiel calmly informs him that an important patient will be admitted into the palace today. Damian questions what he is saying. Rakiel comes near to him and asks him to lower his voice and not let anyone hear him. Damian asks him about the patient he is admitting to, and he wants no one to know about it. Rakiel tells him in a low voice that it is their emperor. He tells him that is why he wants him to go back to the palace first. Damian asks if he should get the SRG members ready for emergency duty. Rakiel tells him to do it as this is exactly what he wants to do. He then turns and tells him that he is sorry for him as he has been training really hard for the past couple of days. Damian tells him that his top priority right now is to protect important personnel. Rakiel thinks he might have felt his limits when he came to Cremo with him and had to fight a minotaur on his own. Rakiel recalls him fighting recklessly. Rakiel figures that must have been a huge wall for him. He looked so tired and exhausted from all the tiring, and he was still not giving up on saving him. Rakiel thinks the time for him is now coming, the time when he realizes his true self. That is when he will be born again as the strongest person in the world. The time is coming, but it is not here yet. Damian tells him he will head back to the side palace and start the preparations. Rakiel agrees with him and goes out of the room, but Damian also turns away. Damian still thinks that even if he has done a lot of training, he still has a long way to go. He looks at his hand, and it has many scratches on it, along with slight bruises due to training. He thinks he has never learned swordsmanship systematically, but maybe he can surprise his limits and learn it. He questions himself about the things he needs to do to be stronger than ever. Rakiel comes out of His Majesty's room, bringing him out in a wheelchair to take him to the side palace for treatment. Rakiel decides not to leave him alone here. They are in a situation where they don't know when someone close to them might be scheming. As he is still seriously ill, and they don't know when some emergency arises, he decides to stay with him as much as possible. He will have to do that until the Archbishop can use the sacred blessings in a month. He decides not to stay in the main palace for long, because if he does, then people will start suspecting the Emperor's illness is more serious than just the flu. In either case, he does not want his father to be stuck under any schemes of other people. The best solution he thinks of is to go to the palace so no other people can see them and judge the Emperor's condition. He decides to start to prepare to receive his new VIP. He laughs, thinking it is the time the effects start to kick in. At the Amboy's country, the king asks if Benjamin is back this early, and a servant tells him he is back. He grunts, thinking the Emperor of Magentano is not that easy to deal with, but still, Benjamin is back this early. He is the Amboy's king, Merowinger. Benjamin enters the palace. He kneels down in front of the king and informs him he is back. Merowinger welcomes him back. He asks if things went well in Magentano. At first, Benjamin hesitates and then tells him he cannot meet the Emperor of the Magentano. Merowinger's eyes widen at the information. Then, Benjamin happily tells him he did meet the Crown Prince. He recalls the Crown Prince's conversation with him. Rakiel tells him he will talk about the business he came here to discuss with the Emperor. Rakiel asks if the Amboy's king is aware of the situation in Cremo, and Benjamin agrees that he does. Rakiel tells him this is why he wants to put out a request. Benjamin looks at him in shock that the Crown Prince is requesting them for something. Rakiel happily tells him he would like the first in line for succession, Princess Adeline Beauharnais Amboise, to stay in their capital, Magneta, for 6 months. Benjamin shouts as he does not understand and thinks they want to keep the princess hostage. Benjamin starts thinking about what Rakiel just said. He figures that Amboise is strictly an independent country. It is not one of Magentano's vassal estates. He cannot believe they are humiliating them like this, and trying to act like they are their vassal estate. Benjamin tells him directly they cannot agree to that. Rakiel smirks at his reaction. The notification tells that he has consumed 1 lie voucher, and Count Benjamin has stated to fall for his lie. Rakiel then tells him he is genuinely interested in fostering a constructive, peaceful, friendly relationship with the Amboise kingdom. Rakiel tells him he would appreciate it if both countries had close personal relationships. The blue tab shows that Count Benjamin will now trust his lie unconditionally, forever. Benjamin is shocked, thinking that Rakiel wants a personal relationship with their country. He asks Rakiel the reason for trying to begin these peaceful relationships out of nowhere. He then quickly wonders if Rakiel likes their princess. He wonders if the princess has lived in Magnets for 6 months, and if Rakiel might fall in love with the crown prince. Benjamin immediately wants to shout at these thoughts. He then takes a break and thinks that this could lead to a powerful alliance through marriage or maybe even a federation. He believes that an unprecedented great empire is about to be born. Benjamin believes this is his time to crave his name into history forever, and this way, his name will always be alive as he was the count who brought this offer. Benjamin wants this meeting to be the one that builds the cornerstone of a greater empire. He keeps thinking of the greater life he will have, and now people will cheer for him as he will be the one making it happen between the 2 countries. He will be called the great diplomat who led the meeting. He clenches his fist on all these thoughts. The scene returns to the present when he is placing the offer in front of Merowinger. Merowinger shouts at him, asking if he wants Adeline to live there for 6 months. He asks him if they are asking for war, considering they are treating them as their vassal estate and wanting to keep their princess hostage. He asks if Benjamin just stood by when they proposed such a ridiculous thing. Benjamin tells him that it was a reasonable request, made in hopes of fostering a friendly relationship between both countries. Merowinger asks if he is in the right state of mind. Benjamin tells him the Crown Prince of Magentano would like to build close ties between both countries regarding exchange. He clears him that it looks like he wants to build up a close relationship with Princess, too. Merowinger asks him about the nature of the close relationship. Benjamin tells him that if, in the future, leaders of both nations share a close bond, then they can have a peaceful future. He does not want to propose the whole idea, but he wants the king to understand him. Merowinger gets furious and tells him he does not want to hear anything from him. He stands up and screams that their negotiation with Magentano has completely fallen apart. Benjamin asks him to try to appease his anger, and he tells him to read the letter the Crown Prince sent himself. The king is so worried about the way his best diplomat is acting. He asks him if something is going on with him because he has always been good at remaining neutral, and now he is taking the Crown Prince's side. The king comes down. Benjamin presents him with the letter Raquel handed him. The king takes it from him and tells him he will only read it for now. As he starts reading the letter, Raquel's powers, which came with the letter, come onto him as well, just like they are on Benjamin. Just as he closes the letter, he tells Benjamin that it seems he was too hasty in his judgment. On second thought, the Crown Prince of Magentano seems like a man with grand ambition. Just like Benjamin, Raquel flatters the king. Merowinger's mood suddenly becomes happy, and he tells Benjamin he likes the Crown Prince and that they need to handle this matter as soon as possible. He orders them to call Princess immediately. Everyone and his servants is shocked to see their king acting this way. The king starts walking back to his throne, thinking he, the Crown Prince, is someone with a weak body. Now, he believes the Crown Prince is more impressive than he thought. The notification informs him that his lie voucher has worked successfully. In the letter, he asks the king to give him his daughter's hand. He wants Raquel to be his son-in-law now, and he is more than happy on this news. It almost feels like he is under some magic. At the Amboise kingdom, Princess Adeline screams at her father for not understanding him. She is the #1 heir in line for the throne. She questions him on agreeing so easily to the Magentano Empire's request. She turns and looks back at Benjamin, who brought this offer to them, and now her father has agreed to the offer. She informs her father that this decision is unreasonable and wrong. Her father lets out a sigh, calls her with love, and asks if she is saying he is simply giving in to Magentano's pressure and making this decision. She looks at her father in disbelief. Her father then tells her he thinks this is the case with her, so she cannot understand his decision and is objecting to it. Adeline is trying to figure out whatever is written in the letter, considering whether they found some weakness in her father. Then he makes this decision, and it is understandable that he is forcing her like this. She imagines it could be a threat as well. She dearly wants to know whatever it is in the letter. Her father assures her that he understands if she does not like this decision, but there will always be a day when he will have to decide this, and he tells her she will thank him for this decision one day. She tries to speak for herself, but her father shuts her up. He shouts that he does not want to hear any more of her objections, and from this moment on, she is to make her move immediately. His order could be heard outside the palace. He orders her to start her 6-month exchange right away. She cannot believe the way her father is treating her. Her father's knights show up behind her and start taking her away by grabbing her. She was known as the Smile of the Amboise if it was because she was a merciful person or she had a warm and lovely personality. But she was also an intermediate sword expert, a first-rate fighter, and also had a unique habit when beating someone up. She asks the people who are taking her away to let her go, but when they don't let her go, she makes herself free of them, and she punches the man in his face, smiling widely. This was her main style. She smiled wildly while crushing her opponents, and this is why she is called the Smile of Amboise. She punches so hard that the man strikes the nearby wall. Once again, she smiled wide and thus earned the nickname of Smiling Angel. Her father gets furious at the way she just beat up his man. Everyone looks at the king as being feared if his next step would be a bad one. His men start using their magic on her and chaining up her. They chain her up, and she cries to let her go. Her father puts her up in the carriage, which is also chained up so she cannot leave, and she cries to let her go. A spark occurs along with a blast from the carriage. The soldier understands it must be the carriage. They cannot open their eyes due to the blinding light coming from the carriage. One of the soldiers asks others if this is the Dawn horse carriage delivery that only Amboise VIPs can use. The one agrees, saying it looks like it. At the Magneto, the carriage has arrived, and it has been 10 days. The princess comes down from the carriage as they have reached the palace. She asks if this is Magentano. She gets angry at the sight of it, and the man beside her tells her to walk with her head high from now on, as she is the princess of Amboise. She smirked and told him she already knew all this. She tells him she won't show them her weakness. She looks at Raquel coming to receive her, and she figures she has seen him somewhere. Raquel comes and greets her happily, welcoming her to the palace and thanking her for taking such a long ride here. Behind him is Damian, who is bowing in front of the princess. She remembers him after a minute and grunts, as this is the crown prince of the Magentano who wants to marry her. She figures he used to look like a sickly, dying artist, but now he is totally different. He introduces himself and presents her with his hand for a handshake. She looks at him weirdly but does not shake his hand. She introduces herself as the Princess of Amboise, Adeline Boharhais Ambois. He looks at his hand, which she did not bother to shake, and figures she is being cold to him. But this is not the first time some woman has been cold to him. He recalls that it was always like this in Korea. Every time he went on blind dates, the same thing happened to him, so he is pretty used to dealing with this attitude. He gets PTSD while thinking about it all from the past, and thinking about how much she already hates him. He then puts his hands together and asks if she is tired from the long journey. Then, he turns and starts moving and asks her to come with him. He takes her to the breakfast table and asks her to do some breakfast with him first. He tells her after breakfast, he will show her the side palace where she will be staying. Adeline keeps looking at him speechlessly with a cold expression and is not saying anything. Raquel thinks of her as a master key who will prevent a great war from happening. He judges that she hates losing and has an aggressive personality, but unexpectedly, she prefers peace over war. She asks her guard if he is hungry, and he refuses. Raquel thinks that even though she is wise, strong, and healthy, she dies suddenly and never ascends the throne in the novel. As a result, someone from a distant branch of the Amboise family became king. Unlike Adeline, the new king was militaristic and extremist in his views. These views of his started a great war with Magentano. In other words, it was a disaster. Raquel keeps thinking of it while at the breakfast table and thinks that the king was someone who was born to wage a war. He cannot let that happen, and he must help Adeline survive and become the queen. Based on the novel Adeline's symptoms, he guesses that it is biliary atresia due to her gallstones. He knew someone with the same symptoms. He was a novel writer introduced to him by her best friends, Wonho and Yunsu. He recalls if the writer's name was Baekhyun. He guesses if she already has gallstones, then he will remove them and prescribe medicine so she won't get them anymore in the future. She breaks his trail of thoughts as she places her fork furiously on the table, which startles Raquel. Raquel apologizes to her as he asks her to eat after a long journey, as it must be hard for her to digest her food. He then clicks his fingers and tells her he has prepared something for her. It is a tonic medicine. Garden presents the medicine in a glass, and Raquel tells her that they have prepared the earth to restore decoction, which will be good for her body. She looks at the medicine in disbelief and then hisses in anger. She clenches her fist upwards and then thuds it loudly on the table. All the food starts spilling, and there are cracks in the table. She starts speaking for the first time since she sat there, but she is too angry. She asks if he is trying to mock her. She gets very furious at the sight of the tonic medicine. Raquel unbelievably asks if she thinks he is mocking her. She asks him if it was not enough for him that he called her here. Raquel asks her the meaning of this. She tells him that she is here only because of him, which was a huge decision for her and the Amboise kingdom. She asks if he knows that. Raquel is speechlessly looking at her. She tells him she wants to inform him in advance that she will stay here for 6 months, as he has requested he father. She then screams, pointing at him, and tells him that this will be all, and he should drop the thought of making any more requests. He calmly tells her that she may be misunderstanding him. She tells him there is no misunderstanding, and she is seeing everything clearly. Saying this, she stands up in anger. Raquel asks if she is scared right now. She becomes shocked with this sudden question of his. She takes this question very personally and becomes even angrier. He tells her that he has not done anything, and that he simply wants her to have a meal with him. He also provides her with excellent tonic medicine so that she may recover from her fatigue. He asks if she is so scared and fearful that she wants to leave the dining hall. She tells her she is not scared at all. He questions if she is worried that the tonic medicine is poisoned. Then Garden will bring the medicine to him. Adeline is still very furious and becomes red with anger. Garden brings him the tonic medicine, and Raquel tells her that it was made from really expensive ingredients, and immediately starts drinking it. He asks if she thinks that his being the crown prince could poison into medicine during an official meal. Adeline becomes confused. Raquel then shows her he is sad, but he knows she is getting manipulated by this act of his, and he tells her that he understands that she cannot trust him, and that is why she is embarrassing him like this. He tells her that all she got out of this was being frightened. As he finishes the tonic medicine, he knows she hates the cowards or scared cats the most. Adeline thinks that if he is treating her like a scaredy cat and smirks at her thoughts, she would want to hit him while smiling. She tells him she has never been scared and asks to give him the tonic. She then puts the condition that this is the first and the last time she is consuming his medicine. Raquel asks her to leave this decision until she has drunk his medicine. He signals Garden to bring the medicine to her. She looks at the medicine and thinks this won't fix her fatigue at all. As long as she sees it, it still looks like poison to her. She still gulps the medicine in one go. She hates the taste of the medicine, and she thinks it is like she is licking the armpit of an elephant. Raquel asks him if she is done with the medicine, and if she should eat the candy quickly because he knows it tastes so bad. He tells her it is a law to have a sweet right after drinking bitter medicine. He tells her the flavor of the candy is plum. She looks weirdly at the candy, half in anger and half in disgust. She has a lot of pride. She does want to eat it, but her pride does not allow. She cannot let her pride win here because she wants to eat the candy so much. She quickly takes it and wants it, and Raquel tells her he also has a grape flavor if she wants one more. She loves the candy she just ate, but she won't admit it. It tastes like heaven to her. But she could not bear it and even took the grape one. She then stands up and tells Raquel that she has done whatever he wants her to do, and she wants to take her leave now. Raquel tries to stop her. She asks if there is a reason she wants to stay here. Raquel tells her there is no reason and tells that Lord Chamberlain will guide her to her room and asks her to rest well. She hopes she does not run into her for the next 6 months because she might actually trample on him while smiling. In the afternoon, soldiers are doing their training. Among them, the princess is training as well. She wants to pull herself together as this is where her enemies gather. She looks at her back muscles and thinks today's back exercise is paying her well. She imagines that something is different because her body is feeling very light. She feels like she could even fly. She looks at the knight captain and asks if he is tired. He tells him they are all fine. All they did was ride the horse carriage for 10 days. However, they are all deadly tired. She looks at them, thinking it is normal to be tired, but she does not feel tired and feels something different about it. She figures this is because of the drink she had yesterday. It tasted so bad that she did not even want to think about it. She hears something is happening, and her attention goes there. She sees old people and children in the old palace. She thinks they do not seem like they work here. She looks at them and figures they all look very sick. She figures the direction in which people are moving leads to the crown prince. Without anyone realizing it, she follows everyone and comes in. She is curious about their affairs in the side palace. What she sees is several people gathered along with some nurses, and she sees Raquel treating some people. Raquel is advising someone to stop drinking alcohol for the time being and asks them to reduce the consumption of greasy foods as well. He advises the patient to drink the tonic medicine and go for moxibustion. Just as he looks to his side, he suspects Adeline is there, but she quickly hides behind the wall. She sighed, thinking she was safe and that no one had seen her. Just then, Raquel comes and asks about her being here, and she gets startled. He tells her this is a consultation room and asks if she has completed the papers. She asks her about the paper. He asks if she stands in the queue properly. She cannot understand a word he is saying. He asks her firmly if she thinks he is joking right now. He explains to her that this is where they look after the patients. He tells her that in this place, everybody is equal. Aside from the emperor, the status, gender, and age of everybody present here does not matter. He asks her first to fill out the consultation papers if she wants to come in here, then starts queuing and waiting for her turn. She looks at him as if he is some different crown prince from the one she met last night. She stands there alone, being raged, and then, without saying anything, she leaves. 2 hours later, as Raquel calls for the next patient, he is surprised to see Adeline in front of him. She presents him with the consultation forms and tells him that he did what he asked. Raquel knew she would do this. She tells him this is the kind of person she is and that she is not the type of royalty that would abuse her authority or position. He takes the form from her and asks if he wants him to prove this. She agrees and tells him that she has already had one humiliating experience, and she does not want another. He smiles and tells her that he is glad she is her. He tells her he wants to meet her in the consultation room at least once. He asks if she is curious about the real reason. He turns and asks now that she is here if she remembers he asked her to stay in the capital for 6 months. She does not understand if he is talking about some reason he called her here. She figures if he did not want to humiliate her over the Cremo incident, which she thought he was, by calling her here. She tries to guess the other reason he could possibly have to call her here. Raquel knows this worked out well and is happy about using his lying voucher. He was thinking of the reason for leading her to this point, and now he has her. He sits and brings out an envelope from his pocket. Smiling, he takes out the envelope, thinking this is the best opportunity to talk about this. He needs her here to realize she has a problem, and that is cholelithiasis, and she should be understanding the symptoms herself. He wants her to be self-aware about her symptoms, just like Garden tried to tell Damian his problem, which is crazy over money syndrome. Damian tells him it is a weird illness, and he is completely fine. But Garden tells him to learn about his medicine to live freely, and Damian annoyingly tells him he has no illness of this sort, and he feels fine, according to Raquel. The main steps are to recognize the existence of an illness and begin the treatment. In the next scene, Damian has fallen on the floor, damaging his brain and dying. Thinking he should have listened to the doctor, Raquel knows that she is not even on the first step yet. Just like Damian, the disease cholelithiasis has one trait, which is that the sufferer will lack self-awareness about the illness. He knows if he asks her about the treatment right now, she won't cooperate at all. He tells her that he will start with that she will die within 2 years. This shocks Adeline to her core. Raquel tells her he is not joking. Adeline tells him if this is not a joke, then it looks like he is cursing her to death within 2 years. Raquel tells her she can think about whatever she wants, but this is the truth. He tells her that this is the conclusion that the direct intelligence department of the imperial family has come to. She feels threatened and screams at him again. He tells her that he has an intelligence department in the imperial family, and it has eyes and ears everywhere in the world. He tells her that they even had eyes and ears on her when she was in her own home. Everything she does and says is no exception. He informs her that due to their intelligence services, they have already discovered early signs of a serious illness in her, one she does not even know about, but they were able to analyze it. She asks, smirking, if he thinks she will die within 2 years because of the illness. She thinks she only saw him in a new light because of how serious he was when he was speaking to other patients about their illnesses. She is now disappointed and thinks he is again making a joke. She clenches her fists and tells him that this is a tasteless joke. Raquel tells her that truths are usually harsh and tasteless. She stands up furiously, asking if he wants to ridicule her this badly. He tells her seriously that he wants to treat her seriously. She tells him she cannot believe his words, and Raquel decides to give her proof and stands up to show her one. He calls the fish Babak, and Adeline is confused about this. The fish starts flattering in his pocket and suddenly flies out from the pocket. Raquel asks if he has been quite bored lately, so he gives him the news that he has some work for him. Babak asks if he is getting something to eat today, and Raquel tells him with love that this is not the case. Adeline freaks out, seeing a summon monster. He starts by introducing the princess to Babak. He informs him that she is the patient going under treatment today. He then introduces Babak and tells her that he is in charge of analyzing the ingredients of medicine at the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic. He shows the fish to Adeline. Adeline finds him cute and starts caressing him. He informs her that today her role will be different, and then excitedly asks Babak to start, and the fish gets excited along with Raquel. The notification shows that the skill-exclusive option 1 acupoint scan is activated. Babak puts all the air in his mouth and then flaps his wings, releasing energy from his wings and then releasing the air from his mouth. He builds the energy all over him while the princess stands there and keeps watching him. The story goes back to a few days ago when Raquel was in his bed, looking tired and sleepy. He said he thought he wouldn't get any early sleep today. The notification informs him that his intestine is complaining about his irregular sleeping patterns. His intestine is breaking down, and he asks them in his mind if they are giving up on him for today. His intestine starts openly revolting against him. All his organs are revolting against him at this point. Raquel wants to tell them to calm down. He tells his organs that he received a reply from Amboys, and they agreed to send their princess, just as he requested. He tells them she will be arriving in about 3 days, but he has other concerns. His heart rings an emergency alarm as soon as he hears it. He tells everyone the good news that his father-in-law has agreed to send the princess. Everyone is happy that it is time for the proposal. His intestine has sent him 1000 HP, and his current HP is 2500. He tells them it is not about confessing or love. He needs to treat her so there won't be a war. All his organs are disappointed in him, and they ask for a refund for the HP. They just send him out of happiness. There is no way he is giving them a refund. He scratches the back of his head, thinking she needs to be aware of her symptoms before she agrees to the treatment. He asks his organs to help him out so he can sleep early. All of them kept thinking about whether they should be helping him, although they really wanted him not to be single anymore. He furiously asks if they want to sleep or not because he can only sleep if they help him out. They all start thinking. His heart tells everyone to level up his pulse reading skill. He gets freaked out by that. The notification comes asking if he wants the princess to believe her symptoms. His heart asks if it is better to just skip all the explanations and directly show her. Raquel, freaking out, asks if he can show the pulse reading skills to others. The explanation of the skill comes up, and the level of the skill is now 6, as he can estimate the person's death by targeting their pulse. He can check the overall health report for detailed results. He can also see more information about internal organ symptoms if he has awakened them in his body. This will allow him to know more details about the diagnosis. Raquel levels up his skill as the HP required was only 300. The required HP for level increases to 350. Raquel does not think this will work in his favor. He keeps it going furiously until he cannot anymore. His skill goes up to level 10. His skill has finally reached level 10. From the level, the intermediate levels start, and before that, they are the basic levels. His skill has now become more proficient, and he can see inside the patient's organs as well. Due to the increase in his skills, a new skill option has been unlocked. Raquel is not expecting this to happen, but as it does, it leaves him jaw-dropped. The update is that now when using the CT Acupoint scan option, he can show the patient the diagnosis results on an external screen. However, the external screen must be set at the same brightness. This is a pure shock for Raquel. The story comes at the present, and Raquel presents the princess with a CT scan of her gallbladder. She does not understand. She is confused if this is how the gallbladder looks. Raquel asks her to press the right side of her stomach if she is confused. She thinks that trying this would not hurt and is up for trying it. She presses her right side of the stomach while looking at the screen. She sees the movement in the CT scan. Raquel is happy that she has finally started to believe it. He tells her that it must be a shocking experience for her, and she must be surprised. She asks sadly if this is the reason for her death. Raquel explains to her that her gallstones will eventually block her bile ducts, and when that happens, the bile that is supposed to pass through her bile ducts to her duodenum will go to her liver instead. He explains further that from there, her liver, spleen, and pancreas will start to deteriorate rapidly. He tells her openly that this is the reason if she does not get treatment, then she will die. She tells him she does not understand, even if she is sick, how he wants to treat her. Raquel tells her that it is for the sake of peace. He tells her that he hopes for her to become the queen of Amboys with a healthy body. He confesses that this is the only way to peace between their imperial and royal families. He tells her this is the reason he brought her here. Adeline quickly agrees to the treatment and asks about the procedure. He tells her that it is simple, and that he will show it to her. He clenches his fist and tries to move forward, but the princess starts to move back, not understanding his intentions. Adeline keeps her full focus on Raquel's movements to know his intentions. As she sees he is about to punch her, she quickly blocks his punch. Raquel winces and screams in pain. He tells her he was only trying to show her the treatment. He asks if she hit him when he was only trying to show her the treatment, and she questions his method, where he has to punch someone to show them the treatment. Raquel, gathering his energy, tells her he will do it again. He counts to 3, and this time, he cannot take the risk of getting hit by the princess again, so he hits himself instead of her. He tells her that she just needs to use her fist and punch her stomach. Once again, she questions his method. She is disturbed, knowing that all she has to do is hit herself in the stomach to remove her gallstones. She takes it as a new form of assassination. Raquel then asks if she can release mana before punching. She tells him she can do it a little. He starts explaining that to treat her gallstones, he will be using an external impact wave. She questions about the wave. He explains that on top of the mana she discharges from her fist, he will add his Esrahan core technique, and he will guide the mana impact waves flow with that. She almost understands nothing, whatever he just explained right now. He asks if she knows that the Esrahan core technique specializes in absorbing and guiding mana, And this is why they are doing this. In the next scene, Raquel and Damian are in the kitchen. There is a huge piece of meat hanging while some green beans are placed on the counter. He tells her that when she discharges mana towards her stomach, he will redirect it. He explains everything to her, just like he practiced with Damian. Adeline asks about the location where he will redirect the mana. Raquel grabs the beans, touches the meat, and discharges mana into it. Damian pulls his sword out. As Damian strikes the meat with his sword, the mana from Raquel's body goes to the beans he just spilt in the air. This is how exactly he tells her that he will redirect the mana to the gallstones in her gallbladder when she discharges her mana by hitting herself. Adeline is still confused about his methods. Raquel gets excited that now he can remove her gallstones. His skill of selling medicine by eloquence has reached level 2. He asks her to start with the impact wave treatment. She says if she complies with his treatment, she wants her to grant one request of hers. Raquel asks her about it. She tells him that once she is cured, she wants to return to her kingdom without fulfilling the entire duration of his request. Raquel happily agrees to her request. She is shocked at him agreeing so easily. He tells her that once her gallstones are treated, he has no other reason to keep her here. He asks if she has agreed to the treatment. Although she still feels like she is being sucked into something, she agrees. Raquel asks her to go to another consultation room because there are too many people. Everyone keeps eyeing them behind as he takes her to the other room. In the other room, Raquel asks her to show him his back. He keeps his hand on her back and tells her not to move and to hold her breath for a short while. He is checking the location and size of the gallstones by discharging his mana and using his techniques. After a while, he tells her he is done, and she can breathe now. He then asks her to clench her right fist and place it on the right side of her stomach. She asks him about the exact location, and he corrects her. As he keeps correcting her location, she gets angry with him, and he tells her to calm down. Then, he tells her to hit her stomach. He tells her to remember that the mana she discharges from her fist must be concentrated. He advises her to make her mana tough and sharp like a needle, focusing on one point. He asks if she can do that, and she tells him she can. She tries to go on something weaker, as this is their first shot. She lets the air out of her mouth, clenches her fist, discharging her mana to one point, and hits herself in the stomach. Her eyes widen, and she can feel a rush inside her. She can feel the mana inside her stomach, but it does not hurt at all. It felt like it was redirected somewhere, and it is gone. Raquel appreciates her effort and asks her to look at Bebobok. She looks at the screen, her eyes wide. Raquel tells her to see that the gallstones are starting to crack. The mana has struck them accurately. He asks her to do this again and winks at her. She gladly wants to do it again, seeing its positive effects. She again channels her mana and then discharges it and hits herself in the stomach. As she repeats it, she smiles evilly, and thus, the smiling angel has returned. As Raquel and Adeline go through the process again and again, their screams and hitting have caused havoc throughout the whole palace. The birds start to fly away. The Minotaur also thinks something is happening. Garden, as usual, starts screaming, startling everyone even more. Lastly, even His Majesty opens his eyes for a minute, but they close in a second. Bebobok again shows the screen to Adeline, and Raquel thinks it is enough hitting. He shows her that the gallstones have completely broken down. She claps for his performance, and Raquel tells her she did great, even for the first time. She is still energetic, but Raquel has lost all of his energy. He tells her that the fragments will naturally be discharged by her body, so she does not need to worry about them. And this is all for today. Adeline tells him that she thinks there is one more stone to break. But when she looks back, Raquel seems a little sick, and his energy is gone. At first, she did not understand, but then it came all together. The impact wave she thought disappeared was actually absorbed by him. She cannot believe he did it in order to save her. She shakes him, asking if he is okay. He tells her he is okay, but the princess mana is stronger than he thought, and that is why he is like this. She shakes him again, asking if there is a reason he is going too far in order to treat her. He tells her that she is his patient, and that is why he did everything. She is shocked to hear that. He tells her that as long as she has decided to receive treatment, she is his patient. She is shocked by this side of his. He turns, sets himself free of her grip, and his eyes start to close. He tells her that he needs rest for a while and falls right there on the ground. She is shocked by seeing his condition. Next, Adeline and Garden are sitting by Raquel's bedside as they have put him in bed. Garden checks him and tells her he is doing fine. She is worried for him and asks again if he is okay. He assures her there is no fever, and that his breathing and pulse are normal. She asks if he has not woken up yet, and Garden tells her that it is because he has pushed himself too hard in a short time, so he is not waking up. He explained that his body needs rest and sleep, and he had fallen into a deep sleep. He tells her that he was never in great health to begin with, as he was born with a very weak constitution. She confesses she must have caused him a lot of problems, but Garden tells her she has not. He informs her that His Highness left him with some instructions beforehand for this incident. Garden stands up and puts a cover on Raquel, saying that he confessed that treating her might be quite painful and difficult enough to make him faint, so he told him not to be surprised. Adeline is surprised by this piece of information. He calmly tells her that he often does this. He always thinks of his patients before himself. Adeline remembers that he told her that she was her patient, and that was why he was doing all this for her. She definitely starts to feel a little touched by that. Garden informs her that it is why he is always worried, and he is his physician, after all. She thinks of him in good words now, as his every action has been sincere since she arrived here. The notification shows that his dedication to patients has touched someone very deeply. His organs feel he is a fool, and he is not present right now to see this. The princess cries and feels bad for not trusting him and doubting him even though he is so remarkable. The notification shows that although his actions were for personal goals, the princess is still quite touched. Even if it was for his personal goals, the heart that reached the patient was sincere. This dedication and sincerity will bring about numerous positive changes in the future. Adeline holds his hand. The notification informs that the highest level of medical trust has been formed between her and Adeline. She holds his hand close to her and will not be doubting any of his medical tactics now. His organs keep trying to tell Adeline that she is being fooled. Even though his organs consider him a fraud, they still want to support him. Raquel is in a deep sleep. He receives 1500 HP from his entire being, and now his HP is again 2500. Raquel feels something and looks to his side and sees the princess holding his hand in her hands. He thinks it is a green signal that the princess has fallen for the prince, seeing his good gestures. Someone outside his room's window is looking at everything happening. In the next scene, Raquel has woken up from his deep sleep, and he and the princess are having tea when she asks if he is doing okay now. Raquel tells her that he is okay from the beginning and nothing happened to him. She chuckles and asks if he remembers he said something before fainting and it was very cheesy. Raquel tells her he does not remember anything. She blushes and tells him that he looked right into her eyes, and then he asks if he still does not remember. She gives him a hint that it was regarding her treatment here as his patient. She teases him, and Raquel screams at him, asking her to stop. She stops teasing him, and he clears his throat, saying he is all right now. Raquel tells her that this was something he had to endure during the treatment, so she should not be worrying about it or interfering with her care. He tells her that from now on he will dedicate his afternoons to treating her. He decides he won't faint today. Adeline tries to say something but stops in the middle. Then, she tells him that she has decided to trust him. Raquel does not understand. She elaborates for him that she has now seen how hard he works, all that he endured for her sake. So she has decided to believe that as long as this gallstone is removed, she won't die. This is like a new hope for Raquel, and he asks if she is telling the truth, and she agrees. She then thanks him for the treatment. She tells him she really wants to say that when he wakes up. Raquel feels this is embarrassing. Although he cannot do anything, it is still a little awkward considering he does everything for himself and not for others. He asks them if they should start the treatment today. She agrees, and they start proceeding. The side palace is again filled with their screams. The notification informs that he is using the Asrahan core technique to absorb intense external mana shocks. She hits herself repeatedly, and he keeps absorbing the waves. The tab again shows that he is absorbing the waves. He is putting a lot of strength into absorbing those waves. The notification informs that this has been a valuable experience for his technique. He gets very happy on it as the level of his technique has increased. His level is still single circle, but is now at level 4. His mana amplification has increased up to 170%. The HP required for the next level is 1800, and his total HP is 2500. As his technique grows, it affects the capacity of his circle slots. The storage space of his circle slots has expanded. His circle slots maximum now is 12 liters to 13 liters. A few days later, Raquel announces that her 15th gallstone has been successfully broken. Raquel is once again tired and has given a lot of his energy to treating her gallstones. His maximum capacity has increased to 15 liters. Adeline asks if only one is left to break. Raquel, who is in no condition to do anything, shows her a thumbs up. He thanks her for the cooperation. He awkwardly tells her that the shockwaves she produces are very powerful. Adeline turns and again sees him grunting and losing all his energy and health. She tells him that he makes her feel guilty when she sees him like this, and he tells her to just be grateful. She says this, and it seems like he is asking her to repay him somehow. Clearing his sweat, he tells her that there is no such thing as a favor. She asks about the payment she should give in return, and he asks her not to start a war with Magentano for life. This is not the price she was expecting. She asked him the reason for asking this, as she did not expect this sort of price. Raquel thinks this is nothing to be considered as a different request. She tells him that she has this for the first time and blushes while saying it. She says it is the first time she has someone like him in her life and looks away as she says it. Raquel does not understand her intentions. Raquel then completely calls it a day, ends the conversation, and leaves, telling her he has a discharged patient to deal with. She is surprised at the way he just left. Raquel then goes to his father, where the Archbishop and others are also present. The Archbishop asks him to begin the treatment. The Archbishop again channels his blessings magic, and His Majesty immediately sits on the bed. No one can believe their eyes. He tells them that he does not have any strength to speak and he needs a pen. They quickly fetch a pen and a diary for His Highness. He starts to write something on it. Raquel starts screaming as he sees what he has written. The Emperor says that while bedridden, Raquel does something rather cheeky and asks Raquel about setting the date for the wedding. Raquel does not understand and the Emperor starts humming in happiness. Raquel wonders if his father has not fully recovered yet. His father confirms to him that he is referring to the Princess of Amboise. Raquel freaks out as he hears him talking about his wedding date. His father tells him he won't ask what kind of charm he used to win over the envoy of Amboise, nor will he question the way he managed to win over that cunning old fox, referring to the king of Amboise. He tells him he is someone who will one day be responsible for the imperial family and the people of the empire. He asks if he proceeded with such a major matter as marriage without consulting anyone. Raquel is totally freaked out, thinking if his father thinks he is flirting with the princess. He then recalls how everyone looked at her and him whenever they were in the consultation room or hall. Everyone looked at him with awe. He figured nobody would know about the war thing he wanted to prevent, nor would they believe him. His father questions him as he does not speak. Raquel feels too lazy to explain everything, and even if he does, nobody will believe him. He tells him that the truth is he got rejected by the princess. His father screams in shock. Raquel smirks, thinking it is working. He bows down in front of his father and tells him that he dared to take advantage of His Majesty lying down to scheme and manipulate. He tells him he managed to bring the princess to the capital. Then he stops for a second and then tells with tears in his eyes that things did not go as planned, and he got rejected. His father gets furious, and Raquel tells him it is exactly what he is thinking. His father again screams and asks if he made a move on her, and he agrees. His father demands more details. Before he can tell more details, his father is again about to faint, and he screams to bring the Archbishop to heal him again, and everyone runs to him. They take control of his body, and his father says if he had half of his wisdom, then he would not have faced such disgrace. Raquel decides to slip away from the room before his father starts nagging, and he starts leaving. His father objects to him leaving as his lesson is not yet over. He starts nagging and gives him lectures on all sorts of things. Suddenly, His Majesty's man asks the other if he just saw what he saw. The other one agrees. He points out that His Majesty's left nostril twitched slightly, which means he must be feeling proud of the Crown Prince. Raquel realizes now the true meaning of his lectures, that he is not even his real son. He asks himself if he deserves the warm treatment from him. He then tells him he understands all his concerns and right now he has to leave as his patients are waiting. His father again screams at him and asks him to go. He asks about everything he asked him to do earlier regarding his smoking and that someone tried to assassinate him, and his father tells him he will stay careful. Raquel has not yet found the one who attempted to assassinate the Emperor. They will have to be cautious for the time being. Now that the Emperor knows, he will be extra careful. Next, a knight brings a message to the horse, asking it to run faster. The man screams that they need to inform the princess immediately. At the side palace, Raquel is telling her that he has been beaten about 500 times over 16 days, and he just needs one more hit. Adeline is shocked at his behavior. She asks if when he called it the treatment before, if he meant beaten up, and asks about it. Raquel tells her it is the number of times he faints from being hit and asks her to give him one last hit. The princess flexes her muscles, saying this time she will finish it. They start the same process again. She discharges her mana as he places his hand on her back, and she hits herself in her stomach. But this was a great hit, unlike the previous one. Raquel could barely hold, realizing this was her strongest shockwave yet. All her gallstones are finished now. The notification shows he has withstood 501 shockwaves from external sources. A new option has been unlocked in the Israhan martial technique. Raquel again falls on the floor, screaming in pain. Adeline looks at him again, trying to figure out if he is okay. The notification shows that skill specific, option 2 is indestructible, and its limit is once a day for 5 minutes. He figures that if he is indestructible, he won't faint no matter what, once a day for 5 minutes. All his organs present him with thumbs up. His organs are celebrating the new skill option. His organs give him 2200 HP. Now his total HP is 4700. Raquel informs Adeline that her treatment is done, but he bleeds from the mouth, and she is shocked by it. Raquel tells her it is too early to rest, and that the treatment itself is not yet over. Adeline asks him if more treatment is required. He informs that from now on she will be needing consistent care. He figures if she has developed gallstones at such a young age, then she tends to develop gallstones. He calls Garden, and he immediately appears with a drink in his hand. Raquel figures she needs to take Injinho decoction consistently for 2 weeks to see if it suits her body and to ensure her bile flows and discharges smoothly. Adeline drinks the decoction without any questions this time. His skill in Calm Medical Fees Level 2 has been activated. Adeline has gained a total life expectancy of 67 years and 10 months from his treatment. He has been rewarded with a portion of this bonus, calculated as 1 by 1,000th of her extended life. His lifespan now is 176 days. Raquel knows as long as she keeps taking the decoction, she won't die. Adeline looks with a disgusting face at Garden, as the decoction tastes really bad. According to Raquel, the Great War that overthrew the Magentano dynasty wouldn't have happened if she had safely become the Queen of Amboys. He laughs, thinking his life will be super rich royal then. A man bangs on the door, asking if Adeline is inside as an urgent message has arrived from her homeland. A man opens the door and announces a huge crisis. A cadet royal from the western region of the kingdom, Jabilian, has started a rebellion. Everyone is shocked at the news. Adeline feels lightning has struck her. She questions the reason and justification for rebelling. The mantles that he claims he is overthrowing the weak current royal family Amboys. The princess asks if they have any basis for criticizing the royal family. The messenger passes a look to Raquel and then tells her that they are criticizing the foreign policy weakness of caving easily to unreasonable demands made by the Magentano crown prince. Raquel is shocked as he has put a lot of work into saving them, and now a rebellion is against him. He is super furious at this rebellion. The princess asks about the current situation. The man hands her the letter, telling her that, according to the messenger, there have already been several large skirmishes. He explains the Central Army has withdrawn to Valois Fortress to establish a defensive line, with a higher than expected number of casualties. Raquel questions in his mind about many men being injured, which means he can treat those injured soldiers. He sees this as another opportunity for himself. His organs sponsor him with 100 HP for such a wild idea, and now his HP is 4800. Raquel thinks that even if he is being criticized, it cannot be, it is tragic, but what is done is done. He can make the most of what he can do and reap benefits from it. Raquel finally speaks, telling the princess that the news is heartbreaking. He cannot help but feel sorrow and makes a sad face. She turns to ask if she wants to return to her homeland as soon as possible, and if she does, then he has one condition. He asks her to take him to Amboys. She cannot believe him. Raquel screams and says he wants to serve as a military doctor and treat the wounded soldiers of Amboys. He wants to save more than one life. His organs are shocked at him, and thinking their body is definitely unique. The princess quickly bows in front of him and thanks him. Raquel awkwardly smiles, thinking this is again embarrassing as he does everything. He asks her to hurry up to return to her homeland. He asks everyone to move quickly, and the princess also starts moving in order to leave as soon as possible. Next, a place appears where there are tents everywhere. Some carriages arrive with barons inside of them. All the carriage stops, and a man comes out of them and questions about the place. A boy with red curly hair and a big fat belly comes out from the carriage and thinks the place is too shabby. The scene opens with a place where there are tents everywhere. The boy stretches himself as he comes out of the carriage, saying he is too exhausted. He misses his first-class carriage. Looking at him, Damian says no matter how many times he sees him, he cannot get used to him. Garden calls him Highness and asks him to return to Magentano. It might be best for him. The boy screams at Garden, telling him not to call him His Highness and call him Young Master Rihan. He is the descendant of the fallen noble family house of Belkin, as his name is Rihan Belkin. A few days ago, the princess informed me that she had packed everything, and they should leave now. Rihan Belkin appears, opening the door and asking the princess to start the journey. Adeline is trying to figure out if she knows him. She questions him, and her people quickly stop him from reaching her. He tells her that it is him, the crown prince. She screams and asks Thierry to run and arrest him as he is an imposter. He tells them that it is really Raquel, and he took 500 hits to break her 16 gallstones to make them sure that it is him. He screams that he even gave her the plum-flavored and grape-flavored candy after each tonic. She is shocked and asks if it is actually him. Garden comes and tells her that it is the crown prince. Garden tells him he does not look like himself, but it is him. She asks him if something happened to him and looks at him closely. He tells her that His Majesty, the Emperor, granted him a hidden identity. He recalls the scene. He goes to his father and tells him that there is news of a civil war breaking out in Amboise. His father turns to him, and he says that they say there will be an overwhelming number of wounded soldiers due to the war. His father asks if he needs something. He tells him he wants to head to Amboise to infiltrate the military as a physician with the princess' help. His father asks about his plans. He tells him that by serving in the relatively safe rear lines, he will have the chance to directly observe and understand their command structure, military administration, and flow of their battle strategies. His father turns his attention away from him, but his nostrils twitch, which means he is once again proud of his son. Raquel asks if he will allow it and smirks, as he knows his father likes to give him a hard time. Raquel shows the princess the document and says that after receiving permission, he requested a transformation spell from the court mage. She figures this is why he looked inflated now. Raquel tells him that this is just an illusion spell that changes his appearance. However, it may wear off if he experiences a strong physical impact. The princess asks about the document, in which it is written that he is a fallen noble who completed public medical training with top marks. Raquel tells her it is a fake identity that looks so impressive on paper. Now, in the carriage, Damian asks if the clinic will be okay, and Garden tells him that Agnes is diligent and will be fine. Garden says that Agnes can smell small ailments with her sense of smell, and His Highness has given her the recipes for the various herbal remedies, so for a few months, she should be able to manage the clinic without the crown prince. He further explains that word will be spread that due to health reasons, His Highness is resting and limiting contact with outsiders for the time being. Garden asks if he is concerned about something. Damian hesitates and then asks if Agnes is getting the special duty pay. With this, Garden starts feeling bad for her that running to aid and save patients as soon as they call is only natural for a doctor, and even he has a long way to go there, and he might think about her special pay, and Damian smiles. Their carriages pass through different cities and fortresses, with day and night quickly blending one into the other. Raquel joined with the Kingdom of Amboise's forces and, with Adeline's assistance, he was assigned to a safe rear position at a camp for the wounded, and he gave Adeline the recipe for the Injin Hatang, and with the help of about 10 kingdom soldiers, they preached the camp for wounded. The story now comes to the present. Raquel reaches the camps and asks if there is no medic here. Everyone passes a look at him. Raquel enters a camp and asks them to excuse him, and he gets shocked seeing something. Damian and Garden enter as well, and they are too shocked. Someone asks about his identity. Raquel, in return, asks for his identity. The man tells him he is the caretaker of the wounded camp. He asks if he is a superior officer sent from the main forces. Raquel tells him he is a military physician. The man tells them he has not heard that someone like him was coming. Raquel asks if he knows about the things going on inside the tent. The man moves inside the tent, telling him they are probably all dead by now. His eyes widen as he hears this from him. The man screams and asks if someone there has not died. Raquel is shocked at this man's behavior. The man says this is a bit problematic. It looks like there won't be enough space for the next batch of wounded. Raquel asks him the meaning of this. The man turns, gives him a weird look, and asks if this is his first time at a field hospital, so he does not know anything about them. The man comes out, brushing him off, and tells him that they only clear out a space in the tent once the patient inside dies, so they can make room for the next injured soldier. He informs that there are a lot of flies inside. They are such a nuisance when they clear out the bodies. Rakiel steps inside. He is shocked to see the camp in this state, as he travels a lot for the camp. He does not know if he can build his lifespan here. Rakiel asks about who is in charge of the camp. The man tells him he is the battalion commander, Baron Provinz. Rakiel furiously demands to meet him. The commander of the battalion himself has a shiny pair of everything and is enjoying his wine. He is happily enjoying his wine as if he has no care in the world. He hears something outside and his attention moves towards it. A loud and harsh smack comes and his drink falls. He screams if someone is there. Damian and Rakiel are standing in front of him and Baron is very furious at their attack. Rakiel asks Damian to beat him up, and Damian questions the extent he should beat him. Rakiel tells him in his own language, which makes it feel like he has missed 2 months of his paycheck. Damian understands and pulls out his sword and then puts it back, telling him he cannot kill him. Then, he jumps and hits him with his sword while it is still inside, using it as a stick. He makes sure to hit him day by day. He asks to stop and asks if they know who he is, as he is the head officer in charge of the camp. Rakiel tells him he knows his identity, but he is the one who will take someone like him down. He introduces himself as the undercover royal inspector, showing him the document. Baron starts sweating up. Rakiel tells him he is just an inspector here to punish someone like him. Damian asks if he wants to do justice, then he should have asked him to beat him up. Rakiel tells him he will be paid for this. Rakiel shows Baron the document and asks him to read it. He reads that the Princess of Amboise grants full authority of the wounded soldiers' camp to Lihen Belkin. Baron cannot believe the document he just read. He asks if he has done something wrong to receive such a treatment. Rakiel screams at him that he has done nothing wrong but terrible things. He makes him realize his terrible things and that he is the responsible one for managing the wounded soldiers in such a terrible state. Baron falls to the ground and Rakiel calls Damian and asks him to take him away, and Damian obeys. At the camp, Damian takes Baron away and comes back when Rakiel asks if he made some fuss while being dragged away. Damian tells him he was quiet. He kept saying his military career was over. Damian asks if he beat him up too harshly. Rakiel tells him that sometimes beating is the only answer. Rakiel tells him that this guy only thinks about maintaining the status quo, regardless of the horrible state it is in. Under someone like him, all sounded soldiers would end up dying. Rakiel tells him this does not look like a camp, but it is a morgue. Damian keeps staring at him with a straight face. Rakiel asks him the reason. Damian brushes him away and tells him he is fine. Damian then asks about their next step. Rakiel tells him that first, they will see Garden. In another camp, 3 of them are sitting at a table. Rakiel thinks if they compare it to Earth's history, it is almost like the 7th and 18th centuries. At that time, there was barely any concept of proper treatment or nursing for the wounded, but they cannot leave it like this. He calls Garden and tells him that first, they need to categorize the wounded and prioritize who to treat. He asks him to replace the tents with new ones and pay extra attention to personal hygiene and supplies. Garden listens to his instructions properly. Someone comes from outside and asks him to listen to him. It is a man who has blood on his shirt, but it is not his, it is the other man's, who is lying down with an arrow in his stomach and another in his arms, and he is wincing in pain. Rakiel quickly orders him to bring him inside. They look at the person and try to figure out the state of his injuries. 2 arrow wounds on the arm and 1 on the side. The condition of this man does not look that good to Rakiel. Judging by the looks of it, it has been at least 2 days. The bandages are so moldy. They were not properly taken care of. The wounds themselves are not fatal, but the lack of care is severe. If this keeps up, they won't be able to save even those who could be saved. They need supplies immediately. Rakiel asks Garden for his opinion. He tells him that emergency surgery is needed right away. Rakiel is glad he brought him up, as he is an expert in surgery. Rakiel studied surgical procedures in medical school, but he lacked real experience. With Garden's support, they can cover his biggest weakness. It will greatly expand the scope of what they can do. Rakiel asks if he can perform emergency surgery right now. Garden gives him a green signal on it. Garden starts pulling the things from the bag that are needed. Garden brings out a big tool and Rakiel asks about it. He tells him it is a scalpel which is used to cut through the skin and muscle during amputation surgeries. Rakiel's eyes widen with shock and jaw drops of fear. He brings out a bone saw, telling that it is used for cutting through bones, which can be quite tough. This is a necessary tool to finish limb amputation surgery as quickly as possible. Rakiel is shocked at these dangerous tools. Garden tells him that the faster it is done, the less pain and bleeding there is. Rakiel asks if he will handle anesthesia. Garden questions him about anesthesia. He asks if he is asking about the methods to reduce the patient's pain. In that case, they mix strong rum with opium for them to drink. He tells him that this should make them unconscious, which is better than being fully awake during surgery. Garden says that he uses vodka instead of rum as it tastes better. Rakiel is shocked at his methods. He asks him about which surgery he is planning to perform today. Garden tells him he will be performing amputation. He thinks they should cut off the arm with the arrow first. Rakiel tells him not to do that and asks him to put away the tools. Garden asks if they are not operating right now. Rakiel tells him that they can do the operation, but they should not as they cannot let the patient die. Garden does not understand. Rakiel goes to the patient and checks him once again. He guesses the injury seems infected, and the fever is high. His strength and immunity are both depleted. If they operate in this condition, the patient is almost certain to die. He guesses anesthesia is essential for this patient. Maybe the nerve disruption method he used on Agnes will work on her, but that does not eliminate the pain. Rakiel grunts and thinks about other methods to treat the patient, but also causes less pain. He thinks about using Kuzman's paralyzing venom, but then he thinks it has other risks. His 5 organs and 6 bowels are listening to his worries with interest. His lungs just give him different sounds and no solution. His heart tells him to let him endure the pain. His intestine tells him that it is better not to feel pain during surgery, and his liver tells him that he should enjoy his pain. His stomach also tells him to unlock a skill instead of hoarding HP. His HP is now 4900 and his organs donated him 100 more HP. Rakiel wanted to save his HP, but now his only option is to get a new skill using more HP. He clicks to get a new skill and the list of skills starts coming in front of him. According to the patient, he looks at different skills to find a good one. He finds one and thinks this is a good one. The skill says that new skill options can be generated whenever he acquires new talent, techniques, or knowledge. The skill, My Hand is a Healing Hand, will provide excellent pain relief to the patient. Rakiel finds the skill and starts chuckling, and everyone thinks he is crazy. He then clears his throat and becomes serious again. He clicks yes when the notification asks if he wants to have the skill. The skill's details are mentioned. If he gently strokes the patient's body, the pain will be reduced, providing the effect of local anesthesia. The strength, area, and duration of the anesthesia increase as the skill level increases. Rakiel thinks of it as a cheat skill as only stroking can relieve pain. He again calls Garden. He asks him to start the procedure as he has found an anesthesia method. Garden quickly gets ready for it. Rakiel asks the patient his name. The boy says he is a low-ranking soldier. He asks him if he can treat him. The patient asks if he is going to amputate his arm and Rakiel tells him not to worry and that they won't do it. The patient tells him he is a positive person, and that losing an arm won't mean his life ends. Rakiel tells him he is not cutting it off. The man says that at least it is not a leg. If he is losing an arm, then he can use the other one. Rakiel tells him firmly that he will be only treating his side. The man keeps talking about losing his legs and about his dreams. Rakiel keeps listening and replying to his talks. The man again tells him he is a positive person. Rakiel then furiously asks him to shut his mouth. Rakiel then starts the anesthesia. He clears his throat and touches the man's affected area. Rakiel starts singing that his hand is healing and Damian looks at him as if he is going crazy. Garden looks at him the same way. Everyone thinks Rakiel has gone crazy. The notification shows that this is the skill's condition for activation, that the person has to sing these lines according to the rhythm. Rakiel keeps singing the song. The red notification says that the song's sincerity is lacking and the skill is not activating. Rakiel hates what the status window just shows him. Rakiel's song is not going the way it should have gone. He sings at the top of his lungs, this time instead of just humming, and his hand starts releasing mana and providing an anesthetic effect to the patient he is treating. His skill has been activated and the patient's pain is subsiding. The patient feels weird that his side is not in pain anymore. Rakiel is still singing the song. The patient tells him that it does not hurt anymore and asks him about the magic trick he is doing on him. Rakiel tells him there is always a way and again starts singing. He then checks if the anesthesia is working. He places his hand on his stomach very firmly, but the patient tells him it does not hurt anymore. Rakiel is excited that his skill did its job. He calls Garden and tells him to begin the surgery as the anesthesia is working. He asks him to first clean and close the wound, and he gives him the instruction that they will be starting from the side. Garden understands and obeys his instructions. Garden tells him that the side injury has been treated and the arrow has been removed. Rakiel tells him to move on to treat the arm. The patient tries to get up and asks if they really need to amputate it. The patient thinks that even if the pain is numbed, the anxiety about surgery won't disappear. Rakiel again sings and places his hand on his arm. He tells him that they are not cutting anything, they will only be taking care of it. Just then, the status bar opens telling that his skill is on level 2 and provides a pain reduction equivalent to local anesthesia's 20%. Rakiel is surprised that the intensity of skill is already increasing. Rakiel pinches his side, but the patient does not react at all. He is happy that this level is quite efficient and impressive. Rakiel asks Garden to begin. Garden starts cleaning the wound and taking out everything that needs to be done, then closing the wound and cutting the wire at the end. Rakiel thinks the skill Garden has is no ordinary skill. Even with his modern technique, Garden's technique is still exceptional. He accepts that surgery is his specialty, and then he figures if he is using a vertical mattress stature technique. Looking at his skills, he now knows the reason for him being the royal palace's personal physician at such a young age. As Garden is doing the surgery, Rakiel keeps singing the song to keep the place anesthetized. People standing behind them are talking about how Rakiel made his pain disappear with his bare hand. Even if needles are going through his body, he is not in pain. Even the patient is confused if this is possible. They think the chubby military physician is a legend. They name him the miracle military physician. In a few more minutes, the procedure is over. Rakiel asks the soldier named Diof if it is not as bad as he thought it would be. He agrees it wasn't and asks in surprise if it is over. Rakiel tells him not to move much and not to be comfortable much as the real treatment starts now. He tells him when the supplies arrive in 2 days, he will prescribe him some herbal medicine. He advises him to drink it all. The patient agrees and asks if there is some reason he is being too kind to him. He says he is just an injured soldier. He cannot fight on the battlefield, and he is just a burden eating away the resources. This is how everyone sees him. Rakiel tells him he does not understand. Rakiel asks him if there is ever a reason needed to save anyone's life. He tells him he is an injured soldier, and he is a military physician who treats injured soldiers. That is all there is to it, and there is no other reason needed. Rakiel's speech touched the soldier's heart and he started crying and thanking him. Rakiel smiles and thinks he only says these things to earn a bonus, but it works on everyone every time. He tells everyone to stop overthinking and get some rest. Rakiel closes the camp and leaves him there. All his organs applaud for him, telling him he does not even need a lie permission ticket. Diof and other soldiers are deeply moved and shocked by his words. No matter whether his story is sincere or not, it will spread in the entire soldiers' camp as a heartwarming tale, and he will be revered as a saint by everyone in the camp. More status bars open and tell him that his revolutionary concept of managing injured soldiers on the battlefield will earn him a lasting place in medical history. As a reward for his significant social and historical medical achievements, he has been rewarded 5,000 HP. For over 2 days, Rakiel completed urgent surgeries alongside Garden. Thanks to the awestruck admiration of the camp's soldiers' guard, his medical reputation point rose to 98. The skill of healing he has reached level 3, now allowing for brachial plexus anesthesia. Rakiel is so excited about his achievements that now he can fully anesthetize a full arm in one go. In modern times, a simple antibiotic ointment or disinfectant would suffice for these wounds. But in this era, untreated infections led to disastrous amputations. As Garden tells Rakiel everything they need to amputate quickly or it will cause infections, but Rakiel stops him. To prevent soldiers from losing limbs to cellulitis, they need to find infections and develop proper treatments. Rakiel's plan mostly involves first cleaning and closing the wounds instead of direct amputation. Suddenly Rakiel realized a unique medicine and treatment method from the elves in the mid to late chapter of Sword Emperor. Garden works on every instruction he gives him. Rakiel wants to apply their method and create antibiotics. He asks Garden and Damian to step outside as they need to talk. First, he talks with Garden. He asks him to improve the camp's hygiene as he is away and wants him to replace all the tents, bedding, and clothing used by the injured soldiers with new ones. Garden agrees but asks him if he is going away. Rakiel tells him he will be away for some out, and he is heading out with Damian. With 6 kingdom soldiers assigned by Adeline and a guide, they headed to the forest. The guide named Timap is taking them along as he is familiar with the area, and he is taking them through the shortest route. Rakiel also tells them that he has read about these ways in a book. Damian asks about the book. Rakiel tells him he does not remember and then asks if he remembers all the titles of the books he has read. Damian thinks he sometimes acts weirdly. He tells him he thinks they are going deep into the forest. In a place like this, they might run into monsters. He says that in such an area, they might even accidentally wander into the territory of an Apillo's nest. Rakiel looks at a small bug and mocks Damian that this looks like a monster too. He then asks the guide if they are headed to the Apillo's nest, and he asks everyone to calm down. He tells them that in such an isolated area, they might end up in territory. He asks if they know as long as no one messes with them first. Apillos are generally docile. Damian again looks at him in a suspecting way and Rakiel tells him this is common knowledge. Everyone going with him thinks that he seems like a rational guy now, or they thought he would be the one running into an Apillo's nest. Another guy sighs thinking he is now maybe sure he won't run into an Apillo's nest, or he was about to have a heart attack. Rakiel tells everyone that they won't be messing with them. Instead, they will be kidnapping their queen. His heart along with other organs are quite angry at him. His heart asks if this is common sense. He asks others if he is right or wrong and others support him saying he is right. His heart screams that they won't mess with it and only kidnap it. His other organs laugh at him and agree with him as well. His heart laughs at how Rakiel just dropped the bombshell of kidnapping the queen. His characters laugh at him and throw 100 HP at him like giving rice cakes to a hated person. Rakiel brushes his organs off thinking it does not matter how they act. Rakiel knows if he would have told any one of the people, they would have refused to come or suggested going back to the camp. The reaction of those people seems natural to him, but they need to secure larvae. According to Rakiel's knowledge, the substance secreted by the queen larva has incredible antibiotic properties. If they extract just that, they can free countless injured people in the camp from infections. There will be no need for amputations then. Rakiel stops everyone and asks about their expressions if something is wrong. Damian tells him this all is a problem for them. He asks if he knows that even a docile Vesparos is still a powerful monster and Rakiel agrees to the information. He then asks if he is aware of their reaction when their nest or larva is disturbed. Rakiel calmly tells him he knows everything about them. Damian then furiously asks if he knows the extent of what kidnapping a larva queen entails. Rakiel again calmly tells him he knows it. Rakiel then asks if after knowing everything he is still suggesting to kidnap their queen. Damian tells him that he knows he sometimes takes absurdly reckless actions. He has experienced it several times while serving him. He then tells him that this time it is different and he is crossing a line. Rakiel asks if he actually crossed the line as if he does not know about any danger. Damian asks about his plans of assigning the queen larva kidnapping mission. Rakiel tells him that whoever takes that role will inevitably be killed by all the bees in the nest. He asks if he is assigning it to one of their group members. Rakiel tells him this is his plan to assign it to one of them. Rakiel asks him if he is out of his mind while others too feel Rakiel has gone out of his mind. Rakiel agrees he might have gone out of his mind. Damian tries to pull his sword out and asks if his plan is not to do this crazy thing himself. Rakiel tells him he won't be doing it and Damian will be doing it for him and then starts walking away. He tells him he won't get hurt or die. He has a safe plan for him. Damian screams that it is easier said than done. Rakiel calls Diagnosing and it quickly comes out. Damian is surprised to see him here and Rakiel tells him now he will be explaining the plan. He starts explaining that first, he will approach the nest once it is discovered. He asks him to hit the side of the nest very hard once, and the Vesparos swarm will get angry. That is when Diagnosing eats the red sunflower seed and grows bigger. As Diagnosing's giant mode is on, then he tells Damian that he will hide under an enlarged Diagnosing. The Vesparos cannot penetrate his thorns, so he will be safe. He says while they are holding off the bees, then he will slip into the nest and snatch the queen larva. Damian tells him that even if they succeed in kidnapping the queen larva, the relentless Vesparos won't give up on chasing him and Diagnosing. Rakiel confesses that they will never give up chasing them unless the nest catches fire or something. Damian questions about fire, trying to know if he will be putting the nest on fire. Rakiel asks if he gets it and then happily starts moving, asking everyone to move with him. Damian thinks Rakiel is truly a vicious human being. Damian then says he gets the fire part, and says it is a risky place though, and is waiting for Rakiel to talk about some money he will be giving him in return for this risky plan. Rakiel then shouts that he will pay him specially and asks him to shut his mouth. They both then smirked at each other. The man behind them is saying that no matter if he is the crown prince of Magenta, he will go too far, and the other one hopes he won't. The man in front of them says he heard that a military medic performed a miracle. So even if they get hurt, he believes he will save them with their military powers, and he thinks this is the reason they are heading to the nest. The forest seems dark and windy as several dark clouds gather up in the sky. Everyone keeps walking to locate the nest. Damian walks in front of everyone and others are behind him. As Damian approaches the huge bushes in front of him, he locates the Aphiro's nest behind them. It is a very huge nest with hundreds of bees around it. All the bees are flying up in the sky near Damian. He can definitely hear their presence around him. Diagnosing is on his shoulder. Rakiel thinks special pay alone won't be enough for such a difficult and risky task. The nest is much bigger than they heard or expected. Others are shocked too. They have masked themselves with the wildflower scent, or they would have been caught by now. Rakiel has advised him to first learn their moves, and then strike hard. He is counting on Diagnosing to do a fine job in protecting Damian and pushing the bees away due to his thorns. They are observing Damian from a distance when Rakiel sees something, and he freaks out, as the bees start flying in their direction, as they have spotted them. Damian looks back at Rakiel with a "this was not the plan" sort of look. Rakiel asks if he gets spotted because his presence was not masked properly, and Damian furiously tells him that his presence was properly masked and asks about the next move. Rakiel tells him they cannot do anything now except hit it hard and run away. Damian stands up and thinks this is the time he needs to use the skills that he has been honing. Damian channels his energy and his mana flows all over his body. Rakiel freaks out if his mana is acting way too wildly and thinks Damian has gone crazy. Rakiel thinks if his mana flows backward, then it will be a disaster. Rakiel crawls up to Damian and calls him and asks him to stop. But Damian looks like no one can stop him today. Mana flows in each of his veins. His eyes glow with his mana, and he draws his sword upward, unleashing his mana strongly in his sword. Rakiel screams again to stop Damian. But, as Rakiel stands up and looks up, he sees a spark occurring, and something bigger than just Aphiros approaching them. He sees them being cracked and dying, and instead of attacking them, they are fighting with one another. Rakiel then spots something on their right, and as they both try to look at their right, they suspect a helicopter sound. A much bigger creature than Aphiros runs towards them. It flies and attacks the Aphiros. Damian quickly comes in front of Rakiel to keep him safe, while Rakiel thinks the bigger creature will take him instead of the Aphiros. He guesses this is not a hunt, but it is a massacre. The bigger creatures are massacring the Aphiros. Rakiel screams that the other creature is bigger, which means this is not an Aphiros. The other man with them tells them it is a Vesparos. Rakiel questions him about Vesparos, and he says that they are monstrous creatures, like wasps, that make Aphiros their primary prey. They can easily kill 100 Aphiros. As he is about to give more information, Rakiel asks everyone to get up. Upon being questioned by everyone, he tells them that they have been spotted. He again screams that they have actually been spotted, and when they look above them, there is a force of Vesparos, glaring at them with their red glowing, bloody eyes. Rakiel orders everyone to run and Vesparos starts flying after them. They keep running in order to save their lives. Damian looks at Rakiel, and he asks if they should escape while running for their lives. Damian asks him the reason for coming to this place and getting into such a great mess. Rakiel tells him they need to catch the queen larva to heal the wounded. They cannot let them die. Rakiel asks if he thinks he is doing this all for himself. His skill named selling medicine with words has reached level 10 as he speaks and touches everyone's soul with his words. Damian needs to buy some time. He draws his sword out, jumps, and then starts running again. Rakiel is running in front of him to save his life and sees a rock in front of him and asks everyone to hide behind that rock. Everyone tries to move as soon as possible, and Rakiel, due to his weight, gets stuck on the rock. With the help of everyone, he comes to the other side of the rock with great difficulty. A man catching his breath tells him that he needs to tell him something. Upon asking, he reveals that Vesparos has the habit of thoroughly cleaning the area after hunting and massacring. Rakiel asks him the meaning of cleaning. He tells him that they gather the Aphiros in one place, and in the process, they find and kill any surviving Aphiros that were hiding. After the hunt and massacre, those creatures will thoroughly search the area. They will leave not even a single rat alive. Not even a single one will survive, including them. This leaves Rakiel in a state of shock, and he guesses that they need to leave as quickly and as far as possible. Rakiel really wanted to get the queen larva in order to treat the wounded, and he is still thinking about it. And he guesses there is no way to save the queen larva. The Vesparos are still hunting them and looking for any single sign of them. They put their hands on their faces so Vesparos cannot hear a single voice of theirs, or they will spot them. Vesparos are thoroughly searching the area, and their vision can help them see even behind the rock, and they can spot them hiding there easily. Just when they spot them, one of them quickly goes forward and attacks them behind the rock. They all scream and start running for their lives again. Damian pulls his sword out and tries to strike the Vesparos. He asks if Raquel is okay. He then grabs Raquel as he is running away and tosses him in the sky in order to keep him safe from danger. Raquel grabs a tree and sticks with it while Damian fights the Vesparos. Raquel cries that he threw him in Cremo just like this and thinks he won't pay him, especially for his work now. Raquel thought he was sitting on some tree, but when he looked down he was on Timap's head. Timap, although could not bear his weight. Raquel asks him if he is so fast that he came here to save him. He tells him he used to live in the forest, that is why he is so fast. He asks about the location of Damian and the other knights. He points towards their position. Raquel finds them fighting with the Vesparos. Damian is fighting against one Vesparos. He is using all his might to slash the Vesparos and not let it go away. Raquel asks if there must be a reason behind them finding them so easily. Timap tells him that it must be because of the wildflower pollen, petals, and sap scent. The method they used to reduce the Epirus hostility has instead caused the Vesparos to recognize and attack them as Aspirus. Timap asks about their next step. Raquel thinks they cannot fight them back. He thinks Damian and the knights would have to use all their strength to stop about 10 of them. He tries to think hard for any solution. Raquel finds a solution and announces he has found one. He tells Timap that he needs his backpack. Then, he brings out a bottle from the backpack. Timap asks if he is about to do something with a water bottle. Raquel tells him it is the strongest alcohol he brought for temporary disinfection. Raquel thinks if they are wasps then they must like alcohol, and he throws the alcohol in the air. He throws the bottle towards a tree and it breaks, leaking all the alcohol. Raquel figures if they talk about the difference in taste between bees and wasps. Bees hate alcohol, but wasps go crazy for it. The alcohol's aroma suddenly reaches the Vesparos and they stop attacking. Damian does not understand the way they have suddenly stopped attacking them. All the Vesparos start gathering the tree on which Raquel threw the bottle of alcohol. Raquel becomes happy seeing that along with Timap. The knights tell them that now they should run as this is their last chance. Raquel acknowledges it, but he tells them if they all run right now they will die. The man confusingly looks at him and Raquel assures him this is the truth. He informs them that right now, those things are attracted to the scent of alcohol from the water bottle he threw at them. He asks if they should hide while they are attracted. Raquel asks him if he thinks they can hide and run away in such a short time as the alcohol won't last a very long time. Timap asks for their next step. Raquel tells them that they need to start a fire and bring out the torches. He asks if they will get mad at them. Raquel tells them they need to move quickly as they do not have time for questions. Damian first looks at him suspiciously, but then touches his head thinking he must have thought of something. Timap brings out the torches and lit them up with fire. Raquel asks him to throw it in the direction of the Vesparos. He throws it and it lights up into a great fire. A great fire lights up, right in the area where Vesparos is hovering over the alcohol. They figure out there is a fire and quickly start flying away from it. Some of them fly away and others catch fire and burn in it. The fire starts extending and Raquel along with others starts running away as Raquel tells them to run as fast as possible to avoid being burned away. The path they were running on had fire caught on both sides. Raquel managed to destroy the Vesparos with fire, but his respiratory system is not so strong, and it might get destroyed along with it. Raquel's foot strikes with a stone, and he falls on the ground while Timap gasps as he finds him on the ground. Timap asks if he is doing okay, but Raquel cannot stop coughing. His internal organs sense a critical danger and are worried about the possibility of death soon. They encourage him by giving him 500 HP. Raquel cannot breathe and his vision blurs, indicating that he is about to faint. Damian tries to tell him that if he faints here, there is a possibility he might die right here. Raquel tells him he knows that. Damian tells him he will carry him. He gets a cloth and binds Raquel with it on his back. The other knights question if it is okay to treat a crown prince like this, and the other tells him he does not know. Raquel tells him that once they get out of there, everyone will be safe, and Damian agrees. As they move forward, they see a big Vesparos hovering in front of them in the air, as if they spotted them running away. The Vesparos screams at them while glaring with its red eyes. Timap screams that this is the queen of the Vesparos. He screams that they all die here today. Raquel's ears catch the attention when he hears that this is the queen of the Vesparos. Raquel does not understand the reason that Damian is being so tense and intimidating. He is shocked as he sees the queen, but not like Damian. He has never seen him like this before. He does not understand his next step. as Damian is his currently strongest and sturdier shield, and if Damian is shaken, then they are all finished. He needs to ease Damian's tension to release, or they will all die here. He uses acupuncture to release the tension by identifying the flow of his Kai and blood. At first, he does the meridian scanning. Damian quickly figures Raquel is doing something to him. Then, he scans for the lock-on targets. The lock-on target is the queen, which is in front of him, and Raquel is shocked to see it being his lock-on. As he is being carried by Damian, the only thing in his line of sight is the monster. Even insects are living creatures, so they must have meridians. The Queen Vesparos' energy flow is as plainly visible as a yellow mutt. Then not only can they survive, but they can also take down the queen. Raquel can see everything. He can see the entire flow of its main meridians and even the placements of its acupoints. Raquel never knew this could happen, but he is happy to see it happening. Raquel tells Damian that he has a great idea. Damian asks if he is seriously joking in this type of situation and tells him to explain his idea quickly. Raquel tells him to do exactly as he says, walk when he tells him to run when asks him to run, and follow his every command for any defenses. Damian is confused about his instructions. Raquel tells him if he wants to survive, he needs to listen to him. He will predict the queen's movements and guide him through them. Damian asks if he is serious that he will be telling him the queen's movements, and asks if this is even possible. Raquel tells him not to ask many questions and just do as he says. Raquel screams and tells him to get down. All of them get down and the queen's attack could not reach them, and she passes by them. Raquel tells them that it is coming back, and they need to stay down and take 5 steps forward. They do as Raquel tells them to, and they are once again saved from the queen's attack. Everyone is shocked at Raquel's instincts. The queen looks at them with even more rage. It goes up and will be attacking them again. Raquel asks everyone to move back, and only he and Damian will handle this attack. Damian is speechless. Raquel asks everyone to do as he is saying. Damian starts running holding his sword. Raquel tells him to go front right, then roll to the 2 o'clock direction. He directs him to aim for the space between its foreleg and middle leg, and then leap forward. Then he asks him to jump up, twist his body clockwise, and slice horizontally through the midsection. Damian is ready to do as Raquel says, and they see the queen as a spark in the sky. Other knights are hiding behind trees, looking at them. They think they don't need to go in and help them as they are doing so well, and getting involved would only mean getting in the way. The truth is they are fearing too much to get into the fight. Raquel moves forward towards the queen. Damian jumps and Raquel tells him to roll on the side. Damian starts to make a buzzing sound just like a bee, and Raquel tells him not to do that and only focus. Raquel then tells him to dodge the antenna, take 2 steps to the right and knock it upwards. Damian does it with full force. Raquel instructs him to deflect left with the back of his blade and then jump, and asks him to land on its back and strike down at the base of its left hindwing. He asks him to perform a vertical spinning slash. Damian does as it is until its right wing comes at him, and Raquel asks him to dodge it and stomp on it. Damian stomps on it for good. Raquel tells him to land on the tree behind him. Damian does it and they rest there for a while. Damian says he can actually see all the movements, but this attack won't finish the queen. Raquel tells him that their next attack is perfect and asks him to be ready. He counts to 3 and Damian jumps from the tree, and Raquel tells him they have 3 seconds, so he needs to hold on. Raquel grabs the tree while Damian jumps and stomps on the queen's head, strikes it, and then slashes it, releasing his mana greatly. Everyone is shocked yet happy at that. The queen falls to the ground. Damian tells Raquel that it is done, but Raquel tells him it is not done yet. Just then, the queen arises again. Raquel instructs him to dodge again, find another opportunity, and strike. Damian thinks he misheard, but Raquel tells him to stay still and wait for now. The queen glares at them. Raquel asks Damian to keep waiting and not go for the strike just now. Raquel then shouts and asks him to move now. Holding his hair in 2 ponytails, he says it is the irresistible twin blades. Raquel tells him to move left under the compound eye, half a hand span. Damian again draws his sword and does exactly as he says and strikes its eyes, which makes the queen scream in pain, and it falls to the ground. Raquel cheers on their success. Raquel looks at it and thinks it looks like a mosquito is hit directly by a pesticide. He uses his technique to see through it. He sees the legs, joints, chest, back, and lower abdomen, and the last point is below the last compound eye. In human terms, it corresponds to the major acupuncture points on the governing vessel and conception vessel meridians. He is not 100% sure, but this was the most likely method to do this. Damian asks if something happened to the queen. Rakiel tells him that it seems like it worked because the weaknesses were targeted precisely. Damian asks if there were previous weaknesses where he asked him to attack. Rakiel agrees. Damian questions him, already knowing his weakness. Rakiel tells him he could just see them and he just wanted to hurt the queen there. Then he teases if Damian cannot see those. Damian is furious as Rakiel is once again acting weird. The queen has fire around her now and is burning. As the queen lies on the ground, the other Vesparos look at her from the sky, and they all get together and start moving towards her. Damian figures something is there. Before they could see, Timap tells them, and when they look back, there are more Vesparos behind them. Damian dodges their flight. All the Verapos go into the fire and burn along with their queen, and all of them stop there watching them being burned in the fire. Timap says these monsters are truly terrifying. Rakiel then realizes something, and he figures the rain has started. All the knights start cheering as they are safe now. Everyone is happy, but Rakiel is still confused because what he wanted could not be fulfilled. He sees no point in defeating the queen when he cannot get the queen of Vesparos. He is sad that the queen larva was securely taken away, and they were planning to treat the wounded with her and extend their lives. He thinks if they wait anymore, all the injured soldiers will die. He asks Damian to check the nest. The forest is now dark. Both of them start moving in the other direction, and they see all of them dead on the ground. Damian tells him that it looks like everything is dead and they should go back. Rakiel tells him that they went through a lot of trouble and they should now get what they came for. Damian questions him and Rakiel teases, saying there must be some honey. Damian thinks Rakiel is such a demon, as this is not an appropriate situation for these jokes. They enter their home and see that everyone is dead. Rakiel screams that they are completely ruined and Damian agrees. Rakiel takes his head in his hands, saying they could gain nothing. Rakiel hears something and thinks if something is still alive. Damian tells him he will check first. As they check, Rakiel asks if he sees something. They find the Vesparos queen. As they find her, Damian moves towards her. Rakiel and others stand behind him. He pokes the queen with his sword to see if she is alive. Damian announces that the queen is dead. Rakiel says he can see the movement near the torso and asks Damian to help him move. He asks him to push harder as there might be something valuable. They see a spark and something moves in the air. Rakiel figures something has come out and Damian asks him to be careful. A cute little baby moves up in the air and then lands on Rakiel's head. Rakiel brings it down and guesses if this is the queen's larva or maybe just a banana snack. Damian asks if they should knock it out as it is still a monster. The baby freaks out and Damian figures he can understand what they say. The baby winks at Damian. Rakiel asks him to go left and then go right to figure out that he can actually understand them. Rakiel cheers the baby and announces that it is the queen's larva. Rakiel is now happy, thinking it is a success as they have a larva now. Rakiel remembers that in the Magic Sword Chronicles, it was mentioned that the Vesparos queen and her larva could communicate with elves. Rakiel sees him actually communicating like elves. He tells him that his mother is acting strange and the larva seems sad. The larva points at something and says that after fighting that one, his mother is constantly sleeping. Rakiel looks at the Vesparos and figures that they both fought and died and left this one alone. He asks if he wants his mom to wake up soon. He tells him that his mom is sleeping as she fought the big bad guy and now she is tired. He asks him to stay with him until his mom wakes up. Rakiel feels wrong to lie, but as the swarm has been wiped out, the little one will definitely die if left here. He tells him they should go out as if they keep talking here, its mother won't get any rest. The status bar asks him to keep a name of his as Rakiel is being comforted by its fluffy and cozy texture. The name appears on the screen as Cuckoo. Keeping Cuckoo happy grants him an extra 500 HP. Rakiel tells him his name from now on is Cuckoo. Rakiel asks if he can help him out as they will be going out now and he needs something from him. Cuckoo agrees to help and Rakiel smiles. He then announces that they are heading back to the camp along with Cuckoo and everyone cheers. An elf is sitting in the forest as he takes the dirt in his hand. He figures that the forest has been set on fire. He thinks that people did not do that in his time. His generation could not even imagine doing such things, and he growls at the kids these days. She turns angrily and decides to find whoever did this and make them pay. They are going back from the forest. Diagnosing has eaten the sunflower seed and has grown larger and Rakiel is sitting on it while others are walking beside them. They reach the camps and Garden comes out shouting. Rakiel comes down from Diagnosing and asks if Damian does not think that Garden is always so consistent with his reactions. Garden asks in an excited tone if they have arrived. Rakiel asks if something is wrong and questions about the injuries of soldiers. Garden tells him they are resting. Then his eyes move towards the larva. Rakiel introduces him that this is Cuckoo, an Ephiro's queen larva. Then, he introduces Garden to him. Garden questions about the queen larva. He looks at him in detail. Rakiel says that they have arrived at the soldiers' camp just like he told Cuckoo. He then moves forward saying from now on, Cuckoo need to help prevent infections and in the treatment of injured. He asks Garden to be ready to be amazed by Cuckoo's performance. Garden is still confused about everything. Rakiel then asks Gigosium if the queen is heavy, then he should put it down. Garden freaks out seeing the queen. Rakiel tells him this is the queen Vesparos. Garden asks if he found it somewhere and Rakiel tells him he picked it up on his way. Garden asks about his plans with it. Rakiel says he will brew liquor with it. Garden is so confused about everything. Rakiel then moves into his camp. He tells Cuckoo that he needs to spit up that thing from his belly once a month. If they mix whatever Cuckoo spits out, it is called joungo, which is great for burns and skin recovery. Then they can create a powerful antibiotic ointment specifically for wound treatment. Rakiel is happy to think he can heal the sufferings of those who are outside. Cuckoo tells him he is willing to help, but he does not know how to vomit. Rakiel starts thinking about it. He thinks this is such a predicament that Cuckoo does not even know how to vomit, but he still agrees to help. Rakiel thinks about something to make him vomit, and then it occurs in his mind to use meridian scanning. Rakiel asks him to hold still. He activates the meridian skill, and it is successfully locked onto the target. He then brings out the needle thinking acupuncture will help him vomit easily. Cuckoo screams and everyone can hear it outside. He finds the point that corresponds to the outer hill meridian point in humans by applying the principle of emetic therapy, using sharp and acute stimulation for the main meridian, and dull but firm stimulation for the opposite. He thinks he can do it. He tries to properly trigger the vomiting center. Cuckoo made some voices and finally vomited. A blue shining ball comes out from him. Rakiel is confused as he thought it would be a liquid, but it is a bead. He goes near it and thinks it smells like mint chocolate. Just then, Garden enters and informs that the materials sent from the princess have arrived. Rakiel thinks the things that Cuckoo vomited are fascinating and then agrees to go out with Garden. In the middle of the camp, Rakiel is preparing something in a very big pot. Rakiel asks Garden to give him the solution and he hands him a bottle. He tells them if they add material from Cuckoo and Adeline's, then it is done. The liquid boils, shines, and smells wonderful. He calls Damian to put the material, and he does it. Rakiel then quickly moves towards it and starts stirring it. Garden asks him to let him handle this, but Rakiel tells him he can do it. He does not want this ointment to fail. Cuckoo only produces one bead a month. If they fail, they will have no choice but to wait for another month. Until then, the injured soldiers will die from all kinds of infections. Rakiel keeps stirring the pot. Damian tells Garden that he will stand in the first watch. The day passes and the night comes and Rakiel is still working on the ointment. He then falls to the ground thinking he did it. Cuckoo asks if he has named the ointment. Rakiel tells him he has named it Redkasal. Everyone is looking at them cheering at each other with straight faces. The tab shows he has successfully created the first antibiotic in the history of the Laurasia continent named Redkasal. It will be the beginning of a revolutionary concept in antibiotic treatment and its widespread availability. Additionally, he will grow as the father of antibiotics in the medical field. His internal organs are quite pleased with this information. They eat and celebrate and grant him 800 HP. Rakiel laughs, but he is too tired now. There are many soldiers gathered in the camps for the treatment. Rakiel is ready to put the ointment on everyone's wounds. He starts with one gentleman and applies to everyone. Everyone starts cheering that their wounds are already healing. They cheer for Rakiel and pray for his long life. 10 days later, at the Valois fortress, a man is giving the war report. Currently, aside from minor skirmishes in the northeastern regions, there are no major conflicts. He says that the reason is that the rebels are amassing their main force here at Valois fortress. The emperor asks if the enemy has no intention of avoiding a decisive battle with them. The man with blue hair tells him this is the case. Looking at the man, the king thinks even when his advisors urged him to oust him, an overly ambitious subordinate, he chose to embarrass him, and this is how Javelin is repaying him by pulling a war on them. He asks if there is any other report. He says that there is a field hospital with remarkably outstanding results. Over the past 2 months, it has achieved a survival rate of over 70 for injured soldiers. The king is shocked to hear this. The man says that the news of the camp has spread widely among the soldiers in the kingdom's various units. There is now the belief that no matter how severe their injuries are, if they can reach the 21st Support Battalion's camp, they can survive. He says the soldiers have given it a nickname. The nickname they have given it is the Healing Camp. Some men holding briefcases reach the camp and ask if it is the so-called Healing Camp. They say that this is called the Healing Camp because some military physicians are known as miracle workers. Another man says this seems like a cult to him. Another man says no physician can be better than Physician Chandler. The first man grunts, saying he does not understand if His Majesty sent them here to learn something. The man says he will uncover whatever they are doing. Rakiel was snoring so loud that he could not get any rest. Garden enters the camp and finds Rakiel snoring and thinks it is no wonder that he is resting as he took all night to treat all the soldiers. Garden wakes him up and Rakiel questions if something is wrong. Garden tells him that His Majesty is so pleased with their success that he has sent an active duty military physician here for training. Rakiel smiles and asks if they are not rookies because he thought they were. Rakiel says they were short on hands, so it is nice that they have some expert help now. Garden tells him they are waiting outside the tent. Rakiel quickly rushes out. He meets them and introduces himself as military physician Rihan and tells them it is an honor for them to be here. He hits them as he goes out, and as they are in the queue, they hit each other and fall to the ground. Rakiel looks at them weirdly. They all get up and Rakiel apologizes and tells them he just got a little excited. Rakiel asks their names and one of them says he is Physician Chandler. Rakiel moves forward and says he is sure that they are tired from the journey, but the first priority is to assess the condition of the wounded. Rakiel tells them to follow him. They all stood there instead of following him. Rakiel turns and asks the reason for not moving. Chandler asks him to first show him his quarters. Rakiel is curious that there are critically injured soldiers everywhere, and they want rest. Chandler tells him that they have come here on His Majesty's command to fulfill a noble mission and have been marching for 6 days. He asks if now he won't even give them rest before throwing them into work. He asks if this is too much. Rakiel asks his name again, and he furiously says his name is Chandler. Rakiel asks if he is saying that making them work immediately, without rest, is inconsiderate. Chandler tells him that this is exactly what he thinks. Rakiel furiously asks him if patients wait for a physician. He is surprised that they are demanding to rest just because they are tired even though there are many sick soldiers there. Chandler asks if there are any nobles among these injured people. Rakiel is shocked at his audacity. Chandler asks him if he does not classify the wounded based on their status and asks if there are any nobles in these injured people. Rakiel tells him this is such a nonsense. Chandler mocks him that he did not classify them on the basis of status, but he should have done. He proudly says that the soldiers should fall into 2 categories. One would be nobles and the other would be commoners. He then proudly adds that saving nobles would add rewards and boost the reputation. Rakiel cannot listen to him further and jumps to punch him and then punches him hard in his face and tells him that he cannot listen to his nonsense anymore. The other people try to stop him and tell him he should not be hitting a military physician like this. Rakiel figures that ever since he was in Korea, there is one belief he has always held that violence is wrong. But he says that for such scumbags violence is the right answer. Someone comes and says that hitting someone without warning like that is completely unfair. The man tells him to apologize, otherwise, he will be reporting this to the authorities. Garden and other soldiers are peeking through the tent at the situation. The man asks if he is saying this due to violence. Rakiel says he has done the insubordination of defying a royal order. The man asks him if he thinks this is a subordination. Rakiel tells him that they were sent here by His Majesty to learn. Yet, instead of following his guidance, all he has done is spew nonsense. Rakiel furiously asks if this is not defying a royal command. The man stops speaking. Chandler is on the bed and the other man is sitting beside him. He has marks on his face where he was punched by Rakiel. He then suddenly opens his eyes and gets up asking if something happened. The man tells him that he passed out from the punch, so they sent him to the resting tent. Chandler thinks if he is going to completely disregard them, then this is unfavorable. He cannot calm down when he thinks about how that strange man's existence has demoted him, the top military physician, to the second palace. The man tells him that while he was unconscious, he talked to one of the soldiers about this Rihan fellow. He says that they say there are tons of wounded who survived without needing amputations. Chandler does not understand that without amputation, how come they achieved a 70% rate of success. The man tells him he uses some ointment called Raidkasol. He adds that he uses spikes to poke all over the body, and they say he sings strange songs during surgeries that take away the pain. Chandler laughs and says he knows he is a fraud. Everyone looks at him in disgust. He says he punches everyone who calls him out. He then takes his briefcase and says we'll expose the dirty truth and goes out of the camp. Night has fallen on the camps. Chandler enters the camp. He figures that Raquel must be sleeping at this hour. Looking at soldiers, he figures he must be sleeping because has not performed the basic post-surgical care that should be a standard. He thinks of him as a quack. He takes out the instruments he uses in surgery thinking everyone knows that when one is injured or sick, bad blood accumulates. He takes the arm of a soldier thinking that he was taught that just draining that filthy blood makes recovery much faster. As he tries to poke the man, he wakes up and questions his methods. He tells him that he is the new military physician and asks him not to make a fuss as he is treating him. The soldier tells him that physician Rehan told him to take a rest. Chandler asks if he is questioning his expertise. The man quickly denies it in fear. The soldier thinks he is a very different physician from Rehan. He takes out his tool and tells him to feel lucky to be treated by him, because he does not treat just anyone, and then he cuts his skin and blood comes out and he accumulates it in a basket. He says he is the top physician and smirks. He tells him that comparing him to Rehan is his insult. Because of losing so much blood, the soldier starts feeling dizzy. He cannot hear whatever Chandler is telling him. His eyes start to close and Chandler keeps telling him to stay with him, but the soldier cannot and his eyes close.